Guys, I am so sorry that I'm late. I was so into the Kyle Rittenhouse trial that I totally lost track. Binger was being a butthead, and I was into it. I was like, he was cross-examining a witness. I was like, Binger, you know this guy's not on trial, right? Okay. Brendan Banfield. I have an important question for y'all. He took the stand yesterday. Maybe not yesterday, might have been the day before. He started at the end. And I think yesterday was all him. So, you guys want to skip to there since we're so behind, or do you want to keep trying to get caught up? Virginia versus Banfield catch-up. A federal tax agent, also known as an IRS agent, is responsible for enforcing federal tax laws and regulations. Why do they need a gun for that? That's what keeps blowing my mind. Why does he need a gun? You don't shoot people when they can't pay their taxes. They conduct audits, investigations, and other compliance activities to ensure that individuals and businesses are in compliance with federal tax laws. In addition, they may work with other government agencies and organizations to detect and prevent tax fraud and other criminal activities. I'm sorry, John. I'm so sorry. I didn't do the redirect and nobody's here but John and Judy. That's fine. And me. Because I have it pulled up on my laptop so I can do stuff that, if I need to, that StreamYard won't let me do. Okay, well, I guess we'll go ahead and start. Everybody else will find us when they find us.
Have to be a hero. I do take paper documents if necessary. You know that.
Judge, I just can't do that. I'm a technology guy now.
So you say. Okay, 2:05.
Hey, Michelle.
Thank you.
All right.
Did he need another break for tech stuff? Oh, that's right. When we stopped, they were fixing to take a break. I forgot. Because he was having tech issues again or something. They need to have a tech class in law school. I'm serious. That's not a joke. I'm serious. Because times have changed. They need to teach them this stuff. Dale's head is crooked. See? Is it super noticeable? I don't want to take him apart.
All right, your next question.
Thank you.
If I take him apart, I'm going to screw up and have to start over.
Cindy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You listened to Ms. Groff's testimony yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Did you hear her discussion of the position of Joe Ryan and the blood whatever she called it, on Joe Ryan. Do you remember that discussion?
Yeah, you mean specific to his arm? Is that what you're referring
Specific
to?
to his position on the ground.
Yes, I did hear her talk
Okay.
about that.
Did you agree with that?
That the blood stains would indicate that he was lying on the ground?
Yes.
No.
How about
And what can you point to in
for the
your
jury in case you
expertise
forgot?
that
I
would
forgot.
have you arrive at that conclusion?
Well, so I guess starting with, I believe that she mentioned that the stains that were the 4 linear stains that I did not classify, she classified them. So that's where the first divergence was. So then that classification is what led her to say that he would have been in a position lying on the ground when they were deposited, if I recall correctly. So the first part is that as I mentioned before lunch, the target surface didn't lend to classification to start with, and to go on to then determine what that classification would mean in terms of his positioning is the part where it starts by the fact that I didn't believe that a classification could be made. Then to go on further to say what that classification would mean would be why I would disagree.
Okay. And was there evidence that you observed that would have supported different conclusions than that, other than not being able to classify?
So maybe the best way to describe this is to have you understand what a drip stain is in terms of bloodstain pattern analysis. A drip stain is a stain that is formed by gravity alone. So it's not just a circular stain you see on the surface. It's a circular stain that arrived by a passive formed by gravity. So it's not something that happened that's circular from another mechanism, but it just happened to hit the ground at perpendicular, making it circular. It is formed only through gravity alone. So the fact that I didn't classify it as anything was the first part. But then on top of that, if you have just the fact that something is circular does not make it a drip stain. It's one of the features you can look at, but it doesn't mean that it's a drip stain. So there are other mechanisms that when the blood is going through the air, say from an impact, say somebody was being beaten with a hammer. When the blood goes through the air, it goes in a parabolic arc. And if it doesn't hit anything in that trajectory, it will eventually fall to the ground. And when it hits the ground, it's going to look circular. But if it hits the wall on the vertical surface, it's going to look circular there too, because anywhere it hits a perpendicular, it will look circular. But we look at the size of them to kind of help to inform whether it could just be a drip stain, something that just was because somebody was standing over something and dripping blood, or if it was because of another mechanism. So because we didn't have a lot of these features, there was no classification done, because the size helps to inform that, and then the shape itself and the fact that we had this target surface to eliminate any of those other mechanisms, to only say that these are coming from drip stains and coming from above was part of the problem. Going further, if they were drip stains, it doesn't mean that because his arm was this way that he was down on the ground. It just means that the arm was in a position horizontal to where the passive drop was coming. Because people move around, your arm can be in, your body can be in different positions when you do that. So the orientation of your body and where that is in relation to where the blood is coming from is going to be how it will look like on that surface. But it's hard to then say, oh, the person was in this position just because there's something circular here that I think is a drip stain, and therefore because it's coming from above, he has to be on the ground lying down.
And if you were, as you've indicated in your previous testimony, that you would need more information, what more would you need other than what you just said in order to even make the determination?
Judge, objection calls for speculation.
You mean what? I'm sorry.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm just asking her what other tools.
Overruled. That's fine.
Yeah, I think, I mentioned earlier, same answers as I would be looking at the size, shape, distribution, location, appearance. Those are the features that I look for, and determine that this is a drip stain to the exclusion of all other mechanisms. I would want to look for something that would look perfectly circular, that I could see scalloping all around the edges or spining around the edges, or it's perfectly circular on, like, say, a smooth surface, and that it has some size to it that would indicate that it's coming from just gravity forming it. If it's tiny, then, and I see it in terms of other, maybe in terms of other spatter stains in that area, I'm going to presume it's coming from, or classify it as something coming from a mechanism that's a spatter producing mechanism, as opposed to just a single passive drop. So sometimes we can't tell. I mean, we just have to look for those features and hope that if the target surface allows for it, we can classify it.
And in the absence of concrete information, is it appropriate to default toward? a
Objection leading.
classification
Sustained to leading.
In the absence of additional information you want? How does one resolve that?
You go back to the higher classification. So if we start at bloodstain, and then we might go to a spatter-producing mechanism of some sort, and then we can classify that either to cast off or impact or expirated blood. If we don't have the features to meet those on each level of that, we revert back to the level that's higher. And so in this case, I just said, these are bloodstains, and I described them. They were irregularly shaped, somewhat three-dimensional on the arm.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
So to stay with where we just left off.
Okay.
You're keeping it at the classification level that's up here because you don't have enough information to go a next step. Is that correct?
Yes.
But that doesn't inherently mean that that next step isn't a possibility, right?
Well, I don't consider the possibilities, because if I can't go beyond the classification, then I didn't go beyond the classification. There's a reason I stopped.
Sure.
So I wouldn't.
But because you stopped, that then leaves all of the options still available. None have been excluded, correct?
You mean every possible mechanism that could possibly produce a bloodstain?
Yes.
Yes, I guess, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
including drops from above.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Going back for just a moment, you testified regarding the DLI lab, and you stated that the test sample was the pull from the genes avoiding staining. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again. I
You
didn't hear that.
testified about the DLI DNA lab,
Mhm.
specifically that the sample was a swab or a portion of Joseph Ryan's genes avoiding staining. Is that correct?
Avoiding staining, yes, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
but did you also read in the report that that sample was positive for blood?
Yeah, so it didn't say it was positive for blood. It said that blood was indicated in the sample. And so what that means is that they did a presumptive test. So that's a test that,
Right, we heard about that from our DNA experts. but-
yes, so we didn't, the blood wasn't identified in that sample. It was an indication that there was blood there. And I think to clarify that the testing that is used in that instance is a very sensitive test
Well,
that can pick up blood that you
Judge, I'm
can't
going to
see.
object. I don't think she's presented any foundation for knowledge of how the testing was conducted. And that wasn't my question.
All right, we're going to ask your question again. Let's go
Okay.
that way.
The laboratory result said that blood was indicated, yes or no?
Yes, that's not what you asked me though. You said it was found. The test only said that blood was indicated.
Okay,
And yes,
thank you. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay, any redirects? Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes.
All right, so since you're subject to recall, just don't discuss your testimony with anybody, all right?
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon, if I can consult with counsel for
Yes.
just a moment.
I'm sorry.
The witness is not subject to recall.
Okay, you are not subject to recall, ma'am, so you're free to go if you wish. All right, thank you. All right, your next witness,
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Brendan Miller.
Brendan Miller.
And I gotta make arms and a tail and glue his eyes.
Welcome to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law. Thank you.
Uh-oh,
You don't have to go away.
he doesn't.
I can start my notes.
I have to redo his feet. There you go. Oh, he's so crooked. His head is crooked. I don't want to do it. I'll look better when I add his arms.
I'll scroll if I have to.
Good afternoon, Detective Miller.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Brendan Miller, Brendan Miller.
And where do you currently work?
Fairfax County Police Department.
And what capacity do you work in the Fairfax County Police Department?
I'm a detective in the child exploitation section.
Okay. During your, were you involved in this case as an investigator at any point?
Yes,
Okay, and what was your capacity as investigator?
I was the digital forensics examiner for this case.
And when did that change?
About a year ago.
Sorry, I'm almost there.
Almost there. Almost there. I love that song.
Wednesday. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. In child exploitation, do you utilize the same skills that you had when you were at digital forensics?
I do.
Okay. And so when you left digital forensics, did you leave of your own volition?
I did not.
And was the transfer to child exploitation?
Yes, the transfer was due to child exploitation.
Okay. How long had you been in digital forensics prior to being transferred?
Since roughly 2019, so about 5 years.
Okay. And how long, how many cases had you handled in digital forensics prior to that transfer?
I don't recall the exact number.
Okay. Were you the person who did the digital forensics in the Fairfax County Police?
One of them.
How many others are there?
There were 6 at the time, I believe.
And now when you were transferred out, this was in the middle of the investigation of this case, correct?
I don't know if I would classify it as the middle or
Okay.
where it was.
It was during the pendency of this case.
Yes, this case was still going on.
Okay. And in your capacity as digital forensics examiner, I'm going to ask you to look at a document. Okay, so you see anything on the screen?
Just your screensaver.
Okay. My apologies, Judge.
That's right.
Sir, can you see that on the screen?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
That is an executive summary.
And this is an executive summary that you wrote as digital forensic examiner for the Fairfax County Police?
Yes.
Did you want to mark that as a
Yes, Your Honor. 85, please. Defense
85 for the
85.
record? Just thank you.
And sir, this is your personal digital forensics executive summary, is that right?
I created this document, yes.
Okay. And now, in arriving at these conclusions, this was related to your work as a digital forensic examiner, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit 85.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, at this point in time, I think this would qualify as an expert report. This witness has not been qualified as an expert, nor has any foundation been laid for the report.
Okay, so foundation is the objection, so assisting that objection if you want to leave.
I can do that.
Sure.
So sir, tell me about your experience in digital forensics.
In what regard?
From the moment you got into digital forensics, what kind of training did you have?
I've received training in a variety of forensic tools and training specific to computer systems, specifically the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, IASIS. I've also been trained with Cellbrite and I'm current in both of those certifications and training with Magnet and X-Ways and various other forensics platforms.
Okay. And did you receive additional training beyond that within the Fairfax County Police?
I'm also certified for BERLO, which is vehicle forensics. Yeah, various other trainings at different times.
Have you ever been qualified as a witness in the courts of Fairfax County?
Judge, I'd object to the
Qualified
question.
as an expert, I'm
There we go.
sorry.
Yes, I have.
Okay, how many times?
2 that come to mind.
Okay, and was that in your capacity when you were a digital forensic investigator?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move Detective Miller in as an expert in digital forensics.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so moved.
Now, sir, is this report the report that you created?
Yes, I wrote this.
And when was this report created?
I don't recall the exact date.
Okay. Was it prior to October 25th, 2024?
I don't recall exactly, but that sounds about the right time frame.
Okay. And that's a significant date because that was the, if I can remind you, the first recant for Juliana Perez Magalhaes. Does that give you a better idea of when this would have been done?
If memory serves, this was done prior to that.
Okay, that's all we can rely on is your memory. And Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
All right. You have cross-examination.
I mean, Judge, I would note that, no, I have no questions at this
Okay.
time.
All right.
Those are all the questions,
Is
Judge.
this witness subject to recall?
Yes.
Okay, so since you're subject to recall, you cannot discuss your testimony with anybody. You do not need to stay here today, but just be on call for that, okay? And you're still subject to the rule of witness, okay? All
Yes, Your Honor.
right, thank you. All right, your next witness?
Harry Litsky.
What in the heck was that?
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Sir, can you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Harry Lidsky, Harry, as in David, SKY.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm currently a private investigator and digital forensic examiner, self-employed at my company 4DIS.
Okay. And what's your background in terms of digital investigations and investigations?
Prior to starting my own company 4DIS, I retired after 20 years in federal law enforcement, 7 years with the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, the remaining 13 years with the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of the Inspector General. For the last 11 of those 13, I was in the Cyber Investigations Office, where I progressed as a senior special agent to the assistant special agent in charge and retired as the special agent in charge of that office. The Cyber Investigations Office handles, as the name would imply, digital forensic examinations. We're responsible for supporting the entire agency nationwide with mobile and computer forensics. Basically anything with an on-off button, anything that was electronic in nature, is where we came, our services were brought to bear. On top of that, we ran our own investigations, those specifically which were digital forensics centric.
And in terms of issues, have you ever heard of catfishing?
Yes, I have.
Have you worked within investigations where it's alleged or it's found to be catfishing?
Yes, I have.
So do you understand the elements necessary for catfishing?
I do.
Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that exactly is.
It's a form of misattribution in terms of who's performing what activity. So at its core, it's somebody pretending to be somebody else, usually designed to lure somebody else to do something. So it can be employed in a scheme to defraud. It can be employed to get somebody to show up, to get them in trouble, to get somebody to show up to an event they had not intended to show up at, to misdirect somebody to show up for something, a case that I worked.
Just real quick, because I remembered it right now. The show that I was telling you guys about where the woman got catfished for like 9 years. It's on Netflix and it's called Sweet Bobby, My Catfish Nightmare. You guys, it's unbelievable. 9 years this woman was catfished. Never spoke face to face with this man. It's unbelievable. You just have to watch it. It's on Netflix. It's called Sweet Bobby.
It was employed to misdirect somebody to show up who thought they were coming for a consensual sexual encounter, not unlike this particular case. And in fact, they were there to serve a different purpose, to be set up as a victim, as a utility or a tool in that particular investigation.
So in that particular investigation, was that from the prosecution side or the defense side?
That's when I was a criminal investigator, federal agent for the Department of Justice.
Okay. Now, in terms of your investigative experience, even beyond digital forensics, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what kind of experience and what kind of responsibility you had while being a federal investigator?
Well, in addition to the digital forensics, again, 7 years with the DEA, it was drug law enforcement. Pretty straightforward. What you'd expect, I guess, between the street level version of it, domestically, always working our way up towards the source, back to the cartel sources, and usually overseas. But through that, I gained experience with interviewing witnesses, interrogation of subjects, obviously arrest tactics and things along those lines. But there was also a strong money laundering component involved with that. There was surveillance skills were heavily employed during my time with DEA. I did a lot of undercover work with DEA. At the DOJ OIG, the Department of Justice Office, the Inspector General, we were the watchdog for the Department of Justice. So we investigated both administrative and criminal waste, fraud, abuse type misconduct that occurred within the Department of Justice, that is, employees of the Department of Justice, or also from external actors affecting the business of the Department of Justice. And through that, we did a fair amount of investigations, to the extent that makes sense. There was a number of high-profile investigations. Fast and Furious might be one of those, where our investigation was aimed at the investigation or the operation conducted by the ATF in that particular instance. And we would often find we would make assessments, recommendations, and even punishment recommendations for employees that acted either out of malice, ignored or abused policy, whether they engaged in misconduct inadvertently or maliciously. Those were the type of findings we would have. So if we found that an investigator failed to adhere to a policy, we might have a finding. If we find an investigator lied to us, or in an investigation, somebody within the purview lied to us, we would find they lacked candor. So we, our reports, our investigations resulted in terminations of employees. Sometimes they were.
Judge, at this point in time, I think we've launched into a narrative that is not responsive to the question, nor is it relevant.
All right, if you want to ask the next question.
Well,
Continue on that.
it was a question about your investigative background, so please continue.
Yeah, so that was the gist of what we did. So it's pretty broad spectrum of investigative experience. That added component from the OIG of having the investigative oversight and being the watchdog to include over investigations and other police officers, other federal agents, other prosecutors, was a nuanced twist, I suppose, in my experience there. In addition, there was the more traditional, straightforward investigations we conducted, to include everything from white collar, bribery, catfishing, international money laundering, conspiracies, and
I can't believe that he just did that. And I can't believe Judge Penny let him. He just overruled the judge's sustain. I think that catfishing also applies, and I think more people probably do this than not, like on a dating app where you might lie about your age or lie about your height or something like that. I think that's a form of catfishing too. It's not illegal catfishing. It's not like, a scam catfish, but I think it's still a form of catfishing. I'm very surprised that she didn't say anything. Very, very surprised.
and the normal type of white collar crime.
And in terms of your investigating the investigation, you were actually dealing with law enforcement people who came.
Objection leading.
All right.
Explain what you did in terms of the investigation of the investigations.
Sure. DOJ is huge, the biggest law firm in the world, as we like to say. DOJ includes the FBI, the DEA, the ATF, U.S. Marshal Service, Bureau of Prisons, U.S. Attorney's Offices, Interpol, and about 40 other smaller components, tax division, civil rights division. So we're a massive agency far and wide. So we were made up of federal agents, FBI, DEA, ATF, and the Marshals. but we were also made up of attorneys. We're made up of auditors. We're made up of all sorts of employees. We had IT employees engaged in inappropriate network activity where they were reading other employees' emails improperly and illegally. So whenever somebody was accused of misconduct, whenever an allegation of misconduct came our way, we would take that on. So it can take all forms.
Now, going back to the digital forensics investigations, you indicated you were there for 11 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during that period of time, were you ever qualified as an expert in the court of law?
Yes, I have been.
Okay. How many times?
I say 3 or 4 at the federal level, and once since retirement here in the Commonwealth.
Okay. Your Honor, I move Mr. Litsky in as an expert in the fields of digital forensics and general investigation.
All right.
Judge, I'm not familiar with general investigation as an expert field, but certainly digital forensics we would accept.
I'll move in as for digital forensics expert.
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, you became involved with the Banfield case. What was the first thing that you did when you started reviewing evidence?
The first part of my evidentiary review focused on the digital forensics. I was provided with a rather large volume-wise hard drive, 8 terabytes, I believe.
And the digital forensics, and I guess, Your Honor, I would just state that the digital forensics that are the foundation have all been stipulated to in the stipulation document in terms of
In terms of the report or digital.
in terms of the data that was taken from the devices.
Yes, Your Honor, we have
Okay.
stipulated that the raw data pulled from the devices does not need to have a chain of custody or
Okay. So
foundation.
he can talk about the raw data from the
Correct.
devices. Okay.
Yes. And so, sir, what's the first step in your analysis of digital forensics when you get involved in the case?
Well, in this particular case, it was atypical because I didn't have to perform any of the acquisition phase of it. Detective Miller had already performed all of the digital forensic acquisition. So what I was provided was generally the derivative elements of his work, which allowed me to just jump right in and review the various artifacts. When I'm performing a digital forensic exam that's derivative of somebody else's work, I make it a point not to review their findings. The reason being, digital forensics is somewhat analogous to solving a big math problem. So to perform it accurately, or at least the way I like to perform it accurately, I like to do the work myself, see what answer I come up with before I see the answers of somebody else's work. Digital forensics is a science such that we're all trained similarly. We all take the same training. We all operate the same way. If we perform our actions as we should under the guise of best practices, we should do the same thing, each one of us, and come up with the same results. Digital forensics is repeatable. Digital forensics, it should be, it's binary. The data is the data. It's not subject to interpretation. It's not subjective. So what you see is what you get. There are nuances in understanding it and what it means. Assigning attribution is a different phase of it, but and we'll eventually get past this boring stuff and see some of it. It does reveal what's going on behind the screen, typically on either a phone or a computer.
Now, in terms of the digital forensics in this case, how do you arrive at certain conclusions?
So digital forensics, like most of the forensics, and we've heard a fair amount here so far in this trial, it's supportive. It can be informative. You can draw certain conclusions, but they're based upon the results of the digital forensic analysis and its impact on other items of evidence or other items of investigative nature. And what I mean by that is, for example, if somebody says, if we're investigating a crime that took place in Boston, and somebody says, I have an alibi, I was in Miami, and I look at their phone and there are artifacts that reveal location information in Miami, that is an informative piece that says this individual, based on their phone, might have been in Miami at the time. Now, phones can travel without, or traveling with them. So was the phone there? Was the person there with the phone? So that's a lead. That's a pointer. The follow-up to that would be, okay, do we have airline records? Do we have video surveillance from an airport? Do we have video surveillance from a hotel in Miami? Do we have credit card transactions from a restaurant in Miami? Other indicia of location. So digital forensics is informative. I guess if there's enough digital forensic pointers that can, I think pass a test, then it can be conclusory as well, and we can draw conclusions from it.
And in your example of something in Miami, when you arrive at a certain number of artifacts that say the person's in Miami, is that it?
It can be. That's probably a bad example in terms of being conclusory. If somebody says, there's no pictures of a red sports car on my phone, and I find 100 pictures of Ferraris that are red, that's conclusory to say that the witness information or the interview subject information that they provided to the investigator, whether it was me or somebody else, is clearly wrong. Now, that doesn't get to whether they misremembered, whether those photos are old, whether they were taken by somebody else. So there's still an attribution aspect, but it can be conclusory or informative in that regard.
Okay. Now, in the context of this case, what were you trying to determine based upon the theory of the Commonwealth in this case?
So this case, I have the luxury of coming in at after things had developed. The theory had already been assigned. Catfishing was already Mr. Banfield had been charged already and indicted under a catfishing theory when I was brought in. So that was my immediate focus. So confirm or refute that theory. As an investigator, whether I'm in my law enforcement capacity or now my private capacity, the facts don't change. The facts are the facts. Facts don't take sides. The truth doesn't take a side. So for me, just because I'm hired or asked to investigate one particular theory, it doesn't mean.
Judge, I would object at this time. This is non-responsive.
All right, I'll sustain as non-responsive.
Okay.
Your next question.
Sir, in terms of what you did when you started this investigation into Christine Banfield's devices, what did you do?
So I started evaluating the devices, but at the same time, I reviewed other evidence that was available to me provided in the discovery. That would include witness interviews. That would include subject or co-defendant interviews. That would include social media type event like email, Instagram, Facebook, things of that, WhatsApp. So it's not all a device centric. It can be evidence provided by a service provider like Google or Apple. I reviewed all the photos from the crime scenes, the autopsies, the digital, the forensic science and Office of Medical Examiner. I reviewed all of the facts available to me. The best way to perform what I do is through all sources.
Judge, objection, non-responsive.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. So in terms of the items that you were just telling the jury that you review, did there come a time where you were reviewing and were able to arrive at conclusions?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And specifically, what date range or what period of time were you looking at?
So the window of time was from January 9th, 2023, specifically with regard to the catfishing, was from January 9th, 2023, obviously through the time of the event on February 24th, 2023. It did extend back a little bit further. For example, the discussion about the windows, that dated back prior to January 9th. There was witness testimony or subject interview transcript information about planning that predated January 9th. So I don't just look at a time for digital forensics. It's important to look backwards for a certain relevant period to ensure that
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustain the objection.
Why would you look backward in a digital forensic analysis?
A single artifact, as we refer to them in digital forensics, it may not be informative, right? A single text message on this day may lack the context, but the 50 prior exchanges might help that context, right? That's relatable, and the communication after that might also help inform. So it's important to look backwards. It's also important to look forwards in digital forensics. And when we're talking about, in this case, the allegation of conspiracy that lasted a period of months, I find from an investigative perspective that it's important to look at everything. Digital forensics, like any, I think, informative piece of evidence.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustain the
In
objection.
the context of certain behaviors that come up through the investigative process, like, for example, when someone may have had their phone in their laptop and when someone would have been away from that, are those things that you look at?
Especially for events like that, what was happening immediately before the event is vital in determining attribution or who might have been performing what activity on a device.
Or saying in another way, would there be
Objection, leading.
I haven't heard the question yet.
what would you do if there was a pattern of time that needed to be analyzed, or a time of day, or a certain day? How would you go about doing that?
Well, with the digital forensic tools that we have, the software that we have, we're able to visualize things in a timeline fashion. So I'm able to look at, or folks in my profession are able to look at what happened, both what the user was doing and what the system was registering, the computer system. So we're able to generally create a granular timeline that helps inform a decision or conclusion about whether a device might have been removed, from one person and used by another.
Okay, now can you see the document that's on your screen?
I see Detective Miller's executive summary.
Yes.
Yes,
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
I have.
Can that be published to the jury?
It was not admitted into evidence.
Okay, I'd move it into evidence. as
Objection,
Exhibit
Judge, it's a
85.
hearsay document at this time.
I'll sustain the objection at this time.
Detective Miller testified to it.
If you want to approach.
Police documents are hearsay. That's why they can look at their report to refresh their memory, but they can't read from their report because it's an out of
So I sustain the
court
objection.
statement when they write it.
Mr. Litsky, I'm going to go to, sorry. Can you see something on your screen there, sir?
I can.
Okay. There's evidence in this case regarding window replacement that was communicated by Juliana Perez Magalhaes. Do you remember that?
I do.
Did you do a digital examination? Did you do a digital examination as to the allegations that she made with regard to window replacement?
I performed searches relating to that particular topic. I'm able to perform keyword searches as one of the search criteria. So I did perform searches related to that particular part of testimony, yes.
Okay, and was this part of the information that you'd received from our discovery and the data that came from the devices?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to have you look at the document that's on your screen. Can you, Your Honor, I'd identify this as Exhibit 86.
All right.
Can you look at Defense Exhibit 86 and explain what we're looking at here?
Judge, I'm going to object to any statements regarding what's contained in the document.
Are you moving it into evidence, Mr. Carroll?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Yes, I would object to foundation. We have not been given any information about.
Sustain as to foundation, if you want to lay foundation.
Sir, how did you find these documents and what processes did you use in order to find this information?
So based on the derivative evidence provided to me in discovery on this case, I analyzed this particular one. This came from Ms. Banfield's cell phone.
Judge, I'm going to object to that conclusion. Again, there's been no foundation laid, and we can approach and I can explain further.
There you want to approach.
Sir, what was the raw data that you used in order to get this, and what system did you use to arrive at this?
This was from an Axiom portable case created by Detective Miller. An Axiom portable case is a derivative product from Magnet Axiom for digital forensic software, which performs mobile and computer device review or facilitates mobile and computer device review and cloud review and all things digital. So the software is baked in. It's an executable program that comes from the main Magnet program. So Magnet permits digital forensic examiners, in this case Detective Miller, to create a derivative subset of his work that is able to be open on any Windows computer. So you don't need to have a software platform. It is a software platform.
And if you can tell the ladies and gentlemen, the juror, or Your Honor, we move that in as comes, or defense
If we could
exhibit.
approach, please.
Apple, Facebook, and Instagram, FetLife, and others, Discord. For the computer and mobile devices, I was not provided the raw data. I was provided the derivative work, the portable cases, the Celebrate readers, which to my understanding, is the complete device. Nothing is filtered out, but I wouldn't characterize it as raw data.
Your Honor, may I just request a 10-minute recess?
We want to do our afternoon recess? We can do that?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And we will get right back to you. Again, don't do any outside research and don't talk to anybody, okay?
Yeah. Correct.
All right, sir, since you are in the middle of your testimony, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody to include the defense at this point, okay?
Of course, thank you.
All right, we'll be back at 3:15.
All right.
I guess she scolds them when they come back.
All right, ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am?
Oh, yes, not. Unless I missed it. Did I miss it? Judy, you better not be promising things you can't deliver.
All right, ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am?
I want to see some discipline. Especially what he overruled her sustain. Her substain. Grounds. Is that lawful law?
All right, see, your next question?
Judge, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Litsky.
All right.
I would ask to recall him at a later time.
Okay, well, cross-examination?
Not at this time, Your Honor, no, thank you.
Okay, all right. Sir, since you are subject to recall, do not discuss your testimony with anybody, and you may be recalled, okay? But you can have a seat. Thank you.
All right, call Detective Miller.
Detective Miller, again. He was just sworn. Yeah, he just, perfect. He's already been sworn. All right, Detective, just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay, sir? All right, thank you.
Detective, can you see the document that you had created? Digital forensic summary. And when you obtained the data in doing your forensic analysis, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do.
Make sure the green button's on there.
Okay, I think it's on there. In obtaining data from a device, the first thing we do is stabilize it, and that method depends on whether it's a mobile device or a computer, whether the device is on or off. So an example of a computer, what I would do is the device, if it's already come to me in a powered off state, I would remove the hard drive, connect it to a forensic machine with a write blocker. A write blocker is a device that prevents writing to that evidence device. Therefore, no bits are changed. So no zeros, no ones, nothing gets altered. And then I take what's called a forensic image of that, and create an evidence file from that, which is then loaded into another forensic tool that will parse that data and create it into a readable format for me as the examiner or anybody else to read down the road.
And would you draw your conclusions that are the conclusions that are on this digital forensics executive summary after doing that through different artifacts?
Yes, I would draw any conclusions off of data that had been obtained from a device.
Okay, and what you just described to the jury is what went into this document, the digital forensic executive summary.
Everything that was used to compile that came from data that had been extracted from the digital devices.
Okay, and specifically relating, and I'm referencing this document, January 9th, that was an important day in terms of who was using devices.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
All right.
What's the significance
I'll
of
state
January?
objection. Go ahead.
Yes, what's the significance of January 9th, 2023 in this investigation?
That was a date that a Gmail account was created.
Okay, and in your investigation, were you able to determine who created that account?
Who in particular?
Yes. Were you able to investigate using your tools to determine artifacts such as such as other lifestyle type matters as to who was home, who could have been there, things like that?
Judge, objection is to form.
If you want to state that question again.
What are the things that, so when you're honing in on who was using a device, what things do you look at?
I would look at a variety of things. Pattern of life would be a term that would be used, but you would explore all that the data has to offer and see if there's enough artifacts there to support or provide enough information as to who may have been using that device. But barring external corroboration, it's impossible to put somebody behind a screen.
Now, in terms of, reaching conclusions in digital forensics, you have to make determinations based on a number of factors, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do to arrive at the conclusion that
Objection, leading.
on January 9th,
Sir, sustained as to leading.
what, if anything, did you take into consideration in arriving at your conclusion on January 9th, 2023?
For that particular date,
Yes.
I took into account all the information I had at that time as to what was the more likely scenario based on what I had at the time.
Okay. And what was your determination based upon this particular executive summary?
That based on what I had at the time, it indicated that the device owner was using the device.
Okay. Now, you've put in this summary January 17th. Is that a significant date?
Yes.
Okay. What's the significance of that date?
That was another date that an account was created.
And was that the FetLife account?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the relationship, if any, between the Gmail account that was created on January 9th and the FetLife account that was created on January 17th?
The Gmail account that had been created on January 9th was the email account that was used in the creation of the FetLife account.
Okay. And were you able to determine through your expertise who had control of the device, Christine's devices on that day?
I was able to determine that it was her phone involved in creating that device, or sorry, I was able to determine that it was her phone used in the creation of that account based on a variety of returns.
And did you make any conclusions at that time that she had not given up her devices?
I had nothing indicating loss of dominion and control at that time.
Okay, and that's what your finding was as per that particular day, correct?
Yes,
Has that changed?
yes.
When did that change?
A co-defendant admitted to using the devices.
Okay. Has it digitally, in terms of digital forensic artifacts, has that changed?
No, the zeros and ones did not change.
Okay, so, and zeros and ones, that's binary, right?
Yes,
So your conclusions based on zeros and ones are still the same?
yes,
The only additional factor is the co-defendant adopted a different story.
I was provided additional information that had to be taken into account, yes.
Okay, meaning she told the story that she told the other day here.
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other conclusive digital artifacts that were different in the creation of this report other than the co-defendant testifying differently?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
It wasn't a very artfully worded question. Were there any, so we were just talking about digital analysis, the ones and zeros, right?
Mhm.
And that's the thing that you oftentimes work with, correct?
Yes,
And what your testimony was is that the co-defendant's testimony was the thing that changed relating to the January 17th that we were just talking about.
yes, context is important.
Okay, and was there something other than her accepting, other than her telling the story that she told that day, was there anything about the traditional digital forensics that you had analyzed that had changed?
Not that I recall.
Okay, and that was January 17th, correct? Or was it the entire report?
I was speaking to it as an aggregate.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to be part of the questioning of Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
No, I was not part of that.
Okay. Were there items within that interview that was in conflict of your findings in digital forensics?
Objection, foundation.
Are you only a foundation?
Okay. You heard the testimony, correct?
Yes,
And I'm speaking of the first time she told the story on October 25th, 2024. You heard those interviews, correct?
yes.
And so my question is, did you see conflict? What, if any, conflict did you see with your digital forensics findings and her statements on that day?
Nothing is immediately coming to mind.
Okay. Would you have seen her video where she's talking about, where Eric Klingen is asking if anybody was on FetLife on a certain day?
Yes, I've seen that.
And your knowledge of digital forensics, you knew why he was asking that. correct?
Objection, leading.
All right, I'll sustain as the leading.
Did you, in fact, did you have any idea why he asked that question?
I can't speak to why people choose to ask the questions they do in an interview.
In terms of your digital forensics findings, though, did it make sense why he asked that question?
I think it would be relevant information.
Okay. And she didn't answer it correctly, correct?
Objection, leading.
Sustain as the leading.
What, if anything, did she,
I'm trying, Your
Let's try that
Honor,
question.
I'm trying.
After you heard that she had recanted and told this story, did you see an opportunity to be involved in the questioning of her?
I think I know what you mean by that. I would have liked to have been involved, but I was not involved in questioning her.
Okay. looking back on the interview, if you had been involved, could you have assisted them?
I believe so.
Okay, and who were the people that were in the interview room?
Um,
Objection Foundation?
But if you want to have a foundation, if he
Okay,
knows.
there were, when she was interviewed, there were a number of detectives in there, correct?
I believe so.
Do you know any of the detectives that were in there?
Yes.
Okay, and did you have an opportunity to talk to them about your ability to assist them in her story?
Prior to that?
Yes.
No, I did not have an
Were
opportunity.
you aware that she was doing that? prior to
No.
her story?
I was not aware until after it had already taken place.
Okay, so they didn't utilize, and were you the digital expert for this case at that time?
Yes.
Okay, so what, if anything, did they do to get information from you to make it a more accurate questioning of Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
I wasn't able to provide them anything because I didn't know what was happening.
Okay, and no one told you that?
Correct.
Okay. The digital forensics. No, so you were transferred, correct?
Yes.
When did that occur?
Roughly a year ago.
Okay, okay, and what you're doing now is a different form of digital forensics?
Objection asked and answered?
Overruled, allowed since.
I'm using the same skill sets, yes.
Okay, but you don't get involved in cases like this anymore in digital forensics?
No.
When you were still within digital forensics, were you ever asked to change your executive summary that we've looked at?
To change it,
Yes.
I was asked to review it in light of the proffer.
Okay. Were you ever asked to go line by line and fix the conclusions?
Objection leading?
What, if anything, were you ever asked regarding your digital forensics executive summary?
To review it in light of the proffer and ensure I could explain what I had put in that executive summary.
And did you do that?
I reviewed it.
Okay. Was there a change in this document based upon that review?
Like I said, the zeros and ones did not change.
Okay. Is that why you were transferred?
I can't speak to the exact motives behind a transfer.
So, okay. So you were never told why you were transferred?
There was a discussion about the transfer, yes.
Was it related to your executive summary?
It was related to my work in the Banfield case.
Okay. And your work in the Banfield case, is it fair to say that it was,
Objection leading?
was there any other work in the Banfield case other than digital forensics for you?
For me, no.
Okay. So let's go through that document if we can. Can you still see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Looking at the January 18th to until February 23rd discussions in your report. Do you stand by those same conclusions in those bullet points?
As far as the activity of the devices, yes.
Okay, and the ones and the zeros?
Yes.
And so the only thing that changes that section, and I can keep scrolling if you need to see it, is the fact that
Judge, I'm sorry, can counsel explain where specifically in the document he's referencing?
the section of January 18th until February 23rd, 2023. Should be on the screen. I scrolled up to it.
Judge, I see a section titled 1219 to 224.
At the very top of the screen, he has the dates.
I see, thank you.
I was just trying to include that whole
That's
section.
fine. I think she was just looking on her laptop too.
Okay, okay. is there anything of the ones and zeros, the binary language, that's changed in that portion of this summary?
No, the data extractions remain the same.
Okay. So the only change is that the co-defendant gave a different story.
Additional evidence came to light, yes.
Is that the additional evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the section that says February 18th, 2023?
Yes.
It says starting at 22:44 hours, Christine utilized her
Judge, I'm going to
CB.
object to reading from the document. He can question the
All
witness.
right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, do you, that statement that I was just starting to read, is that still the same?
As far as what the device was doing or the account was doing, yes.
Okay. And the only change that would change that would be that Juliana Perez Magalhaes changed her story.
Yes.
Okay. Let's look at February 19th, 2023. Have you read those 3 bullet points?
Yes.
Okay. And same question. Is there anything that has changed regarding the ones and zeros, as we talked about, in that section?
No, the data remains the same.
Data remains the same. And have you ever heard the term digital forensics don't lie, people lie?
I've heard it.
Have you ever heard it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, talking about February 19th, the only thing that's changed is Juliana Perez Magalhaes has changed her story, correct?
Yes, the data remains the same.
Data remains the same. (219) to 2023, February 19th, until February 24th, 2023. This references Telegram communications. Do those items remain the same?
Yes, the data did not change.
Okay, so I don't want to put words in your mouth, but pretty much everything is the data hasn't changed, correct?
Correct. Context did.
Context, and the context is in the form of recantation of Juliana Perez Magalhaes.
Yes.
Okay. And your conclusion? Same thing?
Yes, sir, the data still hasn't changed.
Okay, and that hasn't changed except for the recant of Juliana Perez Magalhaes.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So you were asked by the person that transferred you to go line by line and change your...
Objection calls for hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection if you want to rephrase.
Who were you asked to change your executive summary by?
Again, I don't believe I was asked to change it. I was asked to review it in light of the proffer.
Okay, and so when you reviewed it in light of the proffer, was there ever another executive summary created after that?
No, I did not create another document.
Okay, so you just reviewed it as you were asked to do,
Correct.
but there's no actual executive summary like you did in this situation.
Correct. I did not create another document.
Other than listening to the interviews that Juliana Perez Magalhaes gave, did you ever deal with her directly
No, only when I got her phone from her when she was arrested.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you were never in a position to challenge any of the things she said?
I conducted no interviews with her. That's correct.
Were you able to observe whether she was ever challenged on any of the things she said?
Only with the interviews that have been recorded.
Okay. And do you believe that she was challenged on what she was said?
Objection. I'm not sure that that is relevant. His belief.
I'll overrule its relevance.
I'm sorry, could you ask the question again?
Do you believe she was challenged in those interviews?
I think that's a relative term. I can't speak to what the person asking the questions was thinking at the time.
Let me see if I can get us to a point where we're understanding each other. As an investigator, if you think that something may not be right, whether it's based on digital forensics or anything, you challenge them, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And that's what you would do if you were in a situation where you were interviewing based upon your work, correct?
my questions would have likely been different, but I can't speak to why somebody would ask what they would ask in an interview they're conducting.
So if somebody says something, generally, if somebody says something that's wrong, you don't challenge them?
I think I would.
Okay. In watching those interviews, were they ever challenged? Was she ever challenged?
I-
Judge, objection calls for speculation. Again, he's testified already that he doesn't know what was in their minds when they're asking questions.
Speculation.
Well, I'm asking him about his review of the videos. It's not, it's essentially, it's his,
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead. If you can answer.
Yeah, re-ask the question, sir, please.
watching the interviews of her recant. You weren't there, correct?
Yes, I was not there.
Did you think that she was challenged when she gave the story that she gave?
It appeared to be more of a free-form interview. I did not see direct confrontation on things in that interview.
Okay. And when you say free form, you mean she was just able to tell what she wanted to?
Well, they were going through the details.
Okay. So she was asked about a detail and then she was able to give a story?
Yeah, pretty much it was a question and answer format.
Okay. And I guess my question is, I use the term challenge. Were there people questioning what she was saying?
In light of,
Any of the topics?
I don't remember anything specifically.
Okay. What were your conclusions in your executive summary that you wrote before her recant?
That based on the digital evidence I had at the time and the facts known at the time, it indicated that the device owner was responsible for the activity on the device.
And that device owner?
Brendan Banfield.
I have no further questions. Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
You may just put this down, or do you need it? You may take it away.
Or just.
Don't whisper.
Good afternoon, Detective Miller.
Afternoon.
All right, so you stated barring external corroboration, it's impossible to put someone behind a screen. Isn't that correct?
There needs to be corroboration of some sort, yes.
All right, and in this case, when you dug into Christine's phone, Christine's laptop, the information that you received from the external sources, Google, Apple, were you able to put someone concretely behind the screen?
At times, yes.
But throughout the context of all of the conversations that you saw occurring, the activity that you saw occurring on Christine's phone, could you conclusively opine as to who was behind the screen?
No.
Okay. And when you wrote this report that Mr. Carroll has referenced, you used the phrasing, Christine did this, Christine did that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after additional information and further investigation, you would have changed that to Christine's phone or Christine's laptop. Is that correct?
Correct.
Because again, you can't put someone behind the screen in this case, can you?
Not for everything, correct.
Okay. The evidence itself did not change, correct?
Correct. The data did not change.
You did not change the evidence, correct?
No, I did not change the evidence.
You reviewed how many terabytes of data in this case?
A lot.
A lot. Okay. And in all of that, there was no ability to reach a conclusion that one person was always operating on FetLife, was always operating on Christine's phone when interacting with the Google account that was created to manipulate the FetLife account. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. There are no artifacts contrary to Juliana Perez Magalhaes' statements regarding the creation of the account, are there?
Not that are coming to mind, no.
And the only changes that you would have made here is, again, to clarify that there are points at which you cannot tell who is operating the device.
It's casual day in court
Yes,
and
I would have clarified. It's very difficult to speak about devices constantly saying this person's device, that person's device. I did it with Joseph Ryan's devices, Brendan Banfield's devices, Juliana's devices all throughout. I just called it the person who owned the device using.
All right, so in this case, got louder. The digital forensics may not lie, but they didn't provide us with any conclusive evidence of who was operating Christine's phone when the Google account used in conjunction with the FetLife account was created.
Correct.
Okay. You were also asked about your review of Juliana Perez Magalhaes' original proffer that occurred on October 25th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was another interview with Juliana that occurred in February?
Yes.
Okay. And did you receive information from watching the October proffer about what was going on in the room between the detectives and the attorneys that were present? Did anyone show you the notes that were passed? Have you had the opportunity to talk to those individuals about what they might have whispered about when they stepped out of the room?
I did not discuss that with anybody.
Okay, so you have no idea what, if anything, went into the questions that she was asked and whether or not there was effort made to confirm that her story had additional corroboration, do you?
Correct.
Judge, I don't believe I have any other questions.
right.
Thank you so much.
Redirect.
Sir, do you know why you as the
Wait
expert,
till you use the microphone, please.
do you know why you as the expert in digital forensics was not called in the Commonwealth's case?
I don't.
Were you ever told anything about that?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
I just know that they were not advertising it, that they were having the proffer at that time. I found out afterwards it had already taken place.
No, I'm talking about for the trial, for this trial.
I'm sorry, ask your question again then?
So it started with, do you know why you weren't called when you were the expert in digital forensics for this case?
Again, I can't speak to somebody's motivation for not including me.
Okay. It's not a hard question to say when you're not watching someone on a device to say digital forensics can't conclusively determine who it is behind the device, correct?
Can you ask it again, please, sir?
Sure.
he wasn't.
It's not a hard question
Use it.
to ask someone like yourself, you don't know 100% who's behind that device. Isn't that correct?
Objection leading.
I'll sustain as the leading if you want to ask.
Is there,
How long ago was this student law?
what is the likelihood of being able to say someone is using their device with 100% certainty without seeing the person?
Well, that's difficult to do.
Okay. And that's one of the reasons why digital forensics is a valuable tool, correct?
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Oh, overruled, if you can answer.
Yes.
And it's because of, well, the factors that you've described for
He
the ladies
is
and gentlemen of the jury.
objecting too much.
That's how
It's
you
going to backfire on
Arrive
her.
at conclusions, correct?
Yes.
But they're not, how many times that you've arrived at successful conclusions where you were 100% certain the person who was behind the device?
I would say only in circumstances where somebody admitted that they were using the device.
Okay. Or you had a camera on them or something like that?
Correct, some kind of corroborative factor.
Do you have any idea why you were excluded from any of these meetings regarding the Juliana's recant?
I can't speak to people's motives to not including me.
Okay. Was there anyone else who was covering the digital forensics arena in your stead
In general or for a meeting in particular?
for this case?
No, I was pretty much the one who did the analysis.
So you were the expert.
Yes,
And who would rely upon your expertise in the ongoing investigation?
the lead detectives.
Okay, and are you talking about Detective Bryant
Yes,
and Detective Goodell?
yes.
Okay, and what was the flow of information as you found digital forensics? Did you give it to them?
Yes, everything that I processed was ultimately provided directly to Kyle Bryant and other detectives involved in the case.
And did you ever, so I'm asking in the context of like a math equation, did you ever show your work or did you just show your conclusions?
I went through the artifacts with the detectives.
Okay, and that would be Kyle Bryant
Yes,
and Tom Goodell?
yes.
Any other detectives?
There were a lot of people in meetings.
Okay,
About
so
this
okay, so you're talking about meetings, but did you ever go in and just talk to them in a granular level as to why you arrived at the conclusions you arrived at?
Yes,
And how often would that happen?
there were multiple occasions that I got to a granular level.
Okay. What about the command staff? Did you ever get into the granular level with the command staff on the digital forensics?
There were multiple meetings where command staff was present and I outlined why I came to the conclusions I came to. But as far as sitting down and going over every artifact, no.
Okay. And would you have been invited to do that by the command staff?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I'll sustain that. Next
Were
question.
were you ever invited to come in and give the granular details, no matter who they were?
I don't recall providing granular details to command staff.
Okay. And granular, we're talking about to the nitty gritty, right? Just so we're using the same terms.
Judge, objection is to form. I'm not sure how nitty gritty is different from granular.
I'll sustain that objection.
How would you describe granular in the way we're talking about it?
Painstaking detail, like getting into why that artifact is the way it is, how it came to be there, going through that way. So some of them were down to that level, but not the entirety of the case, no.
Okay. And when you say some of, you're speaking to the people when you say some of them?
Yeah, there were different times throughout this investigation where I would sit down with various different people, and depending on what was desired, I would go through exactly how I arrived where I was. Some people wanted overview, some people wanted to see down to the detail.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your
All
Honor.
right, is this been subject to recall again, or?
Sure, why not?
Okay, so you're still subject to recall, detective, so just discuss your testimony with anybody, and you're still subject to the rule of witnesses, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're free for today, though, I think, now. Yes, sure. He's free for today, though, right? Yes. Okay, thank you.
Moment of silence.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we try the best intentions to get everything lined up as we can, but it appears that the defense at this point doesn't have any other witnesses that are available today. All right. So what I want to do with you is if tomorrow we can start at 9:30 and possibly go to 5:30 because I got to make up this hour because I'm chasing a snowstorm. Okay. So 9:30 to 5:30 tomorrow, if that's available for everybody, can we do that tomorrow, 9:30 to 5:30? And I know we had talked about no Fridays. Attorneys wanted me to float with you if you were available for this Friday. If you're not, that's fine, because I told you no Fridays. But if you get back there and you can let the deputy know if all of you are available for Friday, we could do testimony on Friday. Just this snowstorm is just, I'm trying to chase it. I really am. And I want to get as much in as I could before that occurs on Saturday night. So allegedly. So we will see, but you never know around here, but I just a little concerned about it. So if you just let the deputy know, and you don't know tonight, or you'll know by tomorrow whether or not Friday is an option, just let her know. And if it's not, I understand, because we had told you no Fridays. Okay. So anyway, but you're done for tonight.
Yeah. We risk the following week after February 6th.
No, we don't risk it. We are definitely ahead of schedule. We will have this case to you next week, depending on the snow. That's what I'm worried about, is if we get 12 inches of snow in this area, we might be out for 3 days next week, and we might not be back till Thursday or something like that. Hopefully not. Hopefully we can get the roads cleared and get you in here as quick as possible. It's my decision whether to close the courthouse, so believe me, I will be trying to get it done as we can, okay? But I just want to keep that in the ballpark, so that's why I'm trying to get the Fridays done, just in case, because I just don't know about next week, okay? But even if we come in Thursday next week, we will still be done by February 6th. I'm pretty confident in that, okay? All right, so have a good night. Don't talk to anybody about the case, and don't do any outside research, please. All right, thank you. Have a good night. All right, so we'll do 9:30 to 5:30 tomorrow. Are you working on jury instructions? Are we getting those done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so maybe even if they can't come in on Friday, maybe we can do jury instructions on Friday. Okay, figure it out. All right, thank you. See you tomorrow at 9:30.
All right.
Where is it? Courtroom.
Some of the evidentiary stuff we did yesterday, may we approach?
Okay, sure.
Morning, Officer Casanova.
Morning.
I'm just going to ask you a few questions, but the first question is I wanted you to identify the picture that's in front of you. Do you see a picture?
I have a blank screen.
Okay.
Now I have a picture.
Okay. Is there any way, based upon just that snapshot of your body cam video, as to whether this is your video?
I can't say for certain.
Okay, let me move forward. And just stop me if you see anything that makes it clear it's you.
This does appear to be my video. I recognize my watch.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to go ahead and play this video.
You have to identify it.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor, that would be identified as Defense Exhibit 86, I believe.
I have an 86.
87.
87. Do you wish to have it in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we should approach.
Okay.
He doesn't even keep up with his evidence numbers. He doesn't enter things into evidence. He asks for things to be published before they're entered into evidence. He doesn't keep track of the numbers of evidence. He's not prepared. He hems and haws all the time. Where did he get this attorney? And half the time, I don't know where he's going with his questions. Like, seriously. And he asked for recesses in the middle of questioning a witness. I don't like the prosecution any better, though. And yeah, her objections are solid. They're getting sustained, but too much. It makes you look like you got something to hide. Or it makes the jury curious as to why you're objecting so much. And it also can call attention to things that you don't want the jury to pay attention to. I mean, yeah, I know I'm Monday morning quarterbacking it, but still, I've watched enough trials to know.
So 87 will be introduced into evidence without audio. Does this need,
And sir, can you,
I'm sorry, does this need to be under seal? I don't know what it has on it.
I don't believe it does, Judge.
Don't underseal if we can't hear it.
Correct.
Judge,
Then it'll just
I
be
hate
nothing.
taking the risk, but I do not believe that
Here.
Officer Casanova goes upstairs in the house. I believe that he remains on the first level.
Is that correct, Officer Casanova?
I never entered the house.
Never entered the house. Okay, so,
Judge, maybe
so
we just approach about one other thing that I might see on there.
Ugh. And unfortunately,
we're going to enter it without audio and we're going to make it under seal for the moment. Okay, thank you.
Sir, can you please state your name and
do
spell your name
know.
for the court reporter?
Sure, I'm Robert
Whether they
Casanova,
like the attorney or not
Casanova.
So,
And you've indicated that this is your video based on your watch.
Yes,
Okay, and we're going to watch this without sound.
Okay.
Okay, and from time to time, I might stop it and ask you a question.
okay, sir.
Thank you.
that's better than what you did yesterday. You just played it while the guy sat there. And he whimpers like I watched part of the body cam footage. I didn't get to all of it last night. He whimpers like a little baby. He's not crying. And I also don't like the way the doctor informed him of his wife's death. I have done many death notices in my career, and that's not how you do it. That was the coldest death notice I've ever heard from a health professional. your wife is I'm very sorry, sir. We did everything that we could, but your wife just didn't make it. That's how you do a death notice. I did his nose wrong. Gotta redo it. Why twins? It does kind of sound like an ultrasound, though, without the whoosh. There's a whooshing sound with an ultrasound. What'd you do with my red yarn stuff? I can't find it. Did you walk it somewhere? If he steps on a skein of yarn and it sticks to his nails get caught in it, he'll just keep walking and he'll walk my yarn to a different spot. Did you walk my red yarn somewhere? Because I can't find it, son. When Shadow was a kitten, she took a ball of yarn and it looked like, you know, those movies like Mission Impossible where they have the lasers going all over, like in museums and stuff, and they go in to steal stuff and they've got to dodge the lasers? It looked like that with pink yarn. I've got a picture of it somewhere. And Travis came in the room and he goes, she booby trapped the bedroom. I thought she was having fun. I just let her do it. I thought it was cute.
Sir, we pause for a second there. Is that you arriving at the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At 8:56?
If I can ask the court to clarify for the record, counsel referenced 8:56. That would be the marker on the video, not the time of day.
Right, the time of day actually says 8:14.
It was 8:56. I was showing the marker on the video,
Is
Judge.
the marker-
Reference for the officer.
Right, and the time on the video of the actual time would be 8:14. Okay.
Thank you.
I would fast forward it, but then he's going to stop it and ask questions, and I won't know when he's stopping it to ask questions.
Officer, at this point, as you're walking toward the house, were you given any direction as to what your duties were going to be at the scene?
Not at this point. I just asked Officer Batani, sitting on the sidewalk there, if he needed any help. And then I think that's Officer Hernandez, I asked him if he had crime scene tape, and he advised he was going to get it.
Okay. At this point, had you been given any instruction as to what you should do?
Yes, my supervisor had asked me to take over from, at the time, Sergeant in Training Bell.
Okay.
I would skip it, but if he's gonna stop it to ask questions. Oh, wait. Maybe I can by looking at the subtitle.
Yes.
Sir, is this the end of your contact with Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
I believe I check on her a couple times, but for the most part, yes.
Okay, in the car?
Yes. I'm not sure which cruiser she was in, but it was not mine.
Okay, you know that it wasn't you.
Yes.
What, other than checking on her, were you given any other duties while there?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Other than checking on her, which you testified to, were there any other duties that you began after she was in the car?
Yes, after a short while, I took over traffic control duties, restricting vehicle access to the roadway.
Your Honor, this is 2545. And that's, those are all my questions for this officer.
All right, so just to be clear, then you would just want 87 in evidence up to 2545, correct? All right, and that'll stay under seal then, okay. All right, thank you. Cross-examination? All right.
No
Is-
questions.
Is this witness subject to recall?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next witness?
Your Honor, may I just check with Detective
Sure.
Byerson? There's Sergeant Brian Ames.
Sergeant Ames?
that static was coming from the video, like whatever they were using to play the video, but it's not apparently. It's just the court sound. Ugh.
Please raise your hand. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Good morning, Sergeant Ames.
Good morning, sir.
And are you a sergeant?
I am.
Okay. Where are you currently? What's your current designation?
I'm in the IB, sir. Internal Affairs Bureau.
And during the period of time, February 24th, 2023 through the end of 2024, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to DFS in November 2024 to February 2025. Before that, I was a street supervisor.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to have you take a look at some exhibits. Here, and I'm going to use the
Okay.
overhead if I can.
It's fine, we'll switch over to that. You just have to hit the button on the top. Okay.
Sir, can you see that document?
I can, sir.
Let me just straighten it out. Are you familiar with that document?
Sure. Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm specifically looking at, and I'll just put my pen in there, at this particular area. Is that something that you authored?
I did, sir.
And so the sign out is Ames. That's you?
That is me.
And this is your title here.
Yes, sir.
Now, just what is it that you're doing here with regard to this communication?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the witness reading from the item. It hasn't been identified or offered in evidence.
I don't think the question was to read it.
No, it was not treated.
All right, I'll overrule objection at this point.
What were you doing? This appears to be an email thread. What were you doing?
Looking at the email, it looks like I received something from Lieutenant Chashio, and I was sending it out amongst the people who work for me. It looks like I CC'd my captain.
Judge, I am going to object. He's reading from the letter. If his recollection of this email is such that he can testify to its contents, then certainly.
So if you have foundation objection,
Yes,
sustain that objection.
And sir, this is an email that you authored and you sent on to your colleagues. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move this in as a Commonwealth's Exhibit number 88.
Any objection to that?
No.
Okay, 88 in evidence, and we can.
Now, I would
publish
just
it
like
to the
to
jury.
ask you another question. The people that you were saying you were writing to were people that were within your section. Is that correct?
It looks like I CC'd my commanders and two of the detectives that work for me.
Okay. And the two detectives are both named Brendan Miller?
Yes, sir.
And is one of those detectives the digital forensics analyst for this case?
Two detectives with the
Yes, sir.
same name?
Okay. And he's obviously in your section. And is this officer in your chain of command?
No, sir.
Okay. What?
Your Honor, counsel's making reference. He said this officer. I'm not sure who he's
If
speaking
you
about.
could.
I was just
reference-
pointing, yes. I won't point, sir. David Giacchio, it says Lieutenant David Giacchio.
He was not in my division.
Okay. And yet he's communicating you regarding, what is it he's communicating about?
An executive summary.
Okay. Is that Brendan Miller's executive summary? Do you recall?
I don't recall, but looking at this, I would have to say.
Judge, I'm going to object to any further answer. He does not recall.
No, overruled. You can finish answering. That's fine.
You can finish answering, you were saying, but looking at this.
It appears to be an executive summary.
Okay. Now, was there a particular executive summary that Brendan Miller completed that was at issue while you were there in cyber security?
There was no executive summary issued while I was there. I was only there for 4 months, sir.
Okay. Was there, were you aware of any disputes with the executive summary, either within your division or another division?
I know that executive summaries are written on every case.
How about this case? How much contact did you have with this case during your time there?
With this case, not very much contact at all, sir.
Okay, and so what we're seeing is the extent of your contact?
Pretty much, sir.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to take 87 off, and I'm going to have you look at,
Judge, I believe that was 88. Is that correct? He referenced 87.
Oh, sorry.
That was
Did I
88.
say-
You just did 88, yes.
okay, then that was 88 that I took off.
Right.
I'm going to identify what will be marked as Offense Exhibit 89. Can you see that email?
I can't.
Okay, and is that appear to be an email that you forwarded on?
It is.
Actually, you know what, I'll just let you tell me what it is.
It looks like Lieutenant Joshua forwarded a proffer to me,
Okay,
and then I forwarded on to my detectives and CC'd my supervisors.
okay, and you said a proffer, or are there two proffers there?
I don't know. Normally the system works where you get two different angles. I can't recall
Okay,
if that's one or two.
so you never examined those proffers?
No, I'm sure I clicked on them before a meeting, but I don't recall if it's two separate parts or if it's just two angles.
Okay, and where you sign off as Ames, that's you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Sergeant Brian Ames, all of the things relating to that were correct as of the time of this writing on
Yes, sir.
November 8th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
And you're CCing, I assume, superiors?
Chain of command, yes, sir.
Chain of command, okay. And Brendan Miller and Brendan Miller are the two people that this is directed to?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now they're in your chain of command. Would that be an order that you're providing them? Here, I move this in as Commonwealth's Exhibit 89,
Any objection?
No.
All right, 89 evidence.
if we can have that published.
I mean, yes, I guess since I'm their supervisor, if I send them that, I guess it could be perceived as a command, but that's not really the way it works. It's their detectives looking at a case.
Okay, so let me ask you a question about that. By saying their detectives looking at a case, you're saying you leave the detectives alone to do their thing?
I'm saying that I had 4 months there. I wasn't really caught up to speed on digital forensics. That's not my specialty. Like I hadn't been trained in that.
Okay, so you're a supervisor for the people that are trained and as experts. Okay, and as a sergeant in your chain of command, are you being ordered to do something by the lieutenant from homicide?
I think I'm being asked to look at this. Like this is the way information sharing would happen. Is we're not homicide detectives over in that squad. We're kind of we're a support unit over there. So that's how the information would come in.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, criminal investigation, cyber and forensics bureau is a support bureau for homicide?
Well, specifically to digital forensics is a support bureau for all the other bureaus when they have digital evidence.
Okay, and is it common for the lieutenants from other bureaus to communicate with you in this way, to have your detectives do things?
No, there's a lot of back and forth. Like when I was in that position, I kind of field the calls, send stuff up the chain of command, figure out what the detectives think are best for the case, stuff like that.
Okay, so you're going up the chain of command. Is it something related to the communications that you're receiving, or is that something that you would do with every communication?
Since I was a newer sergeant at the time, it was my understanding the expectation out of my command was to link them into pretty much everything that I was doing.
Okay, in the form of, in the immediate moment you received an email?
If I was doing ESRs, like they got them, if we had a case that was unusual, or if we had anything, like I said, I was a newer sergeant. It was my understanding the expectation on me was to forward stuff up my chain of command. That is correct.
Okay, so this is commonplace, what these emails show.
I would say at that point, when I was in DFS, me being newer, I looped them in on a lot of stuff.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I've moved 89.
89 is in evidence.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to have you look at what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 90. Do you recognize that? I know you send a million emails
Yeah,
a day,
I
but do
send it
you
all.
recognize this particular one?
Yes, this is my email, sir.
Okay, and this, and I'm pointing with my pen, appears to be you. That's the way you would sign off?
Yes.
And this would be all of the information that's accurate as to where you were working at the time?
Yes, sir.
And what about this up here? What was that? Do you have any idea?
I don't know without seeing it. I mean, based on the context here, it looks like it's a timeline from Lieutenant Joshua.
Okay.
Related to the proffer.
Do you know, and let me just call your attention to, and this is 89, correct?
That's 90.
90. Your Honor, I moved this in as Exhibit 90.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
90 in evidence and published?
Sir, I'm going to put 89 there next to it.
Okay, not published? 89. Oh, you put 89, okay.
I didn't ask you about, with regard to 89. Do you know what that is?
I mean, given the context of this, it appears that it's a timeline related to this case.
Okay. And I'm going to have you look back at 88. Do you know what the attachment was on 88? And when I say, do you know, I'm asking, did you open it or did you look at it or anything like that?
I mean, I'm sure I looked at it, but if you're asking me right now if I know what that is exactly, all I can say is I can assume that it's an executive summary that has to do with this case.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, on 88, you've added Brendan Miller's, I guess, B1 and B3, they're called?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On 89, you added Brendan Miller, and then CC'd your command staff?
Yes.
And on 90, I don't see Brendan Miller. Would that have been forwarded to them, or is this just specifically for your command staff?
That's just for my command staff.
Okay. And so there wouldn't be an additional email to show what you sent to Brendan Miller and Brendan Miller?
I don't believe so, given the context of this. I don't believe I forwarded that, but I don't know.
This appears to be dated November 7th, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And let me go back to 89. This was dated November 8th, 2024, correct?
Yes, sir.
And number 88 is dated November 8th, 2024 as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to Sir, Do you see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and same questions. Is this how you sign out?
It is, sir.
Okay, and this information is all correct?
No, that is, maybe I didn't change my, signature line at that point.
Okay.
I don't know exactly when my first day was up there,
Okay.
but that was my previous position.
Okay, and that's your email, correct? You authored that email?
It is.
Okay. And in this, just to point out a few things, November 8th, 2024, and it's to your command staff, not to Brendan Miller and Brendan Miller. And there's an attachment, and that's the same, appears to be the same attachment as number 88. Is that I can show you 88 again if you'd like.
I mean, it appears the same, but I couldn't tell you what it is.
And this email is from Lieutenant.
I'm gonna object to the leading.
Who's this email from?
I object to leading, and I object to the continued characterization of the items in the email that the witness has indicated he does not recognize and cannot tell the court or the jury what they are.
I understand. As to leading, I'll sustain leading.
Who's this email from?
Appears to be Lieutenant Joshua, sir.
Okay, and nothing's changed about his position or your position since we looked at 88, 89, 90.
I'm not sure why my title line is like that. I don't know. I believe at this point I'm in DFS, given the fact that I'm writing emails to that chain of command. I don't know why my subject line is different.
That's fine, as long as you can identify that as your email.
That is my email.
Your Honor, I'd move this in as Defendant's Exhibit 91.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, I'd object to contain statements made by a party not testifying or be hearsay.
All right.
Your
I
Honor,
assume that's a hearsay objection.
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would just identify that for now.
You just identify, you don't want to put it in evidence?
I won't put it in evidence. I'll put it in evidence when I call the next.
Okay, so 91 is not in evidence. Okay.
Oh,
Next
so we
question.
can't call the other person that's in the email. What is this email about? I don't get any
Now, Sergeant Ames,
of anything the man
in
ever
your
said.
training as an investigator,
He's just asking random questions, in my opinion. I can't connect.
are you the type of investigator that follows the evidence? Or are you the type of investigator that follows a theory before the evidence is developed?
Me as an investigator, I go with the evidence.
Question.
As an investigator, when you question individuals that may be suspected of a crime, do you let them just tell you the story without challenge?
Objection is to leading.
All right, stay as leading if you want.
What, if anything, do you do when you question a suspect in terms of their story?
I have a conversation with them, sir.
Okay. And if the conversation isn't consistent with the evidence that you have, how do you handle that?
If I have the opportunity, I clarify it.
Okay. And in clarifying, what is it exactly that you're doing when you have a dispute with, or a conflict with what you know versus what the person's saying?
Can you ask that again, sir?
When you have a situation as an investigator that you're trained to be, and the facts as you know them are different than what the person is saying to you in the story or whatever conversation you're having, how do you handle that?
If I have the opportunity, I follow up and ask questions that I need to know the answers to.
Okay. And would there be any reason that you wouldn't have the opportunity if you're talking to them?
No, defendants, if you're talking about a suspect of a crime, they don't have to tell you. You can ask the questions, they don't have to tell you if that's what you're asking.
Well, I'm just asking, say, let's assume that
Question.
nobody's claiming the Fifth Amendment. There's just a statement based upon what the evidence you know. What I'm trying to get at is how do you get to the evidence to determine if what you know is correct through the person that you suspect is the criminal?
If you're asking what I do, I generally ask questions till I understand.
Okay. And in terms of the types of questions, How do you do that, or how were you trained to do that?
Judge, I'd object. It's irrelevant at this point. I'm not sure where we're going with this witness.
I think it's relevant to the investigations that would go on in any case, in any criminal case.
I'll sustain the objection as to relevance to this case.
In that situation that we were just talking about, would you challenge an individual or not challenge an individual?
Same objection, Judge, relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, I'll move on, Judge.
You're gonna call every last one of them? The question
You've
you haven't asked,
seen
why were you trained?
Defense Exhibit 88, 89, 90 have been moved into evidence.
Yes.
91 has been identified by you, sir.
Probably not allowed to have
Um,
that.
Were there any other additional communications, either telephone or meetings relating to the subject matter of these three exhibits that you know of?
This has been so long ago now, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, there quite possibly could be another email or text. I don't know.
Okay, I'm just asking if you know of something. I'm not asking for you to speculate.
I don't know.
During the time frame you were there, I think you said February 25 was when you left.
I believe it was February 25.
Okay. Had Brendan Miller, the digital forensics detective in this case, had he been transferred at that point?
I think he transferred either right before or right after I left.
Okay. Did you have any role in his transfer, whether administrative or making the decision?
No, not making the decision. I think my role was figure out where Miller wanted to go initially and just be a first-line supervisor for him.
Okay. And would that include, would that first-line supervisor role, would you have a lot of contact with him?
I mean, I had contact with him every day.
Okay. And would the contact that you had with him be related to the Banfield case?
If things came up, yes, I would have contact with him about the Banfield case, but it wasn't, it's not like I'm doing forensics or anything. If questions come up, I generally shoot an email at my chain of command or stuff like that.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not advising him how to go through data or anything like that. My job was, I had other things that I was doing, budgets and distributing cases, new cases coming in.
Okay. Did you have anything, were you a decision maker in his transfer?
No.
Do you have any idea why he was transferred?
I wasn't brought into those conversations. I pretty much was told that the decision had been made, I wasn't involved in those.
Okay. And was there anything that you were told about the decision that was made?
Not that I can remember. I mean, there was, right, it's a police department. There's rumors going around, but I don't know what would make the difference. I don't know where the rumors would stop and what, I don't think I was told specifically why he was being transferred.
Okay. Well, I don't want to put you in that spot. So if you don't know. Were you aware of how the experience that Brendan Miller had, the one that was transferred?
I knew that he was I can't think of the terminology, certified. Yes, I know that Miller is experienced.
Okay. And he'd been there for how long do you think, prior to you leaving, or prior to him being transferred?
I don't know.
Okay. In terms of your making the decisions of assignment of cases, where would he be in the decision process for you?
I don't know what you're asking, sir.
Would he be one of the more experienced ones that you would assign to, or one of the less experienced ones?
The other Miller was kind of the person who I bounced what we were going to do. He was the other Miller was the more senior Miller on the squad, so I bounced most of my decisions off of him.
Okay, and then he'd assist you with that?
He would, yes, he would assist me in that.
And do you know how long he had been in the digital forensics section?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know it was a while, but I don't know.
Okay. Judge, I don't have any further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
I'm going to leave 91 there if that's okay.
Oh, that's fine.
Good morning. How
Good
are
morning,
you?
ma'am. How you doing?
All right. So just so we're clear, you weren't in digital forensics very long, correct?
I was not.
Okay. And you didn't get involved in any of the actual digital forensics involved in this case, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you weren't involved in Detective Miller's transfer,
No, ma'am.
and you weren't involved in Detective Miller's work on this case, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. These emails you've been shown, you just passed them on. Is that correct?
That is correct.
They didn't require any specific action of you, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And those requests were to examine the evidence in this case in the context of new evidence that had been received. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you change, distort, or hide any evidence in this case?
No, ma'am.
Did you direct anyone to change, distort, or hide any evidence in this case?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, any redirects?
Sir, I appreciate your answers. Did you feel as though anyone was suggesting that you distorted, changed, or did anything to evidence based upon these emails?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have anything.
Is he subject to recall?
No, Your Honor.
No, ma'am. All right, you're free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next
Have a good
witness?
Leah Smith.
Excuse me?
Detective Leah Smith.
Detective Smith?
What if they don't want to work in that department anymore and they ask for a transfer?
Please stand up, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Good morning, Detective
Good morning.
Smith. Can you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Leah Smith, Leahsmith.
And what division in the Fairfax County Police are you currently in?
Homicide.
Okay. And were you in homicide during the time of February 24th, 2023?
I was.
Okay. So you're familiar with this case, the Banfield case, and the Juliana Perez Magalhaes case?
I am.
Okay. And as a homicide detective, you're trained in certain investigatory techniques, correct?
Yes.
What are those, if you could just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So we are gatherers of facts. We will respond to scenes, talk with patrol officers who have already arrived. They'll give us a briefing of the case. We'll identify people that we need to talk to, places we need to go, and gather other information and track down what information we have gotten, and if we need surveillance video, or go to stores and track back movements, identify people to talk to. We'll canvass a neighborhood. We'll talk with crime scene to figure out what needs to be done in their capacity and how that will work in our capacity. We will just gather all the information that we can and put together to the best of our ability what happened in a particular incident.
And how do the theories of cases emanate from an investigation?
So the best course of action when you're investigating a case is to collect facts and information. You don't have theories to begin with. You have an open mind going into it because you don't know what happened. And then you try to gather all of the information so that it gives you a clearer picture as to what happened.
And in terms of gathering the information in order to get a clearer picture for, I guess, the entire squad, what mechanisms do you utilize in order to make sure everybody's on the same page?
We discuss what we've done, who we've talked to, what information we have gathered or captured. Crime scene will let us know what they have. We usually have a detective who is with crime scene as they're doing their work, and they'll pass on information. If we have other entities doing work on our behalf or assisting us in any way, they'll provide information, and then that will be discussed amongst the squad so that we all have a full picture of what we know.
So beginning with February 24th, 2023, had you developed any theories on that day based upon what you saw at the crime scene?
No.
Okay. Give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to kind of what the timeline is for any theories that you may have had.
Personally?
Yes, as an investigator.
So I did not, and don't have or don't create theories as I'm investigating a case until I have all of the evidence that we can collect. And even then, a theory of the case and how it's going to be presented in court is really something the Commonwealth's attorney is going to do. They're the ones who are going to present it. So we will give them all of the facts and all the information that we have, and whatever theory that's going to come from that is something that they're going to present to it. We do make a determination if there is probable cause to get warrants for somebody in a case. So in this particular case, I did not have a conclusion until we had all of the evidence in the room,
Okay.
the blood evidence and all of that, so that was really understood.
And, okay. What was the time frame on it, acquiring all of that information in order to potentially have theories? If you were
Those pieces came in toward the very end of the investigation, a full understanding of the sequence of events that we could tell and understand in the room that came toward the very end.
Okay. But in terms of the hard evidence that's done, like DNA, fingerprints, digital forensics, when is the evidence available in order to arrive at conclusions or rule things out or any of those sorts of things?
That's a sliding situation. So things are submitted to the lab and you might get information and lab sheets back in different times. It's not all given to us at once. And so having that portion of the investigation, you might submit something and then realize that you need to submit more things, or the lab will only take a certain number of things, and then you do a second submission. So then your lab sheets will come in as they come in, kind of in a longer time period.
And the decision process amongst the homicide investigators, is that just within the room of homicide, the actual investigators? Let me see if I can articulate that a little better. You've just described the gathering of evidence and the discussions. Would that be with the homicide detectives, or who else would be included in that?
It could be anybody who's involved in the investigation. We do briefings with all the entities that are part of it. So it could be computer forensics, it could be crime scene. Our supervisors are there. If we're having, so it could be different meetings over the time period of the investigations. There might be different people who are present during those discussions.
And is it, would you describe the homicide group as being the investigators and the supervisors in another way?
The homicide detectives are the investigators, yes.
Okay, and just so it's clear for the jury, the chain of command going up the supervisors, they're not investigators, correct?
They are not investigators, they're supervisors.
Okay. Did there come a time when supervisors were suggesting theories to the homicide investigators in this case?
So we had a briefing within the first week of the incident where we were discussing everything that everybody had done and the information that was collected. And our supervisor at the time told us there were two theories in the case and we needed to get behind the right one.
Who was the supervisor?
Lieutenant Smook.
Okay. Who was in the room?
The homicide investigators, the detectives.
Okay. Were there any other people?
I don't recall if there were victim services or advocates or our crime analyst or others who might be there during a briefing when we have just had an incident.
Was one of those theories catfishing?
It wasn't stated what the theory was. It just said there were two theories and you need to get behind the right one.
Okay. At some point, in order to get behind it, you had to know what it was. When did you find out?
I'm not sure who said exactly that it was catfishing, that was what it was. That's just what I had begun to understand and hear from other people.
Now, did you or any of your, well, actually, I can only ask you, what, if anything, did you do, given what you just testified to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about your methodology? What, if anything, did you do or say after hearing that?
I told Lieutenant Smuck in the room full of investigators that at this point in time, nobody should have a theory in the case, that we are still at the very beginning and we should only be investigating and gathering facts and information.
And how was that received?
There was no response.
And did this meeting end? Did the conflict between your statement and the theory that was sitting out there continue in conflict after this meeting? Like in future meetings?
I would say that the investigators on this case knew to investigate with an open mind, even though that might not be along the lines of what the supervisors might have wanted us to look at, how the case to investigate a particular line.
Okay. And did there ever come a time, I know you said at the end of the case that the catfish theory went away?
Objection leading, objection, facts not in evidence.
As to leading, as a statement, as to leading.
Well, that is facts
What-
and evidence. The catfish.
When, if at all,
Facts and evidence.
did the theory of catfishing
Oh,
go away from
there's
this
no
case?
evidence and it went away. Okay.
I don't know.
Use your brain.
Was that then, well, did it ever go away?
I don't know.
Okay. And would that be for you to know, or would that be someone else within homicide?
Judge, I'm going to object to the form of the question. I don't think go away is clear enough. Obviously, we're here on a catfish
What's
theory.
your legal objection?
Judge, it form, that is an unclear question.
Overruled. Go ahead. You can answer. Remember the question.
Hey, right, would you just mind repeating the question?
So what I'm trying to determine over the lifetime of the case, was the catfishing theory ever disregarded or put to the side?
No.
Was there, during the life of the case, excuse me, sorry, was there periods of time where the homicide squad was not supporting the catfish theory?
So everything is on the table. I wouldn't say that it wasn't, we explored all options and that was always on the table.
Okay. And when was it that in your mind catfishing was confirmed or negated?
It was toward the end, I would say, that once we understood the full for the investigation, catfishing is maybe how you got to a point, but what happened in the room, in the bedroom, that is really what you need to figure out. That's the determination of who would be charged in the crime of murder. So once you understood all of that and what happened within the room, and then you have the other evidence of it coming forward and through the digital forensics and the interviews and all of this, that decision was made on who to charge for it based on the forensic evidence.
And you charged Juliana Perez Magalhaes in October of 2023, correct?
Yes,
So was it concluded at that point?
she was charged for her involvement in the crime. So she wasn't charged with Christine.
Right. And so was it based upon her recantation that Brendan Banfield was charged?
No.
Recantation. When did she recant?
In terms of the catfish theory,
Is it still called recant if you recant?
actually strike that, Judge.
Is that still a recant if you turn around and say, no, I really did do it? When I hear recant, I think of someone saying,
I don't know,
I
maybe the
told
questions
you I did it, but I really didn't. That's what I think of when
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
So you've told us that you conducted your investigation in a manner consistent with following the evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You explained to us that theories were certainly discussed, but that they did not drive how this investigation was conducted, correct?
Ultimately, no.
All right. Counsel asked you about this meeting where you were told and detectives were told that there were two theories and you needed to get behind the right one. You challenged that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did that statement impact how you investigated the case?
No.
Did you see that statement impact how your coworkers investigated the case?
No.
Your investigation was focused on who killed Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield, correct?
That's correct.
And you followed the evidence in your investigation, and that evidence led you to charging decisions, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Juliana Perez-Maglis was charged because you were able to prove that she shot Joe Ryan. The evidence supported that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Banfield was charged when? What was the turning point in your recollection of when Mr. Banfield was charged?
When we got the blood evidence back.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Detective Smith, were you ever feeling pressure to follow a theory instead of evidence in this case?
I did not.
You spoke out about it, correct?
Yes.
Did you feel pressure by command after you spoke out about it?
No, I did not feel pressure. I know what I have to do as an investigator. I know how to investigate, and no matter what they thought or the theories they wanted to put forward, that was not how I was going to investigate or provide mentorship or counsel to other investigators on the squad.
Did you raise that with other investigators, the appropriateness of command staff suggesting theories?
Yes.
And did you address that with the group?
Individually as a group, yes.
And who was it that was applying the pressure to you?
Whoever was in charge at the time, at the beginning, Lieutenant Smuck, who made that comment in the first time.
After March 24th, 2024.
It would become from Lieutenant Giascio and I think at the time it was a Captain Bursch.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, just subject to recall? No? No?
No, ma'am.
All right, Detective, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, since we started a little early, I'm going to go ahead and have our 15-minute recess now. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research. We'll see you in 15 minutes. All right, your next witness.
I don't want to miss anything now. I'm afraid I'm going to miss it.
All right, your next witness,
Matt Nielsen.
Matt Nielsen.
And here, please, Madam Clerk, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? I do. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your name and spell your name for the court reporter?
Matthew Nilsson, Nilssen.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Fairfax County Police Department as a detective sergeant with the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay. Were you previously in the homicide division?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
I was employed as a homicide detective prior to my promotion to sergeant from approximately February 2023 until what would have been November of 2024.
Okay, so I'm sorry, you were the homicide sergeant at that time.
I was a detective on the squad.
Okay. And then you transferred to where you are now, which is in the homicide division?
I work for the Major Crimes Bureau. I am not the supervisor of the homicide unit.
Okay.
I work for
what areas are you working in?
I supervise the sex crime squad.
Okay, gotcha. Now, calling your attention to February 24th, 2023, were you involved actively with the homicide that occurred at the Banfield house?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and what role did you play in that?
I assisted beginning on that day with the investigation by handling investigative tasks such as writing search warrants, and then throughout the remainder of the investigation with tasks that were assigned to me by my supervisor and other detectives handling the investigation as primary.
Okay, and based upon the time frame that you said you were there, you were still there in October of 23 when Juliana Perez Magalhaes was charged, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and were you involved in that?
Yes, I was.
Okay, was there any sort of planning that went with that?
Yes.
Okay, what was the ultimate goal of charging her with murder?
I would say there were several goals that included the fact that evidence supported probable cause to charge her with murder at that time. But based on our investigation, there was belief that there was more to the story that could be elicited from her. And the effect of charging her with a crime was effectively a way to introduce a change in circumstances between her and Brendan Banfield that could lead to the elicitation of more information about what happened.
Okay, so charging her, keeping her in jail, the pressure that would be caused, was that part of the plan?
Yes, in terms of in any type of incident in which you have multiple people involved in the carrying out of that act, there is competing interests between self-interest and cooperation. And by introducing circumstances that would encourage cooperation with law enforcement over cooperation with other parties, it could change the outcome of the investigation, change the amount of information available to us as investigators.
Okay, like a plea agreement to a lesser charge and no further jail time, something like that?
There's a number of different ways that could be accomplished. The ultimate goal could be accomplished.
And that's ultimately what happened, though. That's what caused the change in Juliana Perez Magalhaes.
My understanding is she did at one point cooperate with detectives. I was not involved at that point in the investigation.
Now, while you were on the homicide squad, were you ever assigned to listening to the jail phone calls?
No, I was not.
Okay. Was that something that was employed in order to determine whether or not she was subject to the pressure that had been intended?
I know that someone was assigned to review those calls, and the information learned from those calls was part of our investigation.
Okay. Thanks, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination? All right, is this witness subject to recall?
No.
All right, here we go, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness?
Your Honor, Patrick Bruce.
Patrick Bruce.
Well, good to know. Thanks for looking that up, Judy. Because I always thought it was, they said they did it, and then they said they didn't do it. I always thought that was recanting, but I guess it goes either way. Huh. Okay. So technically she recanted.
You swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Bruce.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
John Patrick Bruce, B-R-U-S-C-H.
And you previously were with the Fairfax County Police Department?
That's correct.
Okay. And in what capacity was your final position?
I was the deputy chief
Okay.
of the Administrative Support Bureau. I'm sorry.
Yes. At some point prior to going to the administrative, were you transferred from another department to go to the Administrative Support Bureau?
Just for clarification, are you asking my previous assignment before
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I was the deputy chief of the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay. And you were transferred from there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that of your own volition?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You wanted that transfer to the Administrative Support Bureau?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, during your time as deputy chief of the Major Crimes Division, you were overseeing or supervising the homicide squad at that time, correct?
It was one of several squads under the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay, I'm just asking about the homicide squad. You were supervising the homicide squad.
Could I have permission to clarify?
Yeah, sure.
So I was the head of the entire Major Crimes Bureau, which encompassed the domestic violence unit,
sex crime squad, child abuse squad, robbery, cold case, as well as homicide.
Okay. And were you involved, or were you in that position at the time of February 24, 2023?
So at that time, I was the captain of the Major Crimes, Violent Crimes Division, so not a deputy chief.
And when did you become deputy chief?
I became a deputy chief in January of 2024.
Okay. And did you have contact or involvement in the case that we're here for today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how would you describe your role in that case among all the other ones that you were handling?
Overall, my responsibilities are similar for all the cases in the Major Crimes Bureau, to include this one. So it's oversight, it's providing advice as needed, support, guidance, and then also raising concerns in the investigative process if those arise.
Okay. Were there concerns in the investigative process by you in this case?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And did it relate to digital forensics?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just to get to it, were you involved in the transfer of Detective Miller from digital forensics to child sex?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, you at one point spoke to.
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to lead.
What, if anything, did you say to Deputy Chief Freed about Brendan Miller to have him transferred?
I had indicated that as far as I was concerned, Detective Miller was not to work another digital forensic case that pertained to the Major Crimes Bureau.
And were you aware of his history prior to you making that, I guess, happen?
Could you please clarify?
His work history there in digital forensics?
Was I aware that he was a detective within the division, the bureau? I guess I'm looking.
Well, I'm assuming you were aware of him being a detective in the bureau. Were you aware of his background in digital forensics?
I guess I would have to say no at that point.
Okay. Was that anything you took into account with regard to Detective Miller?
No, sir.
And so is it fair to say, or what if anything, or what if any case was the reason that you asked for him to be transferred?
It would be this case that we're here for.
Okay. And what item of this case was it that caused you such concern?
Could I actually go back for 1 second? I didn't say that he needed to be transferred. I indicated that he wouldn't work a case for the Major Crimes Bureau. That was Deputy Chief Freed's decision whether or not he ultimately would be transferred.
Okay, so you as the head of you're the deputy chief of the homicide or the Major Crimes Bureau. By saying that, you essentially caused the transfer.
Judge, I'm going to object to his characterization of the evidence. Objection is to form. The witness has testified that at this point in time, he was the captain of Major Crimes when the decision was made, not the deputy chief.
Is that correct?
I was the deputy chief of Major Crimes when I made that statement.
Okay, and when you're the deputy chief, you make that kind of statement, especially with major crimes, that gets things moving, correct?
I certainly acknowledge that had influence on his transfer.
Okay, and his transfer was classified as performance management. Do you know that term?
I didn't know that that's what his transfer was classified as.
Okay, have you ever heard that term?
We have a performance management document.
Okay, but not a doctrine that allows transfer without documenting discipline?
I couldn't comment on that.
Was there discipline associated with this decision?
Not that I'm aware of.
Were you disciplining him by moving him out of your area?
Absolutely not. I actually retained him in the child exploitation unit.
Okay, so where he is right now?
Yes, sir.
Now, calling your attention to immediately after the killing of Christine Banfield, were you in meetings at that time when you were a captain?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and were you involved with any theories relating to the case after the killing?
I'm sure at some point.
Okay. Do you know what catfishing is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that something that you were pushing with your homicide detectives at any point?
I wouldn't characterize that as pushing.
Okay. Would you tell them that this is the theory? Is that not pushing?
So I had a specific meeting with then Lieutenant Harrington. I believe it was in November of 2023. I was asked by the two commanders, Lieutenant Matthew Lewick, as well as Lieutenant Aaron Weeks, to meet with Lieutenant Harrington. During that time, I actually proposed 3 separate theories to Lieutenant Harrington. And we discussed those theories at that time. So there was not only one theory I was pushing, or presenting, I should say. Ultimately, I was looking for an objective and comprehensive analysis of all the facts and evidence in this case.
And when the catfish theory came up, had there been a collection of all of the evidence, all the digital forensics, fingerprints, DNA, all those things?
Just like with any investigation, it was fluid.
Okay. Had that theory of catfishing come out before any of that was finalized?
I'm sorry, could you go back to the things you had listed?
DNA, digital forensics, and fingerprints.
The digital forensics, for the most part, had been back at that point.
What time frame was that?
That would probably be the spring of 2023
Okay, so
to fall of 2023.
So my question is, within weeks of the killing of Christine Banfield, did you suggest the catfish theory in a meeting of the homicide detectives?
I don't recall ever being in a meeting with homicide detectives. I do recall talking to my command team about that possibility.
And who was your command team?
Lieutenant Weeks as well as Lieutenant Luke.
Okay, and where was Lieutenant Joshua there at that point?
He was not.
Okay, but you brought him in, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that was March of 2024?
That's correct.
And it was at that point that you had decided that catfish theory was?
Objection,
viable?
leading.
Sustain as the leading.
What, if anything, had you concluded about catfish theory at the time that Lieutenant Giassia was brought in?
I hadn't made any conclusions at that point. Did I have a strong working theory that this was a catfish? Absolutely.
Okay, and was that something that you told Lieutenant, I guess, Giacchio when he came on with you?
I don't ever recall explicitly having that conversation. I think he probably came to that conclusion on his own.
Okay, but the two of you were pretty close in terms of the investigative issues, correct?
Yes, we were.
You were both in narcotics together at one point?
Yes, we were.
And you brought him in to major crimes, correct?
I did. That was a collective decision amongst my command team.
Okay. And so is it not true that you insisted you had to have Giacchio come in March of 2024?
That is not true.
Okay. Were you aware that he was on the Brady list?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the Brady list for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It's basically an indication of a time or a potential in where you weren't totally forthcoming.
So truthfulness?
It could be.
But that's essentially the basis of the discipline in the police department, truthfulness, correct?
I think that could vary as well.
Okay.
Ethics, not necessarily truthfulness, so it varies.
But at the time you hired him into that division, he was on the Brady list, correct?
I did not hire him.
Okay, at the time that you asked him to come in and be a lieutenant in your section.
So could I
Her name is.
have an opportunity to explain the transfer process?
Judge, I think at this point in time, I would object. I'm not sure the relevance of a non-testifying witnesses being on the Brady list.
Oh, I think we've already established that if you want to move on from that.
Yes.
Okay.
At the time that he was hired, he was on the Brady list, correct?
When he was hired by the police department?
No, by you as a lieutenant within major crimes.
Again, I'd have to explain the transfer process and the selection process.
March 24, was he on the Brady's list?
Yes,
Okay. And this is a 2024, March of 2024.
correct.
And has he been put on the Brady list again during this time?
Objection as to relevance.
What's the relevance as to this?
So it goes to truthfulness, which will ultimately come in
It's on the Brady list.
to the decisions to have him involved, the decisions
At
why.
this time, I'll sustain as to at this time.
Okay. Now, sir, you indicated that you decided that Detective Miller was not going to be, I think as you said, involved in any other major crimes while you were there.
Any of the digital forensics for the major crimes cases, correct.
And then he was transferred.
Within weeks, I would say, yes, sir.
Okay. And what was your basis for that?
So there were a few factors. Would you like me to expand on this?
Were they related to this case?
Yes, sir.
Exclusively related to this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it related to his work product?
Yes, sir.
And are you talking about the executive summary work product?
That was part of it.
Okay. And so his conclusions were not agreeable to you?
I wouldn't word that way.
How would you word it?
I would word it that his analysis was incorrect.
Okay. And at that time, when you determined his analysis wasn't correct, had you had any training in digital forensics?
I have my master's in computer forensics.
Okay. So did you look at some of the items of evidence in order to arrive at that informed decision?
So he had provided me a zip file of a Cellbrite, but that wasn't able to be downloaded.
Okay. So you didn't really review anything in order coming to that conclusion?
Well, I can get into the specifics if you'd like me to.
Well, I'm asking some questions right now, and perhaps we'll get there.
Okay.
You didn't actually check the source of his findings. with the
Objection
digital-
leading.
What, if anything, did you do to check the source of his findings, the digital forensics?
I didn't conduct my own digital forensic analysis, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, and I think you said you couldn't get into the portable case when you were given.
The zip file of the Cellbrite, correct.
Okay. And so what would be the reason that you would differ from your expert's opinion?
Because of some of the unsubstantiated deductions that he made.
Okay, so it's based upon his decisions relating to his digital forensics expertise.
So the deductions in the wrongful analysis.
Okay, so the decisions.
I wouldn't use that word. I'd say deductions and wrongful analysis.
Okay, and the wrongful analysis relating to the actual digital forensics that were downloaded?
Some of them, yes.
Okay, and did you ever go over those with him in detail?
I would ask clarifying questions.
Did you tell him exactly what it was that you disagreed with in terms of his deductions and his analysis?
I think a couple of them, yes.
Okay, how many were there in total?
Off the top of my head, I could probably list at least 4.
Okay, and so it was based on that, based on your reading of his executive summary, that you decided that it had gotten to the point where he's no longer doing any more major crimes under your tutelage.
Digital forensics for major crimes cases. I retained him as a detective within the Major Crimes Bureau Child Exploitation Unit.
I understand that. The digital forensics section.
He was not going to do digital forensic analysis for any other major crimes case.
Okay, and sorry, bear with me for a second. Were you aware that his work was peer reviewed outside of the police department?
I was.
And were you surprised to see that they concurred in his findings?
I have a question to clarify. Did they concur on his extraction or his analysis?
Both.
That's news to me.
Okay, so that peer review held no weight for you because you had already decided that the analysis was wrong.
Objection leading.
All right, sustained as to leading. You want to rephrase?
Why was it that the peer review did not hold any weight for you?
Because ultimately the analysis was incorrect.
Okay. Now, in terms of the Cellbrite messages that you say you reviewed, what was it that was the problem with those?
The Cellbrite messages that he had provided,
Yes.
I wasn't able to open the zip file.
Okay, so we don't know anything about the Cellbrite messages as to your decisions on his analysis. Were you privy to a printout of his communications on FetLife?
Yes.
Okay. Were you privy to the communications from Telegram?
Yes.
And do you understand how those were obtained?
Through the digital forensics.
Do you know how that's done?
It's essentially tied to software that then downloads both from a cell phone and or laptop or any digital device.
And did you review that data?
I didn't review all the data, no.
What data did you review?
I reviewed the correspondence.
I'm sorry, the what?
The correspondence on Telegraph, the correspondence on
Okay.
FetLife. There's a significant amount of data when they download these items.
Okay. Now, are you still working as a police officer?
I am not.
Okay. On July 10th, when we were here before the court, you had just moved to the Administrative Support Bureau, correct?
I moved there in February of 2025.
Okay, so, but that's when we found out you had moved, or I found out that you moved to the Administrative Support.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Oh, okay.
Correct?
I can't testify to when you found out I was.
Okay, on the 10th, we talked about this, correct?
Yes.
And how you had enjoyed this position and you were really looking forward to, you know, the things that happen in an Administrative Support Bureau. And the challenge of not having, that's being in more of an administrative role than being in major crimes?
I would agree that it was a completely different assignment than I'd had throughout my entire career.
And that's something that you sought, correct?
Correct.
Isn't that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And it's something that you're really excited about, correct?
I don't know if I'd say really excited, just
Well, when you were here on the 10th, you said that you were very interested and excited about your new challenge.
sure.
Okay. And
Relevance?
when did you retire?
July 25th, 2025.
When did you put in your retirement paperwork?
July 11th, 2025.
So the Friday after the Thursday that we were in court here?
Correct.
Okay. So what happened, if anything, about the excitement with the Administrative Support Bureau?
Judge, I would object and ask to approach.
Relevance. Why do we care? Unless they made him resign or retire, whatever. He's put me to sleep today.
That's a communication that you, jail call, jail call. Change. Your Honor, I think we have ID 91, so 92 would be the next.
All right, yes, sir.
Sir, if you can look on the screen in front of you, are you able to see this communication?
Yes.
Okay, and who is that communication between?
Director Fayez.
Okay, and Director Fayez, who is that?
She's the Director of Victim Services.
Okay, and was she someone that was within your command structure?
Yes, sir.
Okay, exactly where does that fall in the Major Crimes Bureau command structure?
She's part of the command team.
Okay, so would she be involved with command staff meetings?
Yes, sir.
Is she supposed to be there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so here we have, it looks like a,
Counsel, you go back to the microphone, the jury won't be able to.
sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Looking at the exhibit that's going to be identified as Exhibit 92, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there's reference to a jail call. Is that you or is that someone else?
They're responding where it says my name.
Okay. And so who else was on this thread?
I believe it would have to be, based on the response of one last favor GI, would be Lieutenant Giasio.
Okay. And so it was the three of you, and you agree that's a communication that you had with all three?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that as a defense exhibit 92.
Any objection?
Judge, it contains hearsay statements. Two of those individuals have not been called to testify.
All right.
I'll identify
ID
it,
it?
Judge,
Okay.
and we'll get to it later, and
All
that's
right, ID is 92.
92. Sir, do you see that on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it looks to be three people.
That's correct.
Okay, and who are those three people?
Based on the text message, it would be Chief Kevin Davis, myself, Director Fayez, and Lieutenant Giasio.
And the date, Friday, October 25th, 7:32.
Correct.
Does that have significance for you?
I believe that's the date that Juliana proffered.
Your Honor, can I identify this as defense exhibit number 93?
93 identified as 93.
And I'd move that into evidence?
Objection contains hearsay.
All right, sustain as hearsay at this moment.
I'll just identify it,
Okay.
Your Honor. and-
Identified as 93.
Sir, do you see what will be identified as defense exhibit number 94?
I do.
Okay, and is that a message group that you were involved with?
Could you just give me a second to read this, please?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir, it is.
And this message that you sent is on October 25th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And the same significance as the previous message?
Are you saying the day of the proffer?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, have I identified this one yet?
You identified it as 94.
94, I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
Same objection.
Objection.
All right, I'll sustain the objection at this point.
Okay,
It is
I'll-
ID is 94.
ID is 94, thank you. Sir, can you see that message?
I can.
And I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 95. There are a number of people involved in this message, correct?
It appears that way, yes, sir.
And the names there, does that match up with your memory?
Could I review this as well?
Of course, of course.
I've reviewed it. I don't recall this correspondence, but my name is certainly on it.
Do you have any idea who is writing in the blue boxes,
I can't tell.
even by the discussion?
Well, my issue with being able to tell is that the banner, it's very small initials.
Okay. Your Honor, I think I've identified this as 95.
That's correct.
Okay. I'll ID this and
Okay.
come back to it.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I'm going to have you look at this. It'll be identified as Defense Exhibit 96. Take some time to read it.
I can see my first name up at the top. I don't recall this correspondence.
Okay, and is that with Lieutenant Giaccio?
I couldn't say. I see my first name up at the top.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to admit that as Exhibit 96.
Judge, two objections, hearsay, and it has not been recognized by the witness as having been his
All right,
statement.
I'll sustain the objection. It's just ID is 96 at this point.
Sir, please look at this message. This is going to be identified as Defense Exhibit 97.
Again, I see my name at the top. I just couldn't verify if that's me as Patrick and or who this correspondence is with.
Okay. Let's talk about that. PB, Patrick, that doesn't show up on your text messages?
Well, it appears that this is with somebody else, so it's what appears on their text messages.
Okay, so do you have any idea, based on the content of it, who that person would be?
Are you asking me to take a guess?
Do you know? I want you to conclude who that person is. Can you do that?
I can't definitively say who that's with.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move that in as Counsel's Exhibit or Defense Exhibit 97.
Same objection.
All right, I'll sustain the objection, but ID is 97.
97. Your Honor, is that
That
right?
was 97.
Okay, okay, thank you. Sir, I'm going to ask you to identify what will be marked as Defense Exhibit number 98. Please read it.
Again, that's my name at the top, or my first name at the top, the initials PB. I don't recall this correspondence.
Your Honor, I move into evidence Exhibit 97?
98.
98, same
98,
objection, Judge.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. ID is 98.
Sir, can you look at the screen in front of you and tell me if you recognize this message? All right, identify this as Defense Exhibit 99.
All right.
Again, I see that my first name at the top, the initials. I just don't recall this correspondence.
Your Honor, move in Defense Exhibit 98?
99.
99, objection, Your Honor.
99, sorry.
Sustained, just ID is 99.
Sir, can you see the picture in front of you?
Yes.
And do you have any recollection, based upon your review of the content of these messages, as to whether or not that's yours?
This I do recall. Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you the one who wrote about Klingon and Kelsey and not holding off on bringing Klingon and Kelsey?
Objection is to counsel's reading the document into evidence, but it's not being admitted.
All right.
Just trying to identify which message.
All right. Well, you can have, just point to it. And
Which,
sustain the objection.
I'm pointing to that one right there. Is that you, or is that the person you're talking to?
Based on how this is presented, that would be me.
Okay. And in that message, you're talking about Eric Klingon, the prosecutor, correct?
Yes.
And Kelsey Gill, the prosecutor?
Yes.
Okay. And whomever you're speaking to, you're saying, hold off on.
Objection. It has not been admitted into evidence. Counsel cannot read what is written.
I'll sustain that objection.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move this into evidence as Exhibit 100.
And again, Judge Commonwealth would object. It contains hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection, but ID is 100.
Okay. Sir, this is going to be identified as Defense Exhibit 101. Do you recognize that message?
I don't recall this specific message.
Okay. Is that
At this point, when he gets convicted, he's going to be able to appeal on ineffective assistance of counsel and get a new trial. Because this attorney is just doing everything wrong. I don't know if it's enough for ineffective assistance of counsel. I don't know, because I'm not a lawyer. But I'm just saying, he is trying to get stuff into evidence that hasn't even been identified yet, let alone entered into evidence. He keeps trying to publish stuff that hasn't been entered into evidence. He keeps asking hearsay questions. He keeps calling people to the stand and asking them to read other people's reports, asking them hearsay questions. I'm speechless.
do you know if that is your communication, even if you don't remember the content?
I don't recall.
Your Honor, I'll hold this as identification
101.
before moving in.
Okay.
101. Sir, do you recall this conversation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know who you were communicating with?
Lieutenant Giasio.
And which color of the bubbles are you communicating on?
Gray.
And this is Friday, October 25th. Well, tell me the date. What does it say?
It says Friday, October 25th.
Okay. And what's the significance of that?
That's the date of Juliana's proffer.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll hold off and
All right.
move that.
That's
This is 102.
ID is 102.
So sir, do you recall this message that's before you?
Yes, sir.
And was that a message that you participated in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are you in the gray?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, this would be identified as Defense Exhibit 103.
All right. 103, identified.
Now, sir, in your communication, you reference someone else in the fourth grade communication down. Who is that person?
That's Director Fayez.
And Director Sally Fayez?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, it's identified
It's
as
identified as 103.
103.
Yep. You got it.
Sir, can you see the message before you?
I do.
Is that a message that you were participating in?
Yes, sir. I'm again in the gray.
Okay, and the second box, those are your words?
Yes, sir.
And these are your words?
Yes, sir.
And do you know who you were speaking with?
Lieutenant Giasio.
Okay. Your Honor, I identify that as 104, and we'll move in for.
All right, identified as 104.
Sir, this is Defense Exhibit 105. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And are those your words?
Yes, sir.
And who are you speaking with?
Lieutenant Giasio.
Your Honor, I'd identify and move to be admitted at a later time.
Okay, it was just right now it's identified as 105.
Sir, I'm going to identify this as Defense Exhibit 106. Do you recognize that communication?
I do not.
Are you not a participant in this?
I don't know if I am. I can't tell.
Okay. Your Honor, identified as 106.
Identified as 106.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to identify what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 107. Are you involved in that message?
I don't believe I am because I'm referenced in the third person. So if you see the second gray box down, wasn't for your leadership and Bruce believing in you. I don't refer to myself in the third person.
Okay, but you don't remember it if in fact you were included in this?
I don't recall.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that, I would identify it as
Identified as 107.
107. So those messages appear to be quite frequent and with the same group of people. Is that correct?
I guess.
I mean, would that be your, a group that you rely on for discussion about the case?
Certainly people I was in text communications with.
Okay, and the text communications that we know from what we just saw were what you told us, Lieutenant Giasio and Sally Fayez, Director of Victim Services, correct?
Well, there's definitely other ones where you had group people on there as well.
Right, but we didn't identify them.
I think there was one line that said Dan Spital in there as well.
Okay, was he part of your command staff?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and were there anybody else that you saw in there?
I believe Tom Harrington was on one of those threads.
Was he part of your command staff?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and anybody else that you saw there?
I don't recall. I have to go through those again.
Okay. You're on court's indulgence.
All right, yes, sir.
Sir, in terms of your command structure, who is below you
As in, how would it
within the
appear?
homicide? Yes.
My command structure would have been myself to Major Spital. Then underneath him would have been Captain Harrington, Captain Bobel. Let me clarify, I assume you're talking in this 2024 timeframe.
Yes.
Yes. And then the direct report to Major Spital, I think by the way the diagram was, or as I best recall, would have been Director Fayez.
And so Director Fayez had a direct report. Major Spital had a direct report.
Yes, I was his direct report.
And is that something that's put into the structure that was set up?
Could you clarify what you're asking?
Well, are you the one who's asking for the direct reports, or is it just based upon their position that they're?
It's based upon their position.
Okay. Was Lieutenant Giasio ever a direct report?
He would have then been underneath the way it was structured, Captain Bobel.
Okay. Was there ever any concern by the people in your command staff regarding Lieutenant Giasio directly reporting to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that an issue that you had to deal with?
It wasn't an issue for me.
Okay. Well, in a command structure such as yours, who would Lieutenant Giasio have to go to if he wasn't a direct report?
I think I'd like to be careful about the word have to. It's a command structure. So there is a hierarchy, and I would be at the top of that hierarchy.
Okay. And would you be the person who would give him permission to bypass the others to get to you?
I could.
Okay. In this case, specifically this case, did you tell him to come directly to you and bypass the others?
I did not tell him to bypass the others, but it was known that he would be reporting directly to me.
Okay. So you gave him that assignment, and then he just took it from there without talking to the others?
I actually spoke to the others. They were part of my command team.
Okay. So you then disseminated whatever he said to you directly?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you came into your position as deputy chief, were you told to clean up the homicide division?
No, sir.
Did you in turn tell anybody to clean up the homicide division?
No, sir.
Were you aware of anybody saying that they were here to clean up the homicide division?
Objection as to relevance.
Overruled, you can answer. It's fine.
No, sir.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
All right, examination.
Good afternoon. So are we to understand that your involvement in the Banfield investigation was as a supervisor only?
As a commander, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you did not collect any evidence in this case?
That's correct. I did not collect any evidence in this case.
Did you direct that any evidence be ignored?
No, ma'am.
You spoke about Brendan Miller and your concerns about his work. You specifically made the statement that he had unsubstantiated deductions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Was one of those unsubstantiated deductions recorded in his executive summary that Christine Banfield was the operator of her devices when interacting with the FetLife account?
That's correct.
Okay. And was it that type of unsubstantiated deduction that caused you concern?
Exactly.
Okay. Did you do anything to change his report?
Never.
And did you do anything to change the evidence that he had collected that he believed substantiated his report?
Never.
Okay. Judge, I don't have any further questions. This witness.
Redirect. I'm sorry, could you?
I had one other exhibit that I neglected to introduce.
All right, do you have an objection to him? Just, he has one more.
No,
text
asking
message.
questions, certainly not.
That's fine. Okay, go ahead. It would be 108, Mr. Carroll.
108, yes. Let me just, I'll do my cross and then, or my
Redirect.
Mr. Bruce, the word unsubstantiated can be a difference of opinion in digital forensics, right? Correct?
I guess it would depend on how it applies.
And your statement that it's unsubstantiated was in conflict with your digital forensics expert statement that she was in control of her devices on the FetLife communications, correct?
I don't know that I agree with part of that statement.
Okay, which part?
So there was a conclusion that Christine Banfield was always in the possession of her devices. The crime scene definitively
Relating
demonstrates
to
that to
FetLife,
be
which is what she
incorrect.
asked. The question was relating to FetLife. Do you?
So could you repeat the question?
So you want me to go all the way back to the difference between unsubstantiated and what?
No, the part where you're bridging of unsubstantiated with the FetLife.
Yeah, that was the question that you were asked by Ms. Sands. And so what I'm asking is, you've indicated that it was unsubstantiated. I'm assuming as to the question as to the FetLife communications, correct?
That's what Ms. Sands asked me, correct?
Yes. And so I think your answer was you were talking about generally the statement in his executive summary that she had not relinquished any of her devices. Is that what you were talking about?
Well, those are two different things. I answered Ms. Sands' question, which would be that, yes, his deduction that Christine Banfield was communicating with Joe Ryan was not only actually unsubstantiated, it was wrong.
Well, so what did you look at to reach the conclusion that it was unsubstantiated? What digital forensics did you look at?
So going back to my education and being a master's in computer forensics, you never attribute a device and or a username to a person.
Okay, and is that what you're relying on to make that point?
With regards to Ms. Sands' question, yes.
So that's not supported by any review of the items that were extracted from the 60 different devices that he did?
60?
Well, by happenstance, it is unsubstantiated. Unless Detective Miller was sitting next to Anastasia or Taco Supreme, he could never attribute whomever was talking on those devices.
And so what your position is that you're not going to believe that you can conclude someone's control of the devices unless you have a video or you have someone who was watching it?
It just would be forensically incorrect to make that conclusion.
But digital forensics makes that conclusion.
Objection, counsel's arguing.
I'll sustain that objection.
Sir, I'm going to show you what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 108. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall the date?
I believe that's going to be October 25th. Is that correct?
Yes. It doesn't say, but if you recall it that way, that's
consistent with my communication with Lieutenant Giasio on the date of the proffer.
Okay. And is it your understanding that he was in a separate room outside of the proffer? And you were communicating with him?
I wasn't on site. I don't feel comfortable answering that question.
You don't know personally?
I don't.
Okay. But it was while it was going on, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is this the communication with Lieutenant Giasio?
This was my communication as I recall it with Lieutenant Giasio.
Your Honor, Defense Exhibit 108 will ID it.
It's identified as 108.
Were you also involved in the transfer of Kyle Bryant, the lead detective?
Yes, sir.
And was that due to his performance?
Performance due to inexperience, as well as the phrase I would use, I believe he was in over his head as a homicide detective.
Okay. And so Miller, so from the group that was in place in October, Detective Brendan Miller was transferred?
He was transferred, I believe, in November.
Okay. Okay. And then Detective Bryant, who was the lead homicide detective in this case, was transferred?
He was transferred in January of 2025.
And that was as a result of your deciding he had to go?
I just didn't believe he was experienced for the homicide squad.
So you transferred?
He was transferred to the sex crimes unit.
Okay. And in that same time frame, you were transferred, correct?
I was transferred in February of 2025.
And Lieutenant Giasio was transferred?
Correct.
During the same time frame?
Right around that same time frame.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Based on Exhibit 108, did you have any questions? Since that was a new.
No, but it was not offered into evidence yet.
No, it's just
so,
ID'd.
yes.
Okay. Is this witness subject to recall?
Not by the Commonwealth.
No, are you free to go then?
Thank you.
All right, your next witness. Giasio.
Are you going to call a witness? Can I get a witness? Come on, let's go. Moving along. You don't have all day. Places to go, things to do. Come on. Soon as she says your next witness,
You
you
swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case.
calling the witness. You're right, Marty. I do.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please state your name and spell your name for the court reporter?
Lieutenant David Giacio, Giaccio.
And where are you currently stationed?
The Sully District Station.
Okay. And where were you prior to the Sully District Station?
The homicide unit.
Okay. And you were lieutenant there?
Yes.
Was that under, at one point, Deputy Chief Rouge?
Yes.
Okay. Or actually, during the entire time you were there? Was under,
during the entirety of the time I was there.
Because he transferred as well, correct?
I'm sorry?
Because he had transferred around the same time you did?
Yeah, I think about a month before I arrived, he was there.
Okay. I am going to ask you to identify what has been marked and introduced as Defense Exhibit 88.
It's just been marked, not introduced, but.
Oh, sorry. I thought 88 was.
Oh, 88 is, you're right, 88 is evidence.
Do you recognize that?
It's an email.
Okay. And what's your role in this email?
Without context, it's hard to say. I think it has to do with an executive summary that I was having Detective Miller review.
Okay, so is that the executive summary right there? Was that the attachment?
I believe so.
Okay. Well, during that time frame, perhaps you can recall, during the time frame of November 8th, were you communicating with Sergeant Brian Ames then?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and you were communicating about the digital forensic executive summary?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I think that's in evidence.
That's in
When we
evidence.
publish that, is it already?
It's already been published.
Okay,
If it's in
thank you.
evidence, we publish it.
Sir, I'm going to have you look at what has been marked as and moved into evidence as number 89. Does that give you more context in identifying it?
Yes, I believe this was after the co-defendant in this case came in for a proffer. And those attachments or links, I guess would be the better term, at the bottom are links to the attachment or to the body worn camera that was used to record that proffer. There were two parts.
Okay, and in this instance, you went to Brian Ames with the two proffers, correct?
That's correct.
And was there a phone call that went along this? Where did he get his direction from?
I don't recall. I think we talked, I don't remember if it was a phone call or an in-person conversation, but after the proffer, we had a conversation about some of the forensic reports and the need to revisit them.
Okay, and the need to change them, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there an attempt to update, sorry, I'll leave that there so you can see it. Was there an attempt to update the digital forensics based on the proffers that you sent?
So we had a meeting, I think it was after these emails, there was a meeting set up with Sergeant Ames and the two Brendan Millers. They names are slightly different, but they work in the same unit to go over the basically all the digital forensics and to understand why they came to certain conclusions previously and understand how the evidence was correctly, how it would have been correctly analyzed.
Okay, and that was entirely based upon the proffer of Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
I think it was partially based on it. I think there was some question about the analysis from the leadership, both me and above me, prior to that.
Were you talking about Deputy Chief Rouge?
Yeah, he would be one of the people, yes.
Okay, and so, well, I guess, so what you're saying is that you analyzed the digital forensics and you arrived at a different conclusion than your expert?
So I reviewed the data, and I think the data is what the data is. I think the context and how you analyze what it may mean is different.
Okay, and so you were looking at the more the conclusions?
I would say the logic used to arrive at certain conclusions.
Okay, and this is with Brendan Miller's report?
Correct.
The executive summary?
That's one of them, yeah.
Okay. And did you ever talk to Brendan Miller and have him show his work?
Yes.
How many times did you do that?
Several.
Okay, and when you were doing that, were you trying to get him to change?
Not the data, the analysis.
Okay.
And I wouldn't say change, I would say to understand what I was seeing.
Are you aware of this email?
What number is this?
This is actually, sorry, 90.
90, so
And
it
it's
is
been
90.
introduced, yes.
Thank you.
I'm not aware of this email now.
Okay. I think it might have been the day before.
Well, yeah, some of it, obviously, the one I sent, I'm aware of, the one at the top, I assumed is what you were speaking about. I'm not aware of that one.
Okay. And is it accurate in terms of how he characterizes it?
Judge, the witness just indicated he's not aware of the document.
He's aware of the bottom part, I think is what he said. So if you want to direct your questions to that.
Well, I think I can ask him questions, Judge, about whether the body of it is accurate, whether it's being communicated properly.
What, if he recognizes it? He said he didn't recognize it, so I'll sustain that objection.
Do you recognize the content of what's being sent?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
The body of.
I mean, I can read it. If that's what you're, I can read it and
Does
understand
that
it.
sound like what you said to him?
Is it true?
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate.
Okay.
Still hearsay though, since it's not a court statement.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to identify what has been, or look at what has been identified as Defense Exhibit 90.
No,
Nope.
Oh, sorry, 91.
This is 91, which is
Yes,
not in
91,
evidence.
Sorry. So I'd be most interested in you looking at this area down here. Is that something that you created?
I wrote that email, yes.
Okay. And you're going to move this in as Defense Exhibit 91?
Any objection?
I can have the court's indulgence for 1
Yes,
second.
ma'am.
No objection.
All right, 91 in evidence. Publish it, or it goes away.
Now, I'm going to go through a series of communications where it's multiple people. And so what I'm going to ask you is whether or not you recognize the communication and whether you're involved in the communication.
Okay.
Okay. So this would be exhibit number 92. Do you see that?
Yes.
And does that look like the communication that you were involved with?
Yes, I believe the blue bubbles are mine.
Okay. We still don't have the third person, so I'm just going to identify that, Judge. and-
That's still 92.
92. Sir, do you recognize that text message chain?
I do.
And are you involved in that?
That's my, in blue as well.
I'm sorry, in the blue?
The blue is my
Okay.
text, yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize that message? That would be Exhibit 93.
It's exhibit 94.
This is 94.
94. I apologize, Judge. 94.
Yes,
Okay, and that's a communication that you remember?
I do.
And it looks as though it's Patrick Bruch is one, and who's the other one?
Sally Fayez.
Okay, and Sally Fayez is, what's her position within?
She's the director of the Victim Services Department or
Okay.
unit.
Is she are you a direct report for her?
I'm not sure what you're.
Am I speaking in, is she, do you directly report to her?
No, I never have.
Okay. Who did you directly report to while you were in homicide?
Well, I had, I guess, Captain John Bobel, Major Dan Spital, and Deputy Chief Patrick Bruch.
Okay. Did you have any privilege to report directly to Patrick Bruch when he was the deputy chief?
For the purpose of this case, he was my primary report.
Okay, so it would just be the two of you communicating, much like these messages?
I mean, so the other commanders were part of it, but he was the primary person that I reported to.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to identify if you are involved in this, if you are involved in this, which is a Defense Exhibit 96, 95.
95.
Yes, I believe that's my text in blue as well.
Okay. And do you remember this day?
I believe that was the day after the arrest of the defendant.
Okay. Thank you.
It's also cryptic.
Sir, do you recognize this has been identified as Defense Exhibit 96?
97? We're on 96. No, we're just on 95.
96, right?
96. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And that's just a direct message between you and Patrick Bruce.
That's correct.
Okay. And do you remember the context of it based on looking at it?
That was on the eve of the preliminary hearing for the co-defendant.
Your Honor, I'd move this in as Defense Exhibit 96.
Any objection?
No objection.
96 in evidence and can be published.
And so you're in blue again, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Big Day, you're speaking of what you just said, which is the preliminary hearing?
Correct.
Okay. And you reference Klingon? Are you talking about Eric Klingon, the prosecutor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He was the prosecutor on this case back then, correct?
Yes, he was.
And what just describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what's the communication about?
Your Honor, if counsel is asking the witness to read it, I would object. It has not yet been moved into evidence.
He asked him what it's about, so I'll overrule the objection.
You can go ahead and answer.
It's about being nervous for the preliminary hearing.
Okay. And that's between you and Deputy Chief Bruce?
Correct.
Okay. Were you directly involved in the preliminary hearing that day?
No.
Okay. And was that the day of the hearing?
I believe it's the evening before, the evening before.
Okay. The preliminary hearing was on April 1st?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you involved in the preparation? Is that why you're privy to that?
Well, I was the supervisor. Oh, close, right. Sorry, it sounds loud to me. I'm sorry, can you repeat the questions?
Were you directly involved with the preparation for the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, I mean, I was the supervisor of the homicide unit.
Okay, but you didn't have any investigatory role in this?
No, in this case, I wasn't involved in any interviews. I didn't collect any evidence. I simply oversaw the investigation starting in, I think, early March 2024, so about 13 months after the murder.
Okay. Is it customary for lieutenants not to be involved in any of those things?
At the time, I was a sergeant, but yeah, I think that's fairly normal. The detectives do the investigating, the supervisor oversees it.
Would there be any other reasons why you couldn't prepare for the hearing?
No.
Were you on the Brady list at that time?
Objection is to relevance.
Overruled.
I'm not aware that anybody keeps a Brady list, but the Commonwealth has told me that they make certain disclosures about an investigation where I allowed an employee who had a brain tumor to stay home on light duty at the direction of a commander.
Okay. And so that was one instance when you were put on the Brady list. Have you been put on the Brady list on other occasions?
No.
Objection is to relevance.
Overruled. He answered no.
And the Brady list essentially, well, you tell me, what is the Brady list?
Well, like I said, I don't think there's a Brady list, but the Commonwealth makes disclosures based on opinions that they form about a case.
And the underlying finding is truthfulness, correct?
No.
Okay. Now, there's comment in here about catfishing. Was that a concern on March 30th, 2024, amongst you and Deputy Chief Bruce?
Was catfishing?
There's a comment here. I'm just trying to get the context of that.
So based on the evidence, I think that after I reviewed it was about a month in, I believe that it was overwhelming that this was a catfish. I think the term has been used kind of across the board now. That was set up by the defendant, yes.
Okay. And after doing 1 month's worth of work and as a lieutenant, you were able to arrive at that conclusion?
I was a sergeant at the time, but yes.
Okay. And describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what were your digital forensics qualifications in order to arrive at that conclusion?
Well, I reviewed sort of the evidence that was provided to me by the digital forensics people. For instance, the accounts were created in January. They had never, they were brand new accounts. That was unusual to me. We reviewed Christine's history. I think it went back to the mid 2000s. She had never so much as visited a porn site that we could find. So I thought that was.
I guess my question was about the digital forensics.
Well, I think reviewing her digital footprint, there was no evidence of that. There were 2 occasions where the co-defendants were out of town for 48 to 36 hours, and none of the accounts, the CB 920 at Gmail wasn't used, the FetLife account wasn't used, the Telegram account wasn't used. It seemed unusual to me that that wouldn't happen while they were out of the house.
So if I can, let me just redirect you back to digital forensics.
Well, this is all part of the digital evidence, right? So
not your opinion as to whether or not it's unusual if they're in or out of town.
Just want to you ask your next question.
Yes. In terms of catfishing, that was a theory that you were pushing, correct?
That I was
pushing.
It's what I believe the evidence overwhelmingly supported, yes.
And you then attempted to educate the homicide detectives.
Objection, leading.
All right, I was saying this lead.
What, if anything, did you do with the homicide detectives in order to convince them of your theory?
We reviewed the evidence many times between March and September. However, it wasn't until the co-defendant came into proffer that everybody was in agreement that the catfish was the actual correct.
Okay, so once again, it was the co-defendant, not the digital forensics, that caused that conclusion, correct?
That's not my opinion, no.
Okay. Okay. I don't have any further questions on that. Sir, I'm going to have you look at what will be marked as 98, Defense Exhibit 97.
No.
It's 97.
It's 97.
It's 97, correct.
You see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, this is between you and Deputy Chief Bruce, is that right?
It is.
Okay. And there's some concern about losing the probable cause hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So question for, Your Honor, I'd move that into evidence.
All right, any objection, 97?
Yes, Judge, our previous witness did not identify that as his information, so it stands as hearsay.
Kind of a follow-on of 96, it just keeps going down, so I'll
I can-
rule the objection on
Thank you.
97 in evidence.
Is this communication with Patrick Bruce?
It is.
Okay. And in here, there's discussion about the prosecutor's plan, correct?
Yes.
And are you in the blue or the gray?
Blue.
Okay. And there's something about a fail-safe that's been put in place. What's that?
We had evidence that the co-defendant may have misrepresented things on her visa application. And I think Customs and Border Protection had planned to investigate that and potentially arrest her for it.
Okay, so if the preliminary hearing didn't go well, you wanted to get a hold of her immediately afterwards.
Correct.
So if the preliminary hearing hadn't gone well, just for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the case would have been dismissed.
Correct.
And then she would have been released.
Judge, counsel's testifying.
Stays leading.
So what would have happened if the preliminary hearing had been dismissed?
The co-defendant would be released.
And so the fail-safe was to have Customs and Border Patrol there to grab her?
Correct.
Okay, so come to the jail before she's released.
I think they were planning on getting arrest warrants. I'm not fully read into what their plan was.
And was this a plan between you and then Deputy Chief Bruce, or was this a plan amongst everyone involved?
It was the detectives on the task force that was created set it up.
Okay, and so who else would have known about the fail-safe?
Detective Bryant, Detective Goodell, and Detective Smith, I think, was still pretty well involved at that point.
Was Detective Bryant the chief detective at that time?
He was the lead detective, yes.
Okay, and Detective Goodell was another co-lead detective?
Correct.
And was Detective Smith the lead detective, or she?
Yeah, so essentially when I arrived, Detective Brian had been the lead for the first year or so. I think at some point prior to my arrival, Detective Smith had been assigned to help him. And then once I got there, I assigned Detective Goodell. So there was 3 detectives plus myself that were reviewing all the evidence.
Okay. Okay, did you say in a prior statement that as a lieutenant, you wouldn't review all the evidence?
No, I would absolutely review the evidence. I wouldn't take part directly in the investigation. I didn't interview witness, collect evidence, or have any real direct involvement, just in reviewing and advocating for investigative leads.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry, 97 was moved into evidence?
97 is in
Okay,
evidence.
and that's, the jury has, it's been published. Okay, thank you. Sir, can you see that communication?
Yes.
Is that the communication with Patrick Bruce?
Yes.
And this is from November 8th, correct?
Yes.
Okay, do you recognize this?
I do.
And you're in blue?
Correct.
You're going to move this in as Commonwealth's Exhibit number 98?
Judge, I'll renew the objection that former Deputy Chief Bruce could not identify this item.
On this one, he could not identify.
I think the witness just identified him.
All right.
Correct, but the witness indicates based on the document
I'm
itself.
sustaining the objection since he testified that he did not recall it. So I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Sir, in the blue box, you indicate that you did something. What is that?
I used the words markup. Took a red pen. What I did was highlight in red
Okay.
on a document.
And did you actually take a pen?
No, it was the red. I changed the font to red rather than black.
Okay. And the document that you were referring to there, what document was that?
It was the executive summary prepared by Detective Miller.
Okay. Your Honor, may we approach on 98?
Sure.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the way the defense attorney made it sound in his opening statement, too.
Or if I may, I also had 106.
I had 106. I put that on his.
Okay, and 107. Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
Sir, do you identify what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 100?
Yes, it's a text message.
And that's between you and Patrick Bruce?
It is.
Are you in the blue box or the gray box?
Blue.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move that into evidence. as
No objection.
Commonwealth's
100 in
Exhibit
evidence.
100.
And we'll publish.
So what, if anything, did you do when you were told to hold off on bringing Klingon and Kelsey into the loop?
I don't remember specifically, but I would imagine I held off on giving them a call.
Okay, and who, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who's Klingon and who's Kelsey?
They were the prosecutors assigned at the time.
Okay, and do you recall when it was that you put them in the loop after this statement?
I'm sure within 24 hours. I don't recall
But you don't
exactly.
have any recollection?
No, I don't recall, but it was definitely not for any extended period of time.
Okay, and this looks like it was something that might jog your memory. It was relating to Celebrite Task Force. Do you have any recollection when it was that you would have told the prosecutors in this case, whatever the conclusion was?
Judge, I think that's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
Maybe you want to rephrase your question.
Was the information that you're holding off on relating to the task force meeting at Celebrite?
I believe it was the blood inside Juliana's shoes and on Brendan's pants.
Okay, and so how long did it take for you to communicate that to the prosecution team?
Like I said, I don't remember exactly, but it would be something that I would bring them up to speed on within a short period.
Okay, but you don't remember if you did?
I'm sorry?
But you don't remember if you did?
I certainly remember that they're aware of it. I just don't know exactly what that time frame was, but I would guess within 24 hours.
Thank you.
Mr. Carroll, would this be a good time to go ahead and take our lunch break?
Yes, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break for an hour. Please do not discuss case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
We're going to do Saka at 1:30. So.
The prosecution or the defense at this time, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be back. Let's go at 2:05, okay? 2:05.
Court recess until 2:05.
Yeah, Peter Tragos kept saying, I'm interested in what happened, why all the cops got transferred that said that they thought it was catfishing. And I wanted to know too. I was kind of interested. But he's not proven that there was any sort of misconduct that made, or not misconduct, any nefarious reasons for transferring the officers. Like, the officers didn't do anything wrong. They just got transferred, and that happens. Officers get transferred to other sections, whatever they're called, departments, all the time. And who knows, maybe it was something that they had put in for, could be years earlier, but they didn't have an opening, and maybe all of a sudden they got an opening in that department, and it just was coincidental that it was at this time. But like the one guy that said he didn't recommend that digital forensics guys to work with the major crime division anymore, but he asked for him to be over the other division, whatever division that was, I don't remember. So he didn't want him over the major crimes division, but apparently it wasn't because he wasn't doing his job right, because then he asked him to be over the other division. So I think all of this is coincidences that the defense attorney is trying to make into a conspiracy of some sort. So I'm not seeing anything that this defense attorney is doing working in his favor. I'm not seeing one thing other than Juliana is a little shady because she's changed her story so many times. I don't trust her as far as I could throw her. But I think she's telling the truth that he came up with the plan. He was the one that initiated everything. I don't think she's smart enough to think of this on her own. So I think this, yeah, he's wasting time. Not only in his subpar lawyering, but just because these witnesses, they don't even need to be on the stand. Because they're not saying anything. And the evidence he's trying to admit into evidence can't be admitted into evidence because it's not relevant or it's hearsay or whatever. So basically, he's just wasting everybody.
All right. Are you ready for the jury then? No, let's Mr. Carroll. Thank you.
Okay, why did the closed caption just say, I love Mr. Carroll? I don't think anybody said, I love Mr. Carroll. Especially not Judge A.
Bless you. Let's get the witness back on the
used to think
stand.
Judge Darrow was the most patient judge I've ever seen. I take it back. It's her. I would have come
Sir, just a reminder,
unglued
you're
when
still
he did
under
what
oath.
he did
Thank you.
earlier.
All right, your next question.
When he overruled
So,
her.
Mr. Giacchio,
Could you move the microphone back towards yourself there?
oh, sorry.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Very good.
Lieutenant Giacchio, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been identified as Defense Exhibit 102. Do you recall that conversation and who it was with?
Yes, and it was with Deputy Chief Bruce.
Okay. And Your Honor, if I'd move that into evidence.
Oh,
Thank you. Any objection?
No, ma'am.
All right, 102 in evidence.
Now, the date is significant for what reason?
I believe that's the date of the proffer.
Okay. And was the proffer occurring at that time?
It was later that evening.
Okay. And
Do you know what a
what time did the
is?
proffer start, do you know, in the evening?
I believe somewhere around 4 or 5 is when we began. I don't recall exactly though. It was in the evening hour, so.
Were you in the room where the proffer was occurring or the room next door?
Next door.
Okay. And how were you linked up to the proffer?
By phone.
The phone was just left open and you could just listen to it?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm not even sure outside of a courtroom.
Was there
what
not
a
enough
proffer
room
is. I
in
thought
the
there
area
was.
where the proffer was occurring?
It's a relatively small conference room, but it was a decision of the Commonwealth Attorney who was in there.
Okay. Who was the Commonwealth Attorney?
That was Mr. Klingon at the time.
Okay. And was the decision that you would be out?
Yes.
Or there wasn't enough room?
I can't speak to what his mindset was. I mean,
He told you you're out.
correct.
Okay. Now, I think we have a previous exhibit where it was requested that you hold back information from Klingon and Kelsey Gill. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was that around the same time frame as this?
I don't know if you could show me the exhibit. I can tell you. Yeah.
Exhibit 100.
It looks like that was in June, middle of June 12th.
Okay. Did it ever come to light that you were holding back information from the Commonwealth Attorney?
We weren't holding back information. It was simply to allow time for, I think, Deputy Chief Bruce to notify up the chain of command.
Oh, okay. So is that reflected here in this message?
No, but that wasn't unusual.
Okay. Was there some reason that Deputy Chief Bruce or you, if you can answer, didn't want to include the prosecutors in this case?
We always included the prosecutors, but there was a major piece or a major change, then I would notify Deputy Chief Bruce and he would notify it up the chain to the Chief of Police. And we wanted to allow time for him to be aware of it on our side so that he would hear from it from us rather than from the Commonwealth Attorney's Office.
Okay, so looking at this exhibit that's been introduced into evidence, was the meeting with Cellbrite a major change?
I think that what he's referring to is the blood evidence, not the meeting with Cellbrite.
Okay, because Cellbrite doesn't have anything to do with blood, correct?
No, that's digital evidence.
Okay, I'm just following my questions up on your statement saying whenever there are major changes, we might delay so he can go up the command staff chain before telling anyone else. So what I'm asking about is in this one, is Cellbrite a major change?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think objection is to form. Mr. Carroll is misreading the information. There was no meeting with Cellbrite. The statement is meeting with task force after Cellbrite.
All right. I'll
Fair
sustain
enough.
form.
You testified that traditionally Deputy Chief Bruce would say, hold off so he could send it up the flagpole essentially, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But I think you're confusing what information. The information is the blood information that he's asking me to hold off on is the way I understand it.
Well, yeah,
The
that's.
Cellbrite has nothing to do with the later statement.
And where does it say that?
Well, I'm saying that.
Okay. And so that would be, what you just testified to was that this would happen when there were major changes so that everyone and staff could know and be able to answer questions by the press and things like that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, what I'm saying is what is the major change in the case that would cause there to be some delay in talking to the prosecutors?
The blood evidence. So Christine's blood inside Juliana's shoes and on Brendan's pants.
Okay.
That was new information. So that was something that I considered significant.
Okay, you sent that on. And then, so you remember that moment?
Well, I remember sending the text, yes.
But do you remember it as you're reading this text, what the context of it was?
Yes, we got a lab sheet back that contained new blood information. And I notified my chain of command.
And so what about that would not directly relate to information the prosecutors need?
I'm not really following what you're trying to ask.
Okay, I'm trying to understand why there's any need to hold back evidence from the prosecutors.
There was no holding back evidence. It was merely giving time for it to get up our chain before the notification was made to the prosecutor's office.
Okay, and you don't know specifically what that time was?
I think I testified earlier, it was no longer than 24 hours. It was either later that evening or the following day.
Okay, but we're now talking about this major event of the blood evidence that's referenced here, and that doesn't tell you any different?
Objection leading, counsel's testifying.
Prosecutor's leading.
Now that we're identifying what it is that was the major evidence break, do you remember why you were holding back and when you ultimately gave them the information?
Again, Judge Aston answered. He has testified that he does not recall specifically when he shared the information, but he knows that it would have been within 24 hours.
I think that was previously, Judge, when we weren't talking about the major event, which is what he just testified to.
All right, I'll overrule. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you repeat them?
So what was it about this major event with, I guess, a lab sheet coming back that caused you to hold it back from the prosecutors? And then my question is, if it's a major event, wouldn't you have an idea of how long you're holding it back from the prosecutors?
I wouldn't say major. It's a significant thing that we get a lab sheet in that shows blood evidence. There's no holding back. The evidence was all provided to the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, but we allow time when we get some kind of information for it to go up the chain of command so that they're all aware of it, so that they can, if the Commonwealth Attorney's Office calls over to somebody higher ranking, that they can speak educated about it.
So is that a policy?
I mean, it's just how we do business. There's not a policy.
But I mean, somebody has to determine it's major and somebody has to then make the decision whether it gets held up.
I think it would go to my discretion, whether it's something I'm going to notify my chain of command, and they're going to tell me sometimes they're not, it's not significant enough that they would hold it back. Or perhaps, if it was a phone call and the deputy chief was with the chief or the assistant chief, they could relay it immediately. In this case, I'm assuming that the deputy chief didn't have immediate access and was waiting for some reasonable amount of time so that he could make that notification prior to bringing the Commonwealth attorney into the loop.
How many times in this case did you find yourself speaking to Deputy Chief Bruce at the time about holding back evidence from the prosecutors?
Again, we're not holding anything back. We're making notifications and then notifying the Commonwealth attorney.
Well, couldn't it also be done as telling them, hey, we haven't made notifications, keep this under your...
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Weren't there other ways to do that with involving the Commonwealth Attorney's Office?
Well, they were involved.
Not if it was being held back.
Objection argumentative.
I sustain the objection.
You just testified that they weren't involved because you were holding back.
Objection leading.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. Let's go back to exhibit number 102.
I almost feel sorry for him.
This was, it looks like the entire chain was October 25th, which is the, I think you previously said was the day that Juliana Perez Magalhaes recanted?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks as though, and Your Honor, I'm sorry, have I moved this into evidence yet?
Yes, that's already been.
Okay,
noticed.
okay. And you're the blue bubbles there, correct?
Correct.
And I guess the offer hasn't been made yet, but you have the offer there, or has it already been accepted?
I don't know. I'm aware of the offer. I don't know if it had been accepted yet, I guess is what I don't know the answer to
And
that.
who would have been involved with that process?
The Commonwealth Attorney's Office.
And do you know who made the offer?
I believe it was Mr. Klingon.
Okay, did you talk to him before that
I talked to him.
about the offer?
Yeah, there was discussions throughout the case about a potential offer.
Okay, when was the first time that an offer was made in your recollection?
I don't know.
Could it have been around January 1st? of
Objection leading.
2001? How long were offers going on as far as you knew?
I don't know.
Were you privy to all offers that were made?
I don't know.
Do you know of any other offers other than this one being made to her?
I believe there were others. I don't know the ins and outs of them.
Okay. And would that be because of your capacity as a lieutenant in homicide?
Well, the police department investigates and the prosecutor's office prosecutes, so they make those prosecutorial decisions, and I'm not always privy to them.
Okay. How many offers were you privy to?
I know that there were other offers made. I couldn't tell you if it was more than one. I just know that there was discussion that there were previous offers.
Okay. And in the context of the calendar year and the big events of that calendar year of 24, were there offers made before Brendan was arrested?
I believe so, but I wouldn't know the details of that.
Okay. Were there offers made before the preliminary hearing that was a cause for concern for the fail-safe?
I believe so, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. That was a pretty big event though, wasn't it?
The preliminary hearing?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And that was something that really stood out in your mind?
Objection leading.
Is that something that stood out in your mind?
I mean, it was the first, with my involvement in the case, it was the first sort of major milestone, I would say.
Okay. At any point, did you hear of an offer of a misdemeanor for testimony?
Not that I'm aware of. Or not that I remember, I guess would be the more appropriate answer.
And I was just going to follow up. There may have been, but you don't know.
Yeah, I just don't know.
Okay. Now, were you involved in any way in your capacity, either directing or performing review of jail calls?
I listen to them regularly, yes.
Okay, and you were listening to them.
Objection leading.
Were you listening to them when Juliana had been arrested and was in jail and Brendan was out?
I don't recall when I started, but I believe it was before. I at least listened to some. I listened to more after.
Okay, but you were the command staff person. Was there someone assigned to listen to calls all the time?
Yes.
And what was the reasoning for that?
Well, part of it was that with Juliana, she spoke in Portuguese, so we had a Portuguese-speaking police officer that listened.
Okay, was that who was assigned?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the goal of listening to her jail calls?
To gather evidence.
Okay, and was there ever any discussion amongst your group about the pressure that was applied to her relating to her being incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay, and was that something that was favorable for what your goals were?
That she had pressure because she was incarcerated?
Yes.
I mean, potentially.
Okay. Were there, in listening to all those calls and having them translated, when you listened to the ones in English, were you concerned about her mental health?
There were times where the officer who was listening had concerns, and we relayed those to the sheriff's department.
Okay. Were there times that you were concerned about her talking about the meetings that she had been with the police in the Commonwealth's office?
I don't recall any concerns about that, no.
Okay, so you didn't hear any calls where she was telling somebody what's going on?
Objection leading.
And
Did you hear any calls like that?
Like what?
Recounting what the offers were or talking about the case after talking to the police?
Not that I recall specifically.
And so how often did you find yourself as a supervisor listening to those calls?
If I had free time, I tried to listen.
Was the Portuguese officer that was monitoring them, was it just on the Portuguese calls?
I think he checked all the calls and he summarized them. So from time to time, he would, send a note if he thought something might be worthy of the detective or somebody on the task force giving it a listen to see what context it had.
And what kind of things were said?
I couldn't specifically tell you. I would have to go through emails.
So it would be something that would be beneficial to the case.
Objection leading.
Would it be something that would be beneficial to your case?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, anything that he thought was unusual or stood out to him, he would pass on. He wasn't directly involved in the investigation, and hadn't reviewed the whole investigation. So sometimes he didn't really know what something might mean. He would forward on.
In assigning him, did you or anyone give him parameters on what you're interested in?
He was assigned before I got there.
Okay. Did you ever educate him when you got in there, what you wanted?
No, I don't think there was, like I said, he was there and had been doing that for some time before I arrived.
Now, when you arrived, what were you told to do when you arrived?
My job was to be the homicide supervisor. Also, I was asked to review this case and other open cases.
And were you told to close this case?
Well, of course, that's the goal for any open case.
Specifically this case?
Yes.
Okay. Were you told to clean house in homicide?
If necessary.
Did you ever say, or what, if anything, did you say about cleaning house of the existing homicide detectives?
I think I told all of them when I first got there that was not my goal. I hope to keep everybody who was there.
Okay. And did people leave?
Yes.
Okay. And how many people left the homicide squad?
During my time there, 5 were promoted to sergeant. I think they're all back in the Major Crimes Bureau now, and 1 was transferred out.
Okay. And who was that one?
That was Detective Bryant. Or I'm sorry, 2. The Detective Bryant and Detective Hanging were transferred out.
Okay. Now, did you have any control over Detective Miller being transferred?
No.
Were you aware of Deputy Chief Bruce at the time saying that he was no longer working on any Major Crime Bureau cases?
Yes.
And were you aware of any?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Were you aware of any proceedings for transfer for Detective Miller?
No.
Okay, so you had no say in that?
No.
Okay. Or were your discussions with Deputy Chief Bruce informing him as to his decision to transfer?
I mean, we discussed it, but that wouldn't be, it's not even our bureau at that point, so I would have no real input.
Okay. Now, Detective Bryant, he was transferred.
He was.
And that was, I guess, was it the decision around the time of October 25th? Which is,
I think he was transferred in January,
okay, but the decision, when was that made?
shortly, I mean, probably in January,
Was it
maybe late December.
Was the reason for his transfer the October 25th?
Objection leading.
What, if anything, did the October 25th recant and the time leading up to it, what, if anything, did that do to hasten his transfer?
I think once Juliana came in proffered and provided more context to the evidence, everybody agreed that the evidence was overwhelming and that they had missed the mark, and he was the lead. So that's what ultimately was what caused him to be transferred.
So he was transferred because he didn't get it done. You needed Juliana.
Objection leading.
Sustained deleting?
So am I to understand it was because of
Judge,
Juliana?
that's still leading.
I don't know what the question is, but okay.
Were there any other factors that were considered other than what you just testified to as to Detective Bryan's transfer?
When he became aware of the proffer, it was 5 days before he passed that information up the chain of command. So that also played in.
Okay. And his leaving, was that, how was that characterized?
It was a transfer.
Okay. Was it related to discipline because he didn't notify command staff?
No, it was a lateral transfer.
Was that the circumstance of performance management that was talked about last summer?
Yeah, I would say that's the term used.
What is performance management?
Well, if somebody isn't performing at a level that you would expect for the position they're in, you might move them to another unit to gain further experience. And that's what happened in this case.
And he's now in digital forensics. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Was that where he was transferred from homicide to digital forensics?
No, he went to sex crimes, also in the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay, so sex crimes and then now digital forensics?
That's my understanding. I don't have any knowledge of that transfer.
Okay, you haven't.
I wasn't involved in it.
or
No.
anything like that. Now, he was the lead detective on this case from the beginning, correct?
Yes,
From that day on February 24th.
that's my understanding, yes.
And Brendan Miller was the lead digital forensics person from the beginning of the case, correct?
Yes.
And he was the only one that worked on extracting the 60 devices and things like that. Is that right?
I believe so. There's two Brendan Millers. I think they may have helped each other out at points, but so I'm not 100% on that, but I believe the Brendan Miller you're speaking of was the lead.
Is that the one that is sitting in the court right now?
Yes.
Okay. And so that we're talking about the same person.
Yes.
And he was also transferred during that time, correct? Within a couple months.
I don't recall the exact time he was transferred.
Okay, but it was soon after the proffer and
Yes.
and the back and forth in terms of the emails with Sergeant Ames.
Correct. It was right around that time. So
Okay.
if you put that exhibit up, I can give you a better ballpark.
If I said November 7th, November 8th, would you believe me?
If you're representing that that's what it says, then I will accept that.
Yes.
That sounds about right.
And so now I know you weren't in homicide for long, right?
About 11 months.
11 months. And that was before you were transferred.
Correct.
And prior to that, were you ever in homicide as an investigator?
I was not in homicide, but I've been an investigator for most of my career.
Okay.
Or supervised investigations.
And your career as an investigator was in narcotics, correct?
Primarily before I came to the police department, I did fraud investigations as well.
Okay, with another police department?
With a private insurance company or insurance agency.
Oh, okay. But in terms of your experience, police experience, you hadn't had any homicide experience up until you got there on March 2024.
Only peripherally. A lot of homicides relate to narcotics, so from time to time we would be involved in that aspect.
But you're never the lead detective or anything like that?
No.
Now, in your experience, does it seem odd that the chief detective...
Objection leading.
I don't know what the question is, so if you want to continue your question, I can't rule out
Does it
yet.
seem odd that the chief detective of this homicide case and the chief digital forensic examiner were transferred around the same time?
No.
Have you ever seen a case where the lead investigator is transferred and another lead investigator is transferred prior to it coming to court?
The lead investigator transfer, yeah, I mean, that happens all the time, I think.
In homicide?
In any case, I think there's plenty of homicide cases where they've come to trial and the homicide detective has moved on through promotion or to another unit prior to the trial. That's pretty normal.
Well, there's a distinction in the way you said that. I'm talking.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Let me ask you a different question. If the case is getting to the point where it hasn't gone to trial and a homicide detective is moving, that's different than what you just testified to, right?
Objection leading.
Overruled, I'll
I think that's exactly what I just testified to. Sometimes there's an arrest, there's a transfer, and then there's a trial.
Okay. I think, I mean, I don't want to quibble with you about it, but I think you had said once the case has gone to trial, then the person transferred.
No, that's not, if that's what came out, that's not what I intended. I don't think.
Perhaps I misunderstood.
Yeah, I think it's relatively normal for a homicide detective to leave the unit, whether it be for transfer or promotion, and then still see the case through to trial.
Okay. And when you were transferred, did you have any additional duties with regard to this case?
No.
Beyond what you had as a watch commander?
Not really. I mean, I provided what I had and moved on to my new assignment.
You gave your OneDrive and then moved on?
For the most part. Obviously, I've been here to testify a couple times here with you.
So other than being subpoenaed, you're...
No, I didn't have any more investigative responsibility with the
I
case.
wouldn't want to be in jail at all.
Are you aware of whether or not Deputy Chief Bruce, then Deputy Chief Bruce, now Mr. Bruce, has played any role in this investigation since he was transferred to the Administrative Support Bureau up until he left the...
I'm not aware.
Okay. Are you aware of any duties that Kyle Bryant, who was the chief homicide detective, has, what duties he's had since he was transferred?
My understanding is he remains the lead. I don't... He remained the lead when I left, to put it that way.
Okay, so he was actually still involved in certain things, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Was that while you were still there, or did that happen after you left?
Well, he was transferred when I was still there, but my understanding is he's remained the lead, and if that changed, that would be news to me.
Was that in talking to him?
In talk about...
Is that how you learned that? You spoke to him?
Well, I was still the supervisor, and I told him that he will remain the lead.
Okay. And he carried out his duties as he was supposed to, as far as you know?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And then with regard to Brendan Miller, do you know whether or not he had any responsibilities or obligations with this case?
I don't
after
know.
he was transferred?
That I don't know. I would assume so since he was the lead, but I don't know the answer.
Okay. And in any of the communications about transfer, you weren't privy to that?
So right when he was transferred, there was a couple weeks where we talked about reviewing and he was going through the evidence. Beyond that, I don't know.
Okay. You didn't keep track of it?
No.
There probably wasn't any reason to keep track of it, right?
Right. I moved to a new command.
Okay. Here, I'm sorry, 102 has been moved into evidence?
102 is in evidence.
Okay. Now, were you when you were speaking to the victim's family, you indicate that you're on a call with Joseph Ryan's family?
Judge, can we identify the exhibit?
Which exhibit?
I don't know what we're looking at.
Is it still 102, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's written on the bottom right corner.
I can't do that.
So were you the main contact for the Ryan family and the Banfield family?
No.
Okay. What was the phone call about?
I think that was filling them in. Well, I don't know. It may have been to fill them in that the proffer was coming, but I don't recall. Looks like it was right before, so I would imagine, but it wasn't a phone call that I set up or led.
Okay. Would that be under your umbrella, I guess, or would that be victim services?
I think that was in concert with victim services.
Okay. And so in concert, meaning you were on the phone with someone from victim services?
Yes, I wouldn't have made that call without victim services, but to the best of my recollection, I believe I was just a silent observer in that call.
Who else was on there?
I don't know. I believe that I don't want to misspeak. I'm not sure.
Okay. I mean, how many times did you talk to the victim's family with someone from Victim Services?
At each of the hearings, I mean, if they were in town, we always tried to be in the room, or if there was an update, we would update them.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, was this a phone call?
I believe it's a phone call.
Okay. And so would you oftentimes call the Ryan family or the Banfield family part of your?
Primarily, it would be in-person meetings when they were in town.
Okay. And this call would stand out as not being the usual contact.
I don't remember specifically the call. Based on the date, I would imagine that it was to notify them of the proffer.
Sir, can you see what's on your screen?
Yes.
And have you reviewed that?
What number is that?
Sorry, Defense Exhibit 103.
103, thank you.
Yes.
Do you know when that text occurred?
I believe that was during the proffer.
Okay, so you were in the adjacent room?
Correct.
And you were, well, you tell me, who are you texting with?
Deputy Chief Bruce.
Okay, and you're going to move that in as
All right, any objection 103?
No, ma'am.
Defense Exhibit 103?
Publish.
So let's go through this. It's tough to see what's under the banner there. Do you know what you wrote?
I think it says no real response yet. I did let Klingon know.
Okay, and you said this is while it's going on?
Correct.
So were you communicating via text with Klingon at the same time you were communicating with Patrick Bruce?
So we had a group thread for questions, and then I was communicating with Deputy Chief Bruce as well.
Okay. Who was on the group thread that you're talking about?
I believe it was Mr. Klingon, Detective Goodell, Detective Bryant, and Ms. Bristler.
Was Detective Miller on there?
No.
Was there anybody on there that had expertise in digital forensics when those questions were being asked? Was he still in his position at the time this took place?
Yes.
And was there any reason why he would have been excluded as the expert?
So for the investigative and interview stuff like that, it would be the homicide unit, and then we shared that video later with him.
Okay, but was there any benefit to having his perspective, like it would any other agent, any other part of the agency that did some investigation?
I mean, I think there's a number of people you can have, that are present. So we made it to task force and provided that recording to everybody else afterwards.
Okay, but there would have been room because there was an ante room that you were in.
Sure, there would have been room.
Okay, and so who made the decision to exclude Detective Miller?
Mr. Klingon determined who was going to be there.
Okay, that's different from my question. You just answered my question by saying he determined who was going to be there. Was there anybody who excluded Detective Miller?
Mr. Klingon, I guess. I mean, he determined who was going to be invited.
And okay,
so I imagine the converse would be true.
So because he wasn't there, it had to have been Eric Klingon.
Objection, counsel's testifying, and I think that would be a mischaracterization of the defendant's or the witness statement.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
I don't want to mischaracterize. Tell me what you were just saying about who was invited and who wasn't.
Mr. Klingon, I believe in concert with Ms. Bristler from the prosecution team, determined who and where this would occur and who would be invited or excluded.
Now, it looks like there's additional back and forth chat. What's that about?
It's about the, has been characterized, the catfish theory.
And does that highlight the dispute as to who believed in it and who didn't?
I think that's fair, yeah.
And is that why you said you were looking for an apology?
Yes, I think we had back and forth. I advocated strongly that I didn't believe that Christine had set up or sent any of those messages. That wasn't the theory that went forward until Juliana came in and told the truth.
So this is a celebration of you being right.
I don't know if I would call it a celebration, but it's a realization. Confirmation.
And then it looks as though everybody's telling everybody how great they were. Is that?
Objection leading.
Sustained deleting?
What's the rest of it about?
I think it's just acknowledging that we had gotten it right, and that now everybody was on the same page, and that nobody believed that we were not right.
Okay. And so you arrived at the determination that you were right because Juliana Perez Magalhaes told the story.
Yeah, I think she filled in the blanks, but by and large, what she said was consistent with what I believe the evidence showed pretty much within my first 30 days of being involved in the case.
Okay, so were you aware that it was 2 weeks before trial when this proffer occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your position that you needed her to testify against Brendan in this case?
I thought it would be helpful, but I don't think it was necessary based on the evidence.
And your opposition to Detective Miller's executive summary was based on her testimony, correct?
No, I opposed it from pretty early on, but I think it was confirmation. It gave context to a lot of things that were in there.
Okay. And it was at that point that you worked through his chain of command, Sergeant Ames, to get him to change the executive summary, correct?
I never asked him to change anything. I asked him to review it, be able to explain why he arrived at the conclusions that he had, and to be able to explain why he doesn't believe that to be the case anymore. And my understanding is that's what he did.
Not with you?
Not with me, no.
Okay. Did you ever go and ask him what his original position was?
I think it's well documented in his summaries. I mean, we discussed it.
That was an inartful question. Did you ever ask him to go through like a math problem and show your work as to how he arrived at those conclusions?
Yeah, we looked at it time and time again.
Okay, but I mean, I'm talking about a comprehensive explanation based on his expertise that arrives at his, did you ever do that?
Judge, I'm going to object to ask an answer, not just now, but earlier prior to the break.
Sustained. Next question.
When you say you talked about it from time to time, is that a comprehensive review of his work?
Can you do?
I mean, we spent a lot of hours in his lab,
You can't
yes.
do that. You
Okay,
can't
and
object to something that's.
were you questioning him?
Or
I mean, we discussed all the things. There was something in the digital side that I didn't understand. I would ask him to explain to me what he felt that it meant.
Okay, so at least one aspect of whatever you didn't understand, you would ask for his explanations. I guess what I'm asking is, did there ever come a time when you had him explain his entire report?
Probably not all at once. Obviously, it was, there was extensive evidence, but we went through a significant chunk of it in his lab, yes.
Now, just specifically with regard to the executive summary, when did you recall, when did he complete it and when did you see it?
He completed it prior to my arrival, so I saw it, sometime probably in that first 30 days in March of 24.
Okay, and at any point did you agree with it?
I think in the first bit, I just took it all in. I tried to take in all the evidence. I spoke with a number of detectives and sort of got their impressions, and then I reviewed it, and then I had questions about the analysis. I think part of the issue is it was not the data that I had issue with, it was the interpretation.
Okay. You mean the statements surrounding the data? The findings?
For instance, he attributes things to people rather than devices.
Okay. And is that something in your digital forensic experience that's not best practices?
I think it's difficult to say who's holding a device if you don't have a lot of context.
I think that's, I mean, isn't that why digital forensics is what it is?
Well, they extract data and look and tell you what's going on. And I think probably some of his analysis went outside the bounds of what he would normally do.
And did you ever directly address him about that statement you just made?
Hey, Nancy.
Yeah, we discussed it, and I think he agrees
You think he agrees?
that it was beyond what he normally does, yes.
You
Okay.
stay away.
Were you aware of the peer review of his executive summary and files?
So there was stuff sent down to University of Alabama, I believe. My understanding was that they were trying to do a deeper dive into certain devices and see if they could pull more information than perhaps Fairfax County has the ability to pull.
Were they able to do that? Do you know?
I don't think they really got much further than he did.
Were you aware that they concurred in his findings?
My understanding is that they concurred that he extracted things properly and that the data was correct.
Did that peer review change anything in terms of your position as to the executive summary?
I'm sorry, I lost you. Can you speak into the microphone? It's hard to hear up there. I'm sorry.
Did the peer review change your thought process as to the executive summary that he had created?
I think it gave me confidence in the data, but it didn't affect the analysis part of it.
Okay. And so perhaps I've asked you this. What was your experience in the analysis of digital forensics?
Well, you're looking at what the data is. I've been an investigator for almost 2 decades. So I've looked at lots of data and developed theories or trends, stuff like that.
But can't anyone do that?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. Next question.
Last date where?
Would that be difficult for anyone else to do?
I don't think so. I mean, I've spent a lot of time in investigations and putting things together, and you look at, patterns of life and how people act and how humans behave. And this is just more data points to look into.
Now, and that's what, is that what differentiates experts to investigators?
Well, I think the expert,
Objection, relevance. I'm not sure where we're going with this. He's not an expert. He's testifying as his recollection of the events.
Well, I think the discussion is about Brendan Miller's work.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Why are you leaving YouTube because of some guy? That doesn't make sense. Is he making you? If he's making you, then you need to drop him.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to look at defense number 104.
Or do you mean to me whether I'm quiet or not?
Is that yours?
yes,
And that's with Deputy Chief Bruce?
yes.
You're going to move that in as defense exhibit 104?
Any objection?
No objection. We also would not object to 105 as it appears to be page 3 of this same conversation.
Okay, 104 and 105 in evidence.
And sir, you're in the blue, correct?
Yes.
And so your first statement there, what does that mean?
Which
The first statement in blue.
I'm sorry, without the microphone, it's very difficult to hear you and understand.
The first statement in blue?
B guided her through B was Brendan.
Oh, so you're recounting her story?
Correct. This is during the proffer.
And is this in the ancillary or?
Correct.
The ante room of?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. And this is Detective Bruce's statement?
That's Deputy Chief Bruce speaking, yes.
Deputy Chief Bruce, sorry. And did you have any, in your text group, did you have any say in any of the questions that were being asked?
Yeah, so we, in the text group, if there was something we wanted to explore, we would put a question in there, and then Mr. Klingon would either ask the question or not, depending on, his expertise, I guess, as a prosecutor.
Okay. Sir, it looks as though 105 has been admitted to evidence.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, and is this part of the chain of text messages back and forth?
Right, it's continuation of the previous exhibit.
And the discussions in, I guess, the gray is then Deputy Chief Bruce, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you're in the blue responses?
Yes.
And so these are what you guys are in this, well, tell me what you're talking about there.
So we're recounting some of the stuff that's coming on from the proffer and talking about some of the days leading up to the proffer. And then sort of the response of people who became aware of it.
And the discussions about specific situations, those were your theories going in, correct?
Well, confirming the account that Brendan and Juliana created the account is, yes, part of our theory. And then the revenge rape or was she dead was a question as part of that theory as well.
And it looks as though Klingon is a prosecutor, correct?
Yes.
And there was comments about him?
Yes.
And what about Kyle and Tommy? Who were they?
That's Detective Bryant and Detective Goodell.
Okay, and those were the two head detectives at the time?
Correct.
And is that just banter between the two of you?
Yeah, it's a text thread between the two of us.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to look at defense number 108. Is that your communication?
Yes.
And who are you communicating with?
Deputy Chief Bruce.
You're going to move that in as defense exhibit 108?
Any objection?
No,
Want to
thank
wait
you.
in evidence and publish?
So it looks like, well, tell me what you're saying here.
Which part?
This part.
I think you just pointed at Deputy Chief Bruce's comment.
Okay, were you part of that?
Yes, I think what it's referring to is where I say this is good. She confirmed that he would send her home a little early from the gym so she could post when he was not in the house, which was confirmation of some of the digital forensics where you could see that Juliana's device and Brendan's device were at the Lifetime Fitness in Reston. And then Juliana would leave, and as her device would leave, as she arrived at the Stablebrook address.
I don't think this is responsive to my question.
Or you want to ask your question, Ken?
Yes. This area up here, does that indicate that you are still in the room?
Yes.
Okay, so this is while this is going on?
Mm-hmm.
And the things that you're reporting to Deputy Chief Bruce at the time, are those some of the questions that you were sending in or some of the things that you were trying to get the au pair to say?
I wasn't trying to get her to say anything. We were trying to ask questions to get to the truth.
Okay, and were you asking questions regarding that particular incident you just started wanting to talk about?
So that's something I think that came up. Juliana put that out there without being prompted. But like I said, we confirm it with the digital evidence, and it was, corroborating what she was saying.
Now, when she confirmed that she created the account, did she tell you what the email address was?
I don't recall.
Did she tell you what the password was?
I don't think so, but I also don't think she specifically said that she created the account. I think that she said Brendan created the account.
Okay. Did she say that she was there when Brendan?
Josh,
created
I didn't know the
Calling for
password
hearsay.
though, right?
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Was there anyone in the text group asking her or suggesting questions to Mr. Klingon regarding the account platform?
I don't recall.
Was there anybody suggesting questions in what you saw regarding the passwords?
I don't recall. I do remember that Mr. Klingon had a list of, I think, over 100 questions that he hoped to get to. So a lot of that was covered in there.
Do you know what the origin of those questions were?
I think his review of the case, I don't know though.
Okay. What, if anything, did you know about any meetings that Juliana Perez Magalhaes and her attorney had with Mr. Klingon prior to that?
I'm not aware of any, but if it happened outside of my knowledge, I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so it was your impression that she walked in there and
Objection, counsel's testifying, leading.
what was your impression of the
He doesn't even wait for a ruling. He
interview?
just changes his question.
She appeared truthful and we were able to corroborate a lot of what she said.
Oh, okay. I mean, is that the measure of the truthfulness for you?
I think when you see interviews and conduct interviews over a course of a career, you start to kind of get a feel if somebody's being truthful or not. And one of the ways we do that is corroborate through other evidence.
Okay. Now, with regard to your digital forensics that you did, and forgive me if I've asked you this, but it's something that I want to make sure we cover. Did you ever extract anything from any of the phones or devices, or I think there were 60 of them?
No.
Okay. And I think you'd said that you don't have any problems with the data that was generated from those.
No, as far as I can tell, the data appears to be extracted, in compliance with the industry standards. And as you said, University of Alabama confirmed that.
Okay. So what did you do to determine what the industry standards were and what he did?
I just took what the Detective Miller represented to me and the University of Alabama report.
Okay. So he says this was industry standards and you accepted it?
Yes.
Okay. So there wasn't any real, I mean, to inform your conclusions, there wasn't any real investigation.
Objection, leading.
Was there any investigation relating to digital forensics that informed the conclusions that you were working from?
I mean, I reviewed the data. I don't think I did any quote unquote digital forensics work. He provides data. In this case, he provided some other reports and summaries, but the data is the data. You can look at it and sort of figure out what it means. If there was something I didn't understand, I would ask him for help. But it was the analysis, I think, of that data that I thought was problematic.
Okay. Courts indulgence.
All right, yes, sir.
Patriots cheat. Just saying. Remember Inflategate?
So this is Defense Exhibit 104. I think you've previously looked at it. This particular statement right here on the October 25th, that was when you were still in the ante room where the recant was happening, correct?
Correct.
And that's a statement that you wrote. Is that what was said?
I mean, that's my understanding of what was said. I don't recall the specific wording.
Okay, but you were in the moment and you said that.
Yes, that would be what I understood it to mean.
Okay. Now, did you, I know it was a goal, or I won't say it that way. One of the things, what if any, I'm sorry, Judge, strike that.
That's all right.
I want to make sure. Was there anything that occurred in the recant when you were in the ante room that challenged any of the questions that she was asked, or any of the answers that she gave?
I'm not sure what you're trying to ask me. I'm sorry.
Was she challenged on any points in this recant?
You mean, did Mr. Klingon ask her clarifying questions? Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Do you remember any of those?
Not offhand, no.
Did, so the people that were in the room, and I can name the Detective Bryant?
No, we had
Detective Bryant, Detective Goodell, Miss Sprisler, Mr. Klingon, I think Mr. Campbell and his co-counsel may have been in there as well, and Juliana.
Okay, and that was it?
I believe so.
Did anyone else, other than Mr. Klingon, ask questions of Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
I don't think so.
Did anybody, if you had a vantage point to see this, did anybody interrupt him to try to get a point across before he asked a question?
I didn't have the ability to monitor the room. I could only video monitor. I could see it on the phone, or got me crossed up there. It was just an open phone line, so I couldn't see anything until afterwards.
So there was no video feed?
No, I couldn't see into the room.
Did you hear anyone
Dude.
challenging like a detective would to what she was saying?
Objection leading.
Quit using
What if
the word
anything-
challenging.
What, if anything, did any of the detectives or the prosecutor do relating to issues that came up in the questioning?
I don't remember specifically. I think the plan was for Mr. Klingon to do all the talking from the prosecution side. I don't know that any detectives actually spoke during that proffer. And there were definitely times when he asked clarifying questions, but as to specifics, I'd have to watch the video. It's been quite some time.
Okay, and I guess that brings up another point. Is it unusual in your investigations to have the prosecutor question the cooperating co-defendant versus a detective?
To me, it was a little unusual in a state case. In a federal case, that was standard.
Right, but in federal cases,
Objection, counsel's testifying.
there's a little more.
He's still
Objection. Next question.
Good
Um,
Lord.
And did you know whether those people in the room could say something, or were they told not to say something?
My recollection is that Mr. Klingon the plan was for Mr. Klingon to do all the talking. I don't recall there was a, specific statement that nobody else should talk, but that was the plan going in.
Were you involved in any sort of a breakout session between the groups, between the recants?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Well, there's, and I think it was on your email, there were two proffers. And so there was a break between 1 and 2. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I wasn't present for the second one. I'd been transferred by then.
Well, no, sorry. There were 2 separate recorded proffers on October 25th. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think on February 7th, there was another proffer. That's probably what you're thinking of.
Yeah, so in the first proffer, between the 2 sessions, we had food. We had taken Juliana out of the jail prior to her receiving a meal, so we provided her some pizza.
Okay. And then were you there for the second portion?
Yeah, I was in the room next door listening.
And
Same through the whole time. There was just a break in between.
Okay, so the break occurred where everybody could join together?
Yes.
Okay, and in that, was there any sort of a discussion amongst the potential questioners that were in the room?
Not that I recall. We kind of scarfed down some food and got back in there because it was starting to get late.
And so it sounds to me like, so Eric Klingon basically controlled the whole process.
Yes.
Was he willing to take input from you?
Yes.
He did? Did he take input?
Yes. Like I said, we had a text group where we, provided questions and, and I kind of remember in some cases we would send a question, but by the time, he kind of finished the thought, he already got to that question. And then there were some times where he asked the question. I don't remember the specifics. I just kind of remember that flow.
Was it ever suggested that she take some sort of a lie detector or anything like that before she would be offered that plea?
Judge, objection.
Not admissible in court.
Was there any discussion as to how to confirm her veracity by whatever means?
Yeah. So like I said before, we tried to corroborate a lot of what she said through evidence, whether it be digital or documentary. Like, for instance, the windows, we were able to, that was something we had no idea about. And then once the proffer had been completed, we were able to kind of run that down and confirm it.
Now, did you ever say to any of the investigators that they arrested an innocent woman, talking about Juliana?
No.
That was never said by you to anyone?
About me?
By you to anyone?
No. I think what you're probably referring to is I expressed concerns about the articulation of how, the reasons they charged. But I think the charge was solid.
And who was that with that you expressed those concerns?
Detective Bryant.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Okay, so let's talk about this case and how the Fairfax County Police Department Homicide Division got involved. Do you all have a rotation for call-outs when there is a crime committed?
Yeah, so there's what we call a homicide list. And there's, generally about 12 detectives on the squad, give or take, and there's an order, and it kind of rotates through that list so that nobody's overwhelmed with work at any one time.
Okay, so when the call came out for the murder at the Banfield's home, was Detective Bryant essentially on call?
I believe he was up for murder. Again, that was prior to my time there.
Okay. And so his assignment, you indicated that it's not uncommon for cases to be handled by multiple detectives over the course of the case's life. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in this situation, this case has been pending for 1 month shy of 3 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's nothing really out of the ordinary about multiple detectives having been involved in this case?
Not at all.
Okay. Likewise, this was a really big case for Fairfax County homicide, correct?
It created a lot of attention, media attention, so there was a lot of eyes on it.
And there was a huge volume of evidence to go through, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as such, your leadership was very involved in this matter, making sure that they were up to date on how the case was progressing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So was there anything, again, intended to be hidden from the Commonwealth by making sure your leadership was aware of developments in the case as they arose?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Turning to Ms. Perez-Magalhaes' proffer, you all were working as a team in developing the questions for Ms. Perez-Magalhaes, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it was simply determined that Mr. Klingon would be the mouthpiece in the room, nothing more, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Frissler was present as she sits here at the table today. This is Ms. Frissler, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Ms. Perez-Magalhaes' attorney was present, correct?
Correct.
Detectives Goodell and Bryant were present.
Correct.
All right, and you were all smushed in a room, is that accurate?
Well, they were
not for you.
smushed.
They were
I was
smushed,
comfortable
you
in
were
Ms. Frissler's office.
Okay. Was there room for anyone else in that particular room at the time?
It's a small room, as you know.
Okay, thank you. Her proffer was 2 weeks before her trial, is that correct, Ms.
Yes.
Perez-Magalhaes? And that was more than a month after Mr. Banfield had been charged, correct?
Correct. He was charged September 16th. I believe the proffer was October 25th, about 6 weeks.
So the proffer was not the determining factor in whether or not to charge Brendan Banfield with the murder of his wife and of Joe Ryan, correct?
Correct.
What was it about Ms. Perez-Magalhaes' proffer that you believed made her to appear truthful?
Well, so we were able to corroborate through digital evidence that she left the gym. She basically said that
I'm sorry, put your microphone on. What's your objection?
Objection to, it's outside the scope of what I've asked. It's an open-ended question as to the investigation, and it's.
I'll overrule the objection. All right, continue.
Please continue.
So she essentially kind of confirmed the sequence of events that I believed occurred. Part of the way we did that was looking at the digital evidence. There were things along the way, for instance, going to the gun range, we were able to see pictures of that. She talked about leaving the gym, that Brendan told her to leave the gym early to go home so that he wouldn't be in the house while the FetLife or Telegram account were active. And we were able to see that on the geolocation of her her device and Brendan's device, and then we could see her log or see a log on the telegram shortly after that device arrived in the area. The windows was something we hadn't had any idea about once she.
When you say the windows, do you mean the replacement of the windows in the Banfield?
Right. So she said that there was a time where Brendan had the windows replaced with windows that were like soundproof, and he asked her to go stand in the driveway, or actually he asked her to stand in the bedroom and scream while he stood in the driveway to see if screams would be able to be heard. She said that she did not want to do that, and so he screamed and she went outside. We were then able to track down a receipt and some emails, I believe, about the windows, and ultimately find the company and speak with the salesman who spoke to Brendan. And there was just a lot of things that over the course of August until February, in the digital evidence that she was able to corroborate for us in that, or that we were able to corroborate her statement after.
All right, thank you. Just a final question from me. I'm sure counsel will have more. Did you change, distort, or hide any evidence in this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you direct anyone to change, distort, or hide any evidence in this case?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Redirect.
Lieutenant Giacchio, you were ordered by the court to turn over evidence that should have been turned over months before during the summer. Isn't that correct?
No, I gave everything that I had.
The text messages and the emails that you were seeing here were turned over in July when we had a discovery order in November. Isn't that true?
Yes, and that's something that we have never turned over in any other case that I'm aware of. So as soon as the court ordered it, we complied.
Okay, and when you say we, who are you talking about?
Fairfax County Police.
Okay, and so the issues relating to the conflicts in the case were exculpatory evidence, wasn't that correct?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
Sustained. Next question.
Did that ever occur to you that that was something that should have been turned over?
Objection is to the form.
Sustained as a form.
Did the emails and the text messages that you have just witnessed, did that ever occur to you that that was something that should have been turned over on the discovery order?
And objection, Judge, I think we're still on the legal conclusion. He indicated that it was turned over once he received a court order.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Who in your division is in charge of looking to see whether something's exculpatory?
Objection is to relevance.
How's it relevant?
I think the question, this is in response to her question that.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
In terms of the transfers of Brendan Miller, or actually, I think you were involved with the transfer of Kyle Bryant. What was your reasoning behind that?
Well, I gave input, and my input was that I thought he should stay.
And in fact, he was then removed?
Yes, he was ultimately transferred.
Okay. And what was the reason, the October 25th situation?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled if you answer.
I think it was a combination of the withholding the proper for 5 days and, and just being wrong about with the analysis in this case.
And you're talking about being wrong after the Juliana Perez Magalhaes proffered.
Well, I think that's when he realized it. I think after that, there was nobody on the police department that I'm aware of that doesn't believe the current theory of events.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Is this witness subject to recall?
No.
Oh, no?
No, ma'am. Thank
Okay,
you.
you're free to go, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess of 15 minutes. Don't do any outside research and not talk to anybody about the case. Thank you. And just a reminder, we were going to 5:30, so keep that in mind on your break, okay? Come back at 3:50 then?
Yes,
3:50,
ma'am.
Mr. Carroll?
All rise.
Your next witness,
Sally Fayez.
Sally Fayez.
Do you swear to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Hi. All right.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fayez.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to show you some text messages.
Judge, I would object. The witness has not yet been identified.
Could you just have her?
Sorry. Can you please say your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Sure. Sally Fayez, SALY
Now.
FAYEZ.
And if I ask you any questions that don't come out right or you don't understand, just please tell me and I'll repeat the question.
Absolutely.
Now, you're the head of the victim services for Fairfax County. Is that
Correct. For the Fairfax County Police Department.
Break the
Okay,
law.
and,
I don't know what you're talking about.
In that role, do you fall within their command staff, I guess, MAP?
I do.
Okay, and so who, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of your organization and how it fits within the police department?
Sure. So we are a civilian unit within the police department. We fall under the Major Crimes Bureau. So there's 4 divisions in the Major Crimes Bureau. There's a Violent Crimes Division, the Criminal Investigation Division, the Cyber and Forensic Division, which are all sworn staff, and then the Victim Services Division, which is my division.
And so, and how many people do you have working for you?
17, plus we have interns, but 17 employed.
Okay, and when you, when something like what happened in this case happens, how do you get involved?
So my office is located on the 6th floor, which is where the rest of the violent crime detectives are. So it's not uncommon that something happens and I'm automatically made aware of it, which is what happened that day.
Okay, and so you get a call or you get a text or something like that, and then you roll to wherever you need to be?
No, so the day of the murders, I was already up at headquarters. And so I either received a phone call or a message, I'm not sure, letting me know that Valerie and and Juliana were headed to headquarters, and did I have an advocate to sit with them?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Did I have a victim advocate that could go sit with them?
Okay, and did you arrange for that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, at that point, is that victim advocate the victim advocate for them for the remainder of the case, or how does your organization work?
Yes, on homicides, the advocate that responds, usually we respond to a scene, but in this instance, we responded to headquarters, so they would keep the case. There's 2 different families, so I assigned one advocate to one family and another advocate later on to Joe Ryan's family.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
Doing,
Your job?
I've been with the department for 23 years, so I was an advocate for 7 years, and I've been the director for 16.
And so in terms of your interaction with the police department, what's your interaction on a daily basis if you're not otherwise responding to things?
I'm in command meetings, I'm in supervisor meetings, there's daily dialogue about cases. I'm obviously making sure that my unit is squared away and going where they need to go. If there's a call out, we have a text thread of who's going to respond to a call out. It's really just the day-to-day of supervising the division.
And the command staff meetings you talked about, who's attending those?
The command staff meetings are all majors and above, majors, deputy chiefs, assistant chiefs, and I believe captains.
And are you on a level of a deputy chief or a major? Or?
I would be considered the professional equivalent of a major.
Okay.
So I answer to a deputy chief.
And who during this time frame would you answer to?
To Deputy Chief Bruce at the time.
Okay.
Well, at the time of the murder, it would have been Deputy Chief Reef, Jeff Reef.
Okay. And I think timing wise, Deputy Chief Bruce came in just after this incident, or he was actually a captain?
He was the captain
Okay.
during the incident, yes.
So you had interaction with him when he
The day
was
of.
the deputy chief?
When he was the captain, yes.
Okay. And then when he was deputy chief, you answered to him?
Correct.
Okay. And so the command staff meetings, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those are without any specifics?
It's just to ensure that the command team of the Fairfax County Police Department know what is going on within each of the subdivisions. It's really just a conversation of what's happening within the department of all of the rank and file.
Okay. I'm going to show you some text messages and ask you if you can identify them.
Okay.
This is marked as Defense Exhibit 92.
Okay.
Do you have any recollection of that?
From looking at it, but no.
Okay, no, nothing on the page stands out for you?
No. I mean, I see that was from 2024, but otherwise, no.
Okay. Is it common to have jail call recordings in your communications with Deputy Chief Bruce, and who would be the other person? Was that Lieutenant Giasio?
I only see myself and Deputy Chief Bruce on here.
Okay. Would that be a common occurrence, the jail calls from a case?
Yes. I mean, it's not that it's every day, but if you're asking, is that okay that a text message included a jail call? Yes.
Oh, no, I mean, I'm sure it's okay. I just was curious if that's just something that would be naturally flowing from your position and his position.
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that are you ever involved in listening to jail calls, or just when it's sent to you in this kind of format?
I have in the past, yes.
Okay. And in this case, have you done any listening of jail calls?
No.
Other than this?
No.
Okay. And so, it appears there's a conversation going on. What's the nature of that conversation?
There's several conversations going on. Which one are you referring to?
Actually, let me just, if I can just pause for 1 second. Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 92.
Any objection?
Judge, I think the witness testified that she doesn't recognize it.
All right, you want to lay a foundation?
In terms of your communications with Deputy Chief Bruce, would text messages be a common way that you would communicate?
Absolutely. I think that's the common way to communicate with most people.
And so, other than personal communications, would text messages, including jail calls or other discussions about perhaps defendants, would that be something that you would talk about?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, is that what that looks like?
Without knowing what that call was, no.
Okay.
I wouldn't know.
What about the next statements regarding that?
Again, unfortunately, since it was 2024, there's not a lot of context of what this is for me to know.
And so you're based upon what you know right there, you're saying you're not certain that this was a communication that you had made?
Well, I obviously made it because my name is in there, but I really don't remember that specific text message.
And I think that's
But I'm not saying
understandable.
I did not do it.
That's certainly understandable with text messages. Your Honor, I'd move that in as Defense Exhibit 92.
Judge, I wouldn't object to its admission at this point, but obviously the witness's testimony would be limited by her
Well, I
recollection.
understand that, but as far as admissibility, 92 is an evidence. Not publish?
Now, down the page of this message, I'll point to this. What are you saying there? And does that indicate that somebody else is in that message?
Giacchio, Lieutenant Giacchio.
Okay. Does that help you remember any of this?
No.
Would it be common for you, Deputy Chief Bruce and Lieutenant Giacchio, be on a three-way text?
Yes, I've been on text messages with deputy chiefs and supervisors in the past.
Okay. And and these are the kind of things that you discuss when you're talking to those two?
Well, if I'm reminding Lieutenant Giacchio to ask people to do something, yes.
Okay. And how about talking about things like arresting him will put him over?
Again, I'm sure we have in the past. I just don't know the context of this.
Okay.
Do we get to listen to the jail calls? I want to listen to the jail calls.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to review what has been marked as defense exhibit number 94. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, and what's the significance of the date in remembering that?
Friday, October 25th,
Yes.
the arrest of Brendan Banfield. Is that what you're asking me?
No, I don't think, well, let me just do this and then we can talk about it. Your Honor,
Sure.
I'd like to enter this as defense exhibit 94.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
94.
It appears it's a conversation with Deputy Chief Bruce, and it's relating to some message that the chief had written.
Yes.
And do you know what the significance of that is?
I believe after Juliana's proper.
And you knew that to be October 25th, correct?
I only see it at the top of the text message.
But did you know that to be October 25th?
Not that I would have recalled,
I think
no.
everybody's too close to the mics. You
And
can hear every breath everybody takes.
in this,
I don't
text
remember
message,
the audio in this courtroom being
um,
bad during the
you're
JP.
talking about not taking no for an answer,
Perfect.
correct?
Correct.
All the
And
tech
what's
was
that relating
perfect.
to?
It was wonderful.
It appears to say not taking no for an answer, so we're all grabbing a drink next week.
Okay, and do you know the context of that?
Probably just saying we're all going to grab a drink next week.
Okay, but not anything with regard to the case?
No, not that I would read from that.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to have you look at what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 98. Do you recognize that?
I don't recognize the text message now.
Okay, are you involved in that text message?
By looking at it, I can't say yes or no.
Okay, you don't see, okay, I'll withdraw that. Ma'am, I'm going to have you look at what's been identified as Exhibit 99. Do you recognize that?
No, I don't.
Are you not part of that?
It doesn't appear so, so I would know if I was.
And you don't have any independent memory of it?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'll withdraw that. Ma'am, this is Defendant's Exhibit 106. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. Is that a text that you were involved with?
Yes.
And just for the sake of identifying people, which color were you on that? Gray or blue?
Gray.
Your Honor, I move that in as Council's Exhibit 106.
Judge objected to, that was not identified by whoever the other party is in the email.
That's correct. The other witness said they didn't recall, so I have to sustain the objection to 106.
I'm going to ask you to review what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 107. Do you recall that text message? Or can you identify that text message?
Identify it as in,
As a message you sent or as a message you were part of?
my name is up top, so I would say that it was for me.
Okay, do you know who you were communicating with?
Not just by looking at it, no.
Your Honor, I'd move that in as Defense Exhibit 107.
Judge, we do object.
The objection.
Again, it calls for hearsay.
Right.
Ms. Baez is the person who was the recipient. She cannot identify who the communicator was.
And I believe the other witness said it wasn't him. So I have to sustain the objection to 107.
Very well, Your Honor. Now, ma'am, when you're in the command staff meetings, what kind of role do you have in those meetings?
My role really is to make sure that the victims and the survivors are a part of the conversation.
Okay, and so are you giving updates on things, or how do you engage with the command staff, the police command staff?
I think it really just depends. Are you talking about in this instant, or are you just talking about in general?
Generally.
I think it just depends on what the case is about. Sometimes if we have a case where a case went to court, then we would update the command staff on what happened with the verdict. If there's a case where we believe the family needed some awareness when there comes to a public affairs bureau release, we work directly with our public affairs bureau command staff to make sure that families are notified in a dignified way of that something's going to be released.
Now, specifically with regard to this case, were you ever involved in the theory of catfishing?
Yes.
Did you suggest catfishing?
I did not suggest catfishing. I suggested that it be proven that it's not catfishing.
And when in time was that in relation to the killing of Christine Banfield?
I think as time went on, it became apparent that that was a possibility. And so are you asking when I started to think it, or?
Well, where did this theory come from? Were you the one who started it?
Did I start the theory? No.
Okay, when did the theory become a discussion topic in context of the time that the...
I think throughout the investigation, depending on what meeting you were in.
How soon after the killing of Christine Banfield did that come up is what I'm asking.
I think it came up once they were in a hotel and our intel detectives heard her call, ask if she could call her mommy.
I'm sorry,
Facts on that.
I think there were things that came out a couple of days after the murder that made people question whether this was a catfish or not.
Okay, so within days after the murder.
Correct.
Did you believe that it was a catfish?
I didn't believe that it wasn't one, but it was on the table that it could have been, absolutely.
Okay, and was that something that you discussed in command staff meetings?
I think that evidence and investigative avenues were discussed, but the actual word catfish, no, until later.
So was it discussed in terms of assuming someone's identity, or how would it have been discussed in those meetings before saying catfish?
I think it would have been discussed as, has everything been done to prove one way or the other? Was this a setup or was it not?
And is that something you were bringing to the table, or is this something that?
I think it was a group discussion.
A group discussion, okay. And so within...
Okay, when I started to watch the body cam footage yesterday, I was watching on Grizzly True Crime, and she said, I don't think I've heard this in the trial. If it's been mentioned, I missed it. But what she said was that because the house was a crime scene, they couldn't go back to the house. So the police put them in a hotel room. And I guess they bugged it or had some type of listening device in there because the cops could hear them talking. And the little girl asked Juliana if she was going to be her mommy now. And she said yes. And then she asked her if she was going to marry her daddy. And she said, I hope so. So that's, I guess, when the police started realizing that something was up and it wasn't what it seemed.
days, the discussion turned to catfishing. And
Not within days, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My view, within probably a few days, was a question of what really went on.
So in your mind, within a few days, catfishing was a possibility.
A possibility, yes.
And did you communicate that possibility to the people that were in the command staff meetings?
I'm sure we all were having the same conversations because I wasn't the only one that thought that.
I mean, is that something that you would oftentimes talk about in these cases?
Yes. Well, I don't think we've had a case like this, but I would have a conversation about the case that's being presented, absolutely.
Okay, well, I guess for purposes of your memory, would there be other times? I mean, if this is a pretty big case and if you had suggested catfishing, that would be memorable.
I think you're confused as to far as what I did, whether I thought it was or not. It's not that I suggested it. There were meetings where plenty of people above me that believed the same thing. It wasn't just a Sally catfish, if that's what you're asking.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to get an idea of when you started talking about it as catfish. And I think you'd said you thought about it within a few days, but when did it become a viable theory to talk about in the command staff meetings?
I think you're confusing command staff meetings. What meetings are you referring to?
The ones that you just described, where you're with command staff.
Those are different meetings than just a normal meeting talking about cases in the Major Crimes Bureau.
We'll talk about the normal meetings. In the command staff meetings, when was it that you started talking about catfishing?
Well, it was never discussed in an actual command staff meeting because that's the entire command staff. So it wasn't discussed then.
Okay. Were there breakouts?
I'm sorry.
Were there breakout meetings of the people that were involved? I'm just trying to understand where we're going.
How about ask some
And
questions?
I'm trying to understand where you're going. I'm sorry. I really don't know what you're asking me.
Nobody
So
knows
the only
what
meetings
you're
that
talking
you talked about at this point were command staff meetings that you said that you're involved with as one of the command staff personnel, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what I'm trying to get to is when was it that catfishing was a theory amongst the meetings that you were attending, whether they're command staff or other meetings, whatever meetings you're attending?
Again, I think they're ongoing. There's meetings on that floor between the supervisors and the commanders on that floor. That's a different meeting than a command staff meeting.
And it's not so important in my question as to what kind of a meeting it is. What my question is really directed to is when did you start adopting that and talking about this in meetings?
I don't have an actual date for you.
When was it in comparison to the returns on DNA, digital forensics, fingerprints, anything like that?
I think what happened is every single time some piece of evidence came forward that made you question what really happened, then that theory would come back up.
Okay. And do you know the time frame on that?
No, I don't.
Would it be a year?
Again, I think when you have an investigation like this, there's constantly meetings, there's constant conversations about it. So there were times where, hey, could it have been this? Are you looking at this versus talking about some other angle?
Okay. Would it have been a month after the incident?
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained. If you can move the microphone a little closer to you.
So you don't remember when you would have talked about catfishing in a meeting?
The actual word catfish, no, I wouldn't remember that. I can remember when questions would come up about what happened that day.
Okay.
Yes.
And maybe it's my terminology that's the problem. When was it in meetings that you talked about the theory of what happened that day in the meetings?
It wasn't necessarily me starting those meetings saying that. It would be a meeting for an update on the case or what was going on with the case. And so everybody was having that kind of conversation. It was kind of a give and take.
Okay.
Which is normal in these kind of situations.
Sure. I'm just trying to understand. And so catfishing wasn't a comment or wasn't a name that it was given, but there were issues regarding the investigation. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And and I understand you're saying it evolves into something. When was it that catfishing was brought up as the?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You don't know?
Next question.
Okay. On the day of the incident, were you involved with Brendan and Christine's daughter being brought to the safe spot?
What do you mean?
It was in a place where an interview took place?
No.
Okay. Were you involved with any sort of discussion about trying to detain my client?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Were you involved on the day of the killing? Were you involved with anyone trying to detain my client at that point?
No,
Were you involved, were you at the headquarters during the?
I was, yes.
And were you in the presence of Juliana or Valerie?
Juliana and Valerie were in one of our waiting areas where we have a victim waiting room with the advocate, not me.
Okay. And did you have any say in any sort of interviews of Juliana or the child?
No.
That were waiting there? Did those occur?
Not that I remember, but I wasn't there for that.
Okay. Was there any concern from you and the people that you work with about my client being released? At that
Judge,
time?
objection calls for speculation. She can speak as to what was in her mind, but asking about others.
Rephrase the question.
What, if anything, what, if anything, were you worried about with my client being released that day?
Valerie's safety.
And did you do anything to further that worry that you just told for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, I had received a call from Captain Bruce and Lieutenant Weeks, who was the homicide supervisor, and they were on the scene. And the concern was
Okay.
that he
Your
would
Honor,
not.
just, that's not responsive to my question, but
You asked her what she did.
Maybe
when she talked about a phone call.
question.
What did you do?
You can't find the right word.
I ended up getting a hotel for everybody, so they would all be in one hotel together.
Okay. And including my client?
Correct.
Okay.
And Juliana.
And at any point in that process, did you discuss detaining my client?
No, I have no authority to ask anyone to detain.
I understand, but you have the ability to discuss.
Objection argumentative.
Do you have the ability to discuss that with the police?
No,
So in terms of where you're concerned, you can't communicate to the police your concerns?
I absolutely can.
Okay. And in this case, did you?
I don't understand the question.
Did you discuss your concerns with the police on the day of the incident
But what concerns are you talking about?
my client being left out?
Being left.
Again, I don't understand the question. I want to answer it, I just don't understand it.
Okay. And that's the case with some of my questions. So let me see if I can get it straight. The question of my client being detained or being released, was that a worry for you?
At the time, your client wasn't even in headquarters.
So you didn't have anything to judge that by?
No,
Okay. Did there come a time where you were concerned and you wanted him to be detained?
no.
So there's no communications between you and the police about that?
If I can go back to my conversation with Captain Bruce and Lieutenant Weeks, was where I was going with that.
Well, let's just stay with what we're doing right now. I'm talking about your concern about my client being detained, and I think you've answered that you had no concern at that time, correct?
No, it just wasn't an issue at the time.
Okay, when did it become an issue for you?
It never became an issue.
Okay, so it never really came up in terms of trying to detain him?
No, not
Okay.
that day, no,
Okay,
if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, that day.
Okay, no.
Okay, which is
Now,
good for your case.
do you know
Shut up.
how long it was before he was reunited with his daughter Valerie that day?
I don't know. I know when I went to get everybody a hotel and they were together then.
Okay, and how long after the incident was that?
I wouldn't know the time.
Was it the same day?
It was the same day.
Okay. And were you, so you arranged the hotel so the family could stay outside of the home?
Correct.
And is that normal for your position when there's a crime scene, an active crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. And is it normal for there to be surveillance going on in a hotel like that?
I can't answer that. That's not my wheelhouse.
Okay, so you didn't have anything to do with
No.
surveillance?
No.
Okay. Court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
Prosecution is steamrolling over this defense attorney.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a good thing this guy's
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
today.
Just briefly, can you explain what it was that raised the question of Christine Banfield having been set up?
Repeat the question, I'm sorry.
Sure. What was it? So Mr. Carroll went through with you repeatedly about when did catfishing become a topic of conversation? My question was when you were asked, but we're not able to finish answering. What was it that happened that raised in your mind the question of Christine having been set up?
At the hotel. So from my understanding, we had an intel detective in the lobby of the hotel that we had everybody in, and she had asked Juliana, can I call you mommy now?
When you say she, who are we
I'm
talking
sorry,
about?
Valerie. Said,
Valerie, Christine's daughter?
Yes, said, can I call you mommy now? Juliana, again, I don't remember her answer. She said yes. And then she said, are you going to marry my daddy? And Juliana said, I wish.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions, Judge?
All right, redirect. Or is this witness subject to recall? All right, you're free to go, ma'am. Thank you. Your next witness?
Call Detective Miller.
Detective Miller again?
Yes.
All right, Detective Miller. He's already under oath.
Good Lord, this is the third time this dude's been on the stand today.
Bear with me, Detective Miller.
I am fed up with this guy. I don't want to bear with him anymore.
So you had an opportunity to listen to some of the witnesses today, specifically Lieutenant Giacchio, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he indicated that he reviewed the digital forensics in this case, correct?
I believe he said not in its entirety.
Okay. Well, in his testimony, what did you hear him say?
That he reviewed things with me.
Okay. And the things that he reviewed, do you have any idea what those were?
Off the top of my head, no, there was a large amount of data in this case.
Okay. And in fact, you extracted nearly 60 devices, correct?
It was a large number of devices, yes.
You don't remember whether it was 60 or not?
It was in that neighborhood.
Okay. And so whatever data that you had extracted that you chose to share with him, would that have been the raw data that you extracted?
I believe everything provided was in report form.
Okay. So he didn't get into the level of detail that you get into in your analysis?
I would not imagine so. I don't recall raw data specifically.
Well, let me ask you this. You heard him testify. Did he ever sit down with you and ask you to go through your work?
Judge, at this point in time, I would object. I believe counsel is trying to impeach his own witness, Detective Giacchio, with this witness.
I'm not sure, but I'll overrule the objection for now.
Okay.
We'll see where we go.
Could you ask the question again, please?
Did you ever sit down with Detective Giacchio and explain your work that resulted in the executive summary?
I don't recall if I did it in its entirety.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of the times that you did it? What were you telling him and showing him, and how he arrived at conclusions?
Well, again, it's a summary, and I believe at the top of it, it qualifies that it's not every artifact involved in this case. Okay. So there would be times we would go over aspects that there were questions about.
Okay. And did you ever agree with the things that he was saying about it?
Your Honor, objection. It's vague.
All right, do you want to rephrase it?
Yes. Did you ever agree with his conclusions relating to your work?
Objection again, Judge, still vague. There were so many conclusions we've heard testified to.
Give more
Okay.
specifics.
Say, for example, on January 9th of 2023, the analysis of the opening of the email account. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you go into your conclusions and how you arrived there with him in any of those meetings?
Yes, I went through the devices that were involved based on the data extractions and the warrant returns, et cetera.
Okay, and I know you did because you made the decisions, but I'm asking, did you go through that with Lieutenant Giacchio on that specific day?
I believe that was one of the items we went over.
Okay, and was that something that he agreed with you on?
There was heavy discussion about being able to attribute activity to a particular person. And I believe I stated that in this field, barring external corroboration, it is difficult to attribute activity to a person. But given that devices were known to travel with somebody, it's logical to look for aspects where dominion and control may have been lost.
Okay, and in discussing that with him, did you find that at that time?
Objection as to form to find what?
That the devices, I'm sorry, did you find what you just described, that the devices were separate from the person during the January 9th?
Again, without external corroboration, I can't determine the actual person behind the device.
Okay, I understand that. But your findings were that there's no evidence.
Objection asked and answered. He just indicated that he could not find.
Objection, next question.
In terms of that specific day, did Lieutenant Giacchio end up agreeing with your conclusions?
I would say that there was disagreement over the way I had phrased the document.
The way you phrased it? Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And so not relating to your analysis of the data, am I to understand that?
Can you clarify your question? I'm a little confused.
I'm just following up on your previous answer, and I'm trying to clarify the meeting between you and Lieutenant Giacchio relating to the January 9th, 2003 artifacts.
Judge, that's not a question. Objection.
You phrase it as a question.
Yes. Just what I said. Did he agree with you as to those artifacts on that day?
An objection asked and answered. The witness testified that there was a disagreement over the way the document phrased.
Objection, if you can answer it.
I would have the same answer. There were disagreements over the way that I had written that document.
Okay, so on that particular portion of that document, there were disagreements. And my question, I think that started this all was that relating to the data that you extracted and interpreted, or the characterization of it?
Again, I would say it was the disagreement was over what was on the paper.
Okay. And so when, in terms of that specific section, was there agreement at any point between the two of you?
There were a lot of things on that document, even on that day, as far as what the devices were doing, I think we were all in agreement the devices were doing what the devices were doing.
Right. But he wasn't in agreement with your conclusions.
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question, please.
I appreciate Judge. I'm not sure that it was.
Ask and answer.
Okay.
It was.
So let's
I'm
move
like,
on
you wanna
to
ask it again?
another day
Wouldn't
that
it
was a
make
crucial
sense?
day in this catfishing, January 23rd.
Objection to counsel's testifying.
Okay. How about January 23rd? Did you do an analysis of the devices on that day?
I am trying to recall the specific devices done on that day. Again, there were a lot of devices processed on a large number of days.
Do you have your reports with you?
I believe they're.
Is it all right, Judge, if he can retrieve that?
I think it's on the front. They're on the front.
Thank you.
I think Michelle got mad at me and left. I hope not.
January 23rd, what year, sir?
2023.
I'm sorry, that was the question a device that I processed on that date?
Yes.
January 2023 would
No,
have
I'm
been prior
sorry.
to
It
the
would have
homicide.
been, it would have been the artifacts relating to that date.
Do you know which device in particular? I mean, there are a lot of devices.
So I guess as a guide, I was trying to break it down as to specific days, but we can use your executive summary if you'd like to, and then go through it that way. Do you have that
Whatever.
available to you?
Yes, I have it here.
Okay.
I don't care if you talk about other subjects. I just don't like y'all wishing ill on people in my chat. I don't want any of your bad karma to come off on me. I also don't want to accidentally violate any YouTube policies. You never know when a bot's hanging around.
Court's indulgence for one moment. Do you have that handy here, Detective Miller?
I have one in front of me, yes.
Okay. So let me ask you this. In terms of all the devices in this investigation, did you image all of those?
I extracted data from all the devices, yes.
Okay. And is that essentially imaging, or am I using the wrong term?
Imaging would imply depending on the circumstance, a bit for big copy.
Okay. And in your extraction, did you extract all of the devices in what you deem a forensically sound manner, consistent with your training and best practices?
Yes.
No, he does everything wrong.
Did you process the extracted data using forensically approved and verified tools?
Yes.
Listening to the testimony before, Lieutenant Giacchio testified that he received data extractions from you. Is that correct?
I don't recall his exact phrasing.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I don't recall the exact phrasing of his answer.
Okay. Did you ever give him data extractions that came from you?
Data was provided, I know portable cases and Cellbrite reader reports. A lot of data was provided to a lot of people in this case.
Okay, specifically based on what Detective or Lieutenant Giacchio said. Do you remember what you had given him?
Not specifically.
And I think in previous testimony, you had testified that you'd given your data extractions to the lead homicide detective, correct?
Yes.
And is that just part of the routine of making sure he has the full case?
Yes, it's important to pass the data on.
And did you provide data to Lieutenant Giacchio and the detectives in the form of a magnet portable case?
Yes.
And or Cellbrite reader formats?
Yes.
Okay. Did those productions contain the same data you extracted from the respective devices and reviewed during your analysis on this case?
I believe so.
So I'm going to try to show you something here. Sir, do you see something on your screen?
I do.
Okay. Are those examples of the data that you provided to Lieutenant Giacchio?
There's screen captures and what appear to be a Word document that appear to have come from those guys.
Okay. And
Judge, I apologize. It's probably just me, but is there any way we can zoom? I can't read a single word on the page.
Can you zoom that a little?
let me see if I can do that.
There you go.
Much better. Thank
A little
you.
better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Sir, what is this?
This appears to be a screen capture from a portable case and a Word document.
Okay, are these the things that you provided to the lead detective and Lieutenant Giacchio?
These screen captures?
Or what these screen captures contain?
All portable cases and reports generated in this case were provided to Detective Bryant and others.
Okay. And do you know, were these same items provided in discovery? I'm just scrolling down.
I believe they were.
I'm just going to continue scrolling down so you see them.
And he's sitting there.
All of those items?
His choice of lawyer. Quit breathing into the microphone.
These are all the devices that you went through?
I don't believe it's all of them, but these are devices I went through, yes.
Okay, and are those devices that you provided to Detective Bryant and I guess based on his testimony, Lieutenant Giacchio?
Yes, these were provided to Detective Bryant.
Okay, but were these the things that you gave to Lieutenant Giacchio?
I believe he had access to all of them.
Okay, so you didn't actually give them to him, he just had access as supervisor?
I don't recall what I provided him directly.
Okay. Okay, so he had access, you don't know if you provided it?
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained.
You're on the court's indulgence for a moment? Do you have, do you have the portable cases for these with you?
I do not.
Where do they reside now?
Right now, I believe they're on hard drives back at headquarters.
Okay. And would you have access to those in order to move them into evidence?
Right now, no.
Oh, come on! Your Honor, I object!
And why is that, Mr. Reed?
Because it's devastating to my case!
Overruled.
Good call!
No,
Or in the future?
I have access.
Objection. I'm not sure.
Everyone approach.
I'm not sure what the objection is, but I have one. We'll get done with this today. I think the chewing out might come at the end of today. It looks like Judge Penny says something to him.
Sorry. January 9th.
That was the day the Gmail account was created.
Okay, and do you, what can you conclude by looking at this screenshot?
The messages were sent using this device.
And can you identify who the other device is?
I see a phone number.
Do you know that from your analysis of this case?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you know who was on WhatsApp of the people that were using devices in this case?
Multiple people were using WhatsApp.
Do you know who? Other than Christine, who else communicated with WhatsApp with her?
Juliana.
Okay. In this situation, do you have any conclusions as to who Christine is communicating with?
Objection. Asked and answered. He doesn't remember the phone number.
Overruled.
They have said over and over, you cannot tell who is behind a device.
In context, it would appear to be Juliana.
Okay.
I'm making it worse.
Just for the record, I believe you had marked that prior to as defendants 86.
86. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
I have a feeling if you tick off Judge Penny, you have really ticked her off.
Karen, did you
I
see
have a
anything on the
feeling
screen?
it takes a lot to upset her.
If you'd like your expert to help you.
I have a question. Juliana said that she talked to someone off of the FetLife site on the phone, and they said, "Oh, I didn't know you had an accent." Was that Joseph? Because if it was, as soon as he heard Christine speak, he would have known something was up. So why did he go through with it? Good Lord, what is taking so long?
Sir, do you see something on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you identify the communication if you see there?
It appears to be Facebook messages.
And what, have you seen these in your own independent investigation?
I would imagine at some point in the last almost 3 years.
Okay. And when you were looking at these, specifically these, what, actually, let me have you look at, what is that?
It looks like a screen capture of details and artifact information.
And how would you extract an artifact like that?
A single artifact?
This particular artifact?
Well, the device would have had data extracted from it, and then that would have been put into a tool.
And this particular artifact, what can you gain from that?
Just what's on the page right now.
That, so can you go through that?
Objection. He's asking for the witness to testify to the document if he wishes to admit it. That would be the first step.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit this
You have a number for me?
as, I do have a number.
The 109, I guess, if that's what you want to do.
The lost
109.
Any objection to 109?
Yes, Judge, relevance.
Overruled, I'll allow 109 in evidence.
And Judge, if I may, it's a document from 2021 and we don't know who it's purported to be between.
All right, overruled the objection, 109 in evidence.
Thank you.
Now, okay, no. So what number is this one then?
I had this one as 86.
I just want to make sure I get the record clear.
Yeah, why don't we do this, if we can, Judge? Can we make this one 109?
Okay.
And the other one
10?
110?
All right, so 110, subtraction. This is 109. Any objection to 109?
Same objection.
All right, overruled 109 in evidence. Okay. I think we're on the same page now.
Sir, do you see the connection between the communications here and the extractions? And I can go to the next page.
Again, these are screen captures from what I would assume would be a portable case, but I don't have the whole thing here.
Okay. And that's 110.
110.
And what do you see there?
The details of artifact information.
Now, when you, do you see the, what appears to be a conversation going on?
Would this be 111 then?
111.
Okay.
Yes, I see messages.
And in terms of the messages, what's the, are any of the devices that you had extracted present on these communications?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Or any of the devices that you extracted data from present on these communications?
I see an item number and a label.
And are you talking about the yellow or the blue?
The blue, where it says local user.
Okay, and the label on that?
It has an item number and it says Christine phone.
Now, did you hear testimony regarding Windows today or even days before?
I recall Windows being mentioned.
Okay, and in this communication, in your expert opinion, can you conclude a date as to the communication?
Judge, I'm going to object to the witness testifying to the contents of the
Do
document.
you wish to have this in evidence?
Yes.
Any objection?
Judge, I would object. It's hearsay. We do not have the speaker testifying.
111, Your Honor. This would be for as an extraction that he's identified.
I understand, but there's still hearsay is what the objection is.
Well, Your Honor, I would say that this is an extraction through digital forensics, through sound principles, which he's testified to.
Right, I understand that, but inside that, there is hearsay. So I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay.
Okay. Sir, do you see what is described as a discussion about Windows?
I do.
And when does that take place?
Judge, same objection.
He hasn't moved it in yet.
Correct.
I'll allow that question.
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Again, Judge, the objection is to the witness testifying as to the contents of the document.
I understand, I'll allow that question.
What date is the,
Heard about
oh, just went out.
repeatedly. What did Courtroom call her? Judy. The little monsters are all eating.
I think I have a power issue.
Can we use another computer?
Is yours? The link?
Huge arm problem. Why? You get booted every day? Stupid YouTube. Come on, you guys, move it along. I want to finish this day today.
Had you been involved, the information that you looked at from Christine's phone, do you recall this?
I don't recall doing a dive specifically into Windows.
Into the specific topic of Windows?
Windows came up much later in the investigation.
Okay. And so when the Windows came up was during the initial recant in October, correct?
Yes,
Was that the first time you'd heard about Windows?
I believe so.
Had you been involved, would you have been in a position to advise whomever was there as to what the content was on her phone?
Possibly.
Okay. Were you ever asked about it?
I think later on,
Say that
Windows
word
came
every
up.
day.
I can't recall the exact artifacts that I looked at, though.
And they came up because, well, let me ask you this. Did they come up because they were taking the orders and things like that were taken off of my client's laptop?
I recall conversations with Detective Bryant about Windows that came up later in the investigation.
Okay, and did you do anything to determine whether that was what Juliana Perez Magalhaes had said was true relating to the artifacts that you looked at?
I don't recall specific artifacts that I looked at relating to that.
If you had been involved when she first said that, or been in the room, would that have been an opportunity to inform the questioner?
Judge, objections to form, I don't think it's clear, inform the objection as to what.
Okay. In the room when the recant on October 25th, if you had been in the room, would you have had the ability to inform any questioner as to what the specifics of the window purchases were?
I don't think at that time I would have been prepared to do that.
If you had heard that for the first time, as many did, would you have been able to track that down?
Judge, I object to the form of the question. What is that?
Would you have been able to track down information relating to the window purchase?
Yes.
And what would it take in order for you to confirm or deny what she was saying in the recant?
Going through the devices, keyword searches, things like that.
Okay. And in this instance, do you see the writing on the screen?
I do.
I think that would be 113 or?
Yes, 113.
Is that what was done in this situation?
I don't recall making this screen capture.
Can you look at it and tell whether or not that's a search for Windows?
I could assume it is, but since I didn't create the screen capture, I don't know definitively how that came to be.
Sir, can you see the communication with what it says is Christine's phone on December 3rd, 2022?
Yes.
And the communication?
Judge, objection is to form.
I'll sustain the objection as a
Okay.
form.
What does this artifact indicate to you?
For the record, that's 115.
115.
Okay.
Again, it's a screen capture artifact information. Says summary Windows, which is highlighted in yellow.
And is that indicative of a search for Windows?
Again, I didn't create the screen capture, so I can't state how that came to be there.
Well, in terms of the standards that you live up to as an expert in digital forensics, is this something that you would require of yourself if you're doing a screen grab?
Objection is to form is what something he would require of himself.
The item that's on 115.
The artifact information here? When going through artifacts, yes, I would look at a breakdown of the data surrounding it.
And what can you opine about what you see there?
That it's a screen capture with a summary of Windows. There's an email address associated with the calendar. Time zone is UTC. It's a calendar event.
And do you recognize the email that's being used?
I do.
Okay. And what email is that?
cbanfieldrn@gmail.com.
Okay. And is that her email, her personal email?
Objection, Judge, is that whose email?
Whose email?
Is that Christine Banfield's email?
Jeez.
Yes.
Dude. Prosecution can't answer questions for you, dude.
Your Honor, move into evidence. Sorry.
Is he stoned? What is up with this attorney?
Defense exhibits 110, 115.
110 is already in evidence.
One-
111 was
110 is admitted, 111 was already offered and
offered
denied.
and sustained. Yes, the objection was sustained. So we're up to, you want 115, which
Yes,
is the
sir.
last artifact.
Yes, 115.
115, no objection. 114, objection. Hearsay.
He only offered 115.
Oh, I thought he said 110 through.
I initially said that.
Okay, so 115 is in evidence. We can go there. All right, now, do you want 112? That's good. Are you looking for the other ones as well?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to 112. I just got to get it on the screen. Can you get 112 on the screen for me? Because I believe that's 109, 110, 111. That's 112.
112.
112.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, the objection's hearsay.
Your Honor, I would. May we approach?
Sure. So sustain 112 is hearsay. Okay.
Sure.
Sir, do you recognize the data from this particular slide, slide 1,
For the record, we'll mark that as 116.
116?
It appears to be a screenshot of the CPRN 920 gmail.com.
And what's the date?
January 9th, 2023.
Yes. Now, what are the 3 entries there as best you can tell?
They just appear to be potentially emails with subject lines. One of them is blank.
And the other?
One says pics, the other says pics 2.
And is this the email account that's alleged to have been created by someone other than Christine Banfield?
Yes.
Based upon your investigation? And what is this that you see here?
Screen capture of what appear to be logins with IP addresses and dates.
Okay. And do you specifically January 9th, do you see that login?
I do.
And what does that indicate to you, and what device does that indicate is logging in?
Looks like a Samsung SMG 991U with Android 13.
And do you know whose device has that identifying characteristic?
If memory serves, 2 devices have that pedigree.
Have SMG991U?
If memory serves, Mr. Banfield's IRS phone also has that same, it's the same model number.
That was 117.
117.
And now this is 118?
118.
Okay. This would be
Sorry, Judge.
19 now?
Yes,
You went back to 118.
I went back to 118.
Okay,
I think I hit
118.
119.
All right, that's fine. 118.
Detective Miller, what do you see here in this slide?
Again, screen capture with IP addresses with what appears to be login information.
And is there anything you can get from that login information?
The user agent is on the right.
And how is that being logged in?
With a Windows device.
Can you tell whether that's a phone or a laptop based upon what you see there?
From what I see there, it would be a laptop or a computer running Windows.
Okay. Let's look at 119. Oops. Can you identify what that is?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, I can't even begin.
I'll do that.
There you go.
We'll just look down the center column.
The prosecutor
Can you see that, sir?
is done.
Yes.
And what does it show? What does it indicate to you?
Again, it appears to be a screen capture with emails and artifacts.
And is there anything there that can identify what device was being used?
Not that I'm picking up from the screen capture immediately.
And is it any information that you can look at that can identify what device is being used?
Judge, I think asked and answered.
Same question you just asked.
Okay. Or what, how the, what email is being used?
I see the email address of cbrn920@gmail.com.
Okay. And what do these appear to be to you?
Email records.
Communications? And who are they from?
Sure. I'll say anything you want. Just let me go
I see a lot of
home.
FetLife. And then, oh, we moved.
Oh, sorry. Were you still looking at that? I was just trying to give you something else to look at.
Nope, that's fine. We can,
You can scroll down.
if you would like to. Yes, I see FetLife.
Every time I think I've seen the worst
And FetLife.
attorney in the world, another one pops up.
Yes, FetLife.
And more FetLife.
You put him and Lally side by side. Lally's
Can you
brilliant.
tell from the screenshot whether these, so are you satisfied that they're all FetLife? Just based on scrolling around?
Objection, I think that's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
I'll allow the question.
I can see what's in the screen capture, but again, I did not create the screen capture.
Okay. But if you were trying to create a screen capture from digital forensics, this would be the form in which it would come?
It could be, depends on what I'm trying to take a capture of.
Is there a way for you to determine whether these are still active or they've been deleted, anything like that?
From the screen capture?
Yes.
I'm not seeing a deletion marker in this.
I'm sorry, what? The location marker?
You asked if I could tell if something was deleted from what I'm looking at.
Yes. Do you need me to move it to someplace where you could tell on this screen grab?
I don't think this screen capture has everything in its entirety.
What makes you say that?
If you scroll back up to the top. So if I were looking at it, like in a portable case or in actual Axiom or something like that, I would be able to see all of the data fields. But since I didn't create this screen capture, I don't recall if there's any data fields beyond what was taken in the screen capture.
What kind of data fields would you include in your screen capture?
What was relevant, and if there were specific artifacts, I would try to tag them when appropriate or make them known.
And in terms of the FetLife account, in this case, what would be relevant for categories for a screenshot?
I mean, I would want to look at everything.
What more than what's here?
Again, I don't recall off the top of my head what other fields would be on that. And again, this is a screen capture that I didn't create.
Okay, but if you could create any screen capture, what more would you want?
Objection asked and answered. He said he doesn't know what other fields would have been available.
That's what he stated. I'll sustain objection. Next
Okay. And in terms of dates and times, things like that, can you opine about those?
I see dates and times.
And do you recognize a range of dates?
They don't appear to be in chronological order. I see that they're jumping around.
Would these be maintenance records relating to the FetLife account?
Maintenance records?
Yes.
I'm not sure I follow.
Would these be maintenance emails and
Don't just ask the same question.
communications?
What do you mean by maintenance?
They appear to be incoming communications from FetLife.
Okay, from FetLife to cbrn920@gmail.com?
Yes.
And what, if anything, does that indicate to you?
That email address was receiving communication from FetLife.
Fat life, pet life, the CC just cannot figure
No, I
out what
move,
to say.
I think 119 was the last one.
This is 119.
119, so 116, 117, 118, 119.
All right, we want to start with 116. Could you move back to 116?
If we can go back to what that was, I believe it was the screenshot of CBRN with the 1923.
Do you have any objection to 116?
No.
Okay, 116 is in evidence. 117, which is the next one. If you could, any objection to that?
No, Judge.
Okay, 117, and then 118.
No, Judge.
All right, and 119.
No, Judge.
All right, should, just to clarify, should 119 be under seal since there are names of a lot of individuals that are not involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
is it okay with you, 119 under seal?
Yes.
Okay, 119 is evidence under seal. We're going to stop right there, Mr. Carroll. I'm going to stop because we're already past
Okay.
5:30, okay? So ladies and gentlemen, we're done for today. We'll start back up at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So don't do any outside research. Don't talk to anybody about the case, okay? We'll see you in the morning. You can stay right there for a second. That's fine. Detective Miller, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, don't discuss your testimony at this point with anybody, okay? All right, thank you. You can step down. All right, so have we worked on jury instructions?
Mine are in my office right now. I'm going
Okay.
to send them to them tonight.
All right, 9 o'clock tomorrow, we're gonna go over jury instructions, okay? 9
That's
a.m.
fine, Judge.
Tomorrow, we'll do jury instructions. How many more witnesses do you have after Detective Miller?
Potentially 3.
3 witnesses, so you
Yeah.
should be done tomorrow, is that correct?
I don't know.
Okay,
Could be, I don't know. It could be long.
okay,
I'll try.
all right, we'll see about that. And then you said your rebuttal evidence is very Is not.
Judge, I think, yes, we have 2 witnesses at most.
Okay, so there is a possibility we might be able to get done tomorrow. My goal would be to get done with the evidence tomorrow and then have closing arguments whenever we come back from the snow. Have our jury instructions already done and closing, if we can get there, okay? But I understand your witnesses. If we don't get there, we don't get there.
Right.
But if we have a 5-day break in between something, that's what I'm trying not to do. I want to try to get all the evidence in and then have a 5-day break and then do closing arguments. But
Right.
I mean, if we can, if we have to stay a little longer tomorrow night, I don't think any of them would mind. So
Right,
keep that in
right.
mind to be ready to finish everything tomorrow, if we can.
Judge, we were ready to finish everything today.
Well, I understand that. Okay, if it can be done.
Judge, as a little update, we just were told that
just saying there's a nationwide Microsoft outage causing our email to be down.
Causing what down to be down?
email to be down.
I'm, okay, well, you'll figure it out. I'm not worried.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
The other thing, not just another housekeeping matter, exhibits 10 and exhibit 16 have the included pages.
10
And I can share that with counsel
let
and
me
then
go
we can address that tomorrow.
Back to defendants 10?
Yeah, 10 and 16, Judge, they were the letters that it said
That
2
were
out of 3.
truncated. Yes, the letters that were 2 out of 3 pages, and then the other one just stopped after
Okay.
2 pages, and we anticipated that there was more.
All right, so you need to add more to one of these.
They're already done. I'm just going to share them with counsel and then we'll be ready to.
All right, but 10 was never submitted into evidence.
Correct.
Only
It was
11. So we have to update 11. But we need to update 10 as well. Because
We would need
Well, 10 wasn't submitted because the
It
one,
wasn't,
the one page
They were not
was.
admitted.
So now 10 is admitted.
Once we.
Once you get it.
I'll share that with them
All right.
if
10
Microsoft Edge
and,
doesn't.
was the other one, 11?
16.
16, 10 and 16. Okay, got it. I got the 2. All right.
And so we
So
can
as
do
soon as we
that
get
first thing. Yeah.
First thing in the morning, we can take care of that. I'll see you at 9 o'clock with jury instructions. Okay.
Yes, if council wants to send that earlier, I mean, we're still waiting on yesterday's exhibits, so.
Or we don't have 82 yet?
I have a video that has been downloaded on the hard drive.
We haven't looked at it yet, reviewed it.
I have, yes.
Okay, so that is
correct.
82.
Correct.
So we have 82 and 83.
I don't have 83 because it was under seal.
Okay.
But the one that well, actually, I think I do have 83. It was the one that he gave me that was.
Right, I understand that, but you have all the videos there. But do you need today's video?
I do need today's without audio.
And Judge, what I'm raising is the Commonwealth is still missing yesterday's exhibits that were supposed to be submitted by close of day. We never received copies. We addressed this morning that the link that was shared did not allow us permission. So
Oh, right,
we
because it
still
went
haven't,
back
I
to.
can't confirm.
So
that-
82 and 83, you need, can we email?
I can email it. I can save it and email it to you all if you.
That's fine.
Well, we'll email 82 and 83 to you.
Okay,
Shannon
thank
will.
you. And then anything for today.
And then anything for today.
82, so to clarify, 82 is the continuation of Beckner's video, the second half.
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
we don't, we need to see what's been submitted. I still don't
Right.
know.
That's fine. 82, you need 82 and 83 and then whatever from today.
Yes.
Okay. All right. We can do that. All right. Anything else?
I don't think so, Judge.
Okay. All right.
you.
9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I guess it's the next day. Did she choose him out? But I know she does, because I Googled it. Yay, you can't see me. Okay, guys. Whoa, dang. There I am. Okay. So, are they still not doing? She said they weren't having court on Fridays. Tomorrow's Friday, right? So maybe we can get caught up closer to where they are if they're not having court tomorrow. Because I'm ready to hear what he has to say for himself. This crap with this lawyer and not knowing how to ask questions. Oh, good. You're still here. I thought you got mad at me and left. Yeah, there was court today. We're trying to get caught up to live court. I was gonna just skip. I asked you guys this morning before we started, if you want to just skip to when he testifies. Oh, okay. Did you find out about your test results yet, Nichelle? Because this stupid lawyer doesn't know how to ask questions. You have to be specific. Can't use pronouns. You have to be specific. And he's not specific. How does the jury know what he's talking about? Marty. How does a jury? I don't know what he's talking about. And we can't, well, at least the jury's allowed to see and hear stuff that we can't. But still, how do they know what he's talking about? When he's like, did she do that? Did who do that? Do you usually do that? Do what? Like, be specific. He's an older guy, but he doesn't look like he's feeble or anything. And he's of the age that I don't think he's a new lawyer either. So, unless maybe he had like a stroke or something, or something to maybe impair some brain cells or something. Maybe he has chemo brain. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know. Some of his questions are like, and it seems like at first it was like the prosecutor is just objecting to so much, which other lawyers on LawTube, when I used to watch trials with other lawyers, yeah, that's a possibility too. But when I've heard other lawyers talk about objections, and they're like, well, you have to be a little strategic in your objections. You have to time them correctly. Because if you object to something and the objection is going to point it out to the jury, then you may not want to object. You might just want to let it go. But there are times when you have to object because you seriously don't want that to come into the case. And you definitely don't want to object all the time to every question, because then that makes it look petty. Like you just don't want the opposing attorney to get anything out of their case. So it's very strategic. It's strategic as well as procedural. I couldn't think of what to call it. Procedural, like, yes, that is how you do a trial. If they break the rules of evidence, then you object. But to do it too much is bad form. And then there are some lawyers that do it just strategically. Like they'll object on a question that doesn't matter just to like break the other attorney's rhythm or whatever. So at first I was like, man, she's objecting too much. It's just like every question she's objecting. But then it seemed like she was objecting to remind him of things he was forgetting to do. Like one objection, a witness got up there and he just asked her a question and she's like, objection, judge, the witness hasn't identified themselves yet. Because he didn't ask what her name was. It's almost like she's objecting to remind the guy how to do things. And he would talk about evidence, but not ID it. And the prosecutor would stand up and say what the number evidence it was. This is bizarre. Right. And this guy doesn't seem to have that foresight. Like, right, but have a good reason to object. Like, he doesn't seem to have anything planned out. Even his questions don't seem planned out. Like, I don't know if you were here, Michelle, but he got done with a witness, and then the judge said, okay, call your next witness. And he walked over, talked to somebody, and then walked over to the table and talked to somebody. And then he looked at his notes, and then he took his notes to the podium and I was like, come on, let's go. We don't have all day. Because it was just when the judge says, call your next witness, that next name should be coming out of your mouth. You should have a list of witnesses and the order you want to call them in. Yeah, it kind of seems like it. I mean, and like I said earlier, yeah, I'm Monday morning quarterbacking it because I'm not a lawyer. And I am so thankful that I liked being a nurse, because if I didn't like being a nurse, I was going to go into law. And I'm just so glad, because I'm not cut out for it. I know now that I'm not cut out for it, because I'm not quick on my feet. I'm not witty. I can't come up with things on the sly. I'm just, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I know, like, what he's trying to get out of some of these detectives, but the way he's asking the questions are weird. And the words he's using, like, the detectives don't understand it, and yet he won't change his wording to make it make sense to them. Like, he kept asking about, well, did you challenge Juliana when she recanted? Not the first person knew what he was talking about. And I said, just ask them what they do when a suspect lies to them. That's dumbing that question down as dumb as you can get it. What do you do when a suspect lies to you? Which is the same thing as, do you challenge them when they recant their story? It means the same thing. Yeah. I don't know what he's asking half the time, but I do know he's asked every detective that question, and he's asked it as, did you challenge her? And they don't know what he's talking about. Just ask, what do you do when a suspect lies to you, or when you think a suspect is lying to you? And then he's just, or he'll keep asking, like, the prosecutor will object and say asked and answered, and then he will reword the question but leave that same word that's tripping them up in the new question. Like, he keeps saying challenge. Don't say challenge. Say lie. What do you do when they lie? I mean, I'm pro cop because my dad was a cop. My dad had a college education. But a lot of cops don't have a college education. Some do. I mean, a lot of them now go to college for criminology and stuff like that. But a lot of them don't. A lot of them are just out of high school. I'm not getting into politics. I just saw a short on YouTube. I think it was last night, where it was people messing with ICE agents, and one lady was like, I have so many degrees and I make $200,000 a year, and what do you do? And he was trying to avoid her and not start anything up. And she just kept on and kept on. And he goes, you know what? I graduated high school and I make $200,000 a year. Yeah, a lot of people think that college is just a waste of money. Well, I went to college, but I went to a community college and I got a certificate first. I got my LPN certificate. And then I bridged to get my RN. So I have associate's of science degree, but I didn't have to go through all the other crap courses that a real college degree has because I learned how to be a nurse. I don't know why you have to learn all this other crap. I mean, I had to take a humanities class and a psychology class, like basic college classes. But why, to get like a college degree, do you have to learn all this other stuff? Like, I don't get it. It's a waste of money. So I would never say that college is useless, but I think you should be allowed to just go and take classes to learn whatever profession you want to go into. I don't get it. It's a waste of money and you're never going to use it again. So, like, what do I remember about my humanities class? Nothing. Did I need to know any of that? No. Absolutely not. Well, and nowadays they tell you what to think. You don't learn how to think. They tell you what to think. Or so I'm told. I don't know. Because I went to college in the dark ages in the 90s. So, okay, guys. So tomorrow that was day 6, so day 7. So if they don't have court tomorrow, are they going to have court tomorrow to make up for the day they missed this week, though? I'm hoping they don't have court tomorrow, and then maybe we get caught up. Well, no. Wait. Yesterday was day 9. So today was day 10. No, we're not going to be caught up. Because we're doing like a half a day plus a whole day. Like a half to 3/4 of a day plus a whole day with it sped up. And I don't have it greatly sped up because I can't listen that fast. I'm from the South. We talk slow. I can't listen that fast. I always wanted to be a nurse, but I did the minimum I had to do. Like, one of my nursing instructors had a doctorate in nursing. I thought, what in the fudge? Why do you need to get a doctorate in nursing? You don't. What is up with that? That's too much. Yeah, all you need to do is get a trade. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Common sense. My dad was a highway patrolman. And I don't know if they made him go to college. He went to a community college too, and I don't even know what courses he took. But he did eventually get, I don't know if it was an AA degree or an AS degree. But he did that after he was already a highway patrolman. And he told me that he took a test before he went to school to see if he could actually CLEP it. CLEP is where you take a test, and if you pass it, then you don't have to take the courses. You get your diploma like you actually were in school. And I don't think they do that anymore, but back then they did. You could take a test, and if you could pass that test, you didn't have to take the courses. And my dad tried to CLEP, I think it was an AA degree, and he tried to CLEP it, and he missed it by 2 questions. 2. And he had to take the classes. So that's, oh, is that what it stands for? Okay. I didn't even know what it stands for. I just, college level exam program. Yeah. So yeah, my dad almost CLEP'd an AA degree. I think it was an AA degree. Yeah. And I don't know if he was required to do it, but his job paid for it though. So it must have been required or they wouldn't pay for it, I don't think. And then he would have to go up to Tallahassee to the Highway Patrol School periodically, like every couple of years or something. He would go up there for a few weeks. And my dad wasn't a really big movie person, but they would go to the movies every night after class because that's all there was to do up there. So that's how I got to see a lot of good movies, because my dad would come home and be like, "You've got to see this movie, Debbie. You've got..." And then he would take me to the movies to see it when he got home. I love school. It's just, it costs money. I would love to take history classes just to learn stuff, but I don't have the money, and I don't have any way to justify spending the money if I had it, because I would never do anything with the degree, if I had it. But I just like to learn, and I need like a structured learning format. Like if you were to hand me a book about the Civil War, yeah, I could read it, but would I remember anything? Probably not. I need like, give me an assignment, give me a quiz, like write a paper about a general in the Civil War, or, that's how I learn things. You can't just say, read this book or watch this documentary. Although I do retain a lot when it comes to true crime documentaries. I do like tests, which people think that I'm weird. Give me a test any day over writing something, though. I hate to write. In nursing school, in RN school, my labor and delivery projects, which they don't make them do, like a couple years later, they stopped doing it. I was so mad because I worked on the pediatric floor where my nursing school did clinicals. So it was like a year later, 2 years later, they were up there on the floor. And my instructor, who was very proud of me, said, I was assigned a student. And she said, tell them about your labor and delivery project, So I told them. And then she tells the student, now tell her. And she's like, we don't have to do that anymore. And I was like, oh my God. This woman was in labor for 36 hours. My paper on this woman was 13 pages long. Because we were not allowed to be there if the instructors weren't there. So all these instructors left. So this woman is still in labor, and I have to write a report on everything that happens, and I can't be there because all the instructors are gone. So I had to go back on my own time, go to medical records, and go through all of her charts and get everything that happened, every contraction, everything, and write this paper. And it was she's in labor for 30, how many days is that? A day and a half? And the thing was, she lived in Cedar Key, which is on the Gulf, and it's like 2 hours from the hospital. So they made her stay for her whole labor. Like, she didn't just, okay, it's time, I'm, they're close enough together that we can go. It was like, as soon as she started having contractions, they were like, get to the hospital. So that's why she was in the hospital for so long. So I go back after she's out, and I get all their medical records, and I write this huge paper. 13, the biggest paper, longest paper I've ever written in my life. When it was done, I was so glad. Towards the end, I was like, you know what? I don't even care if I get a good grade anymore. I just got to finish this thing. I got a 98 on it. And at the top, my teacher writes, good job at condensing. Like, condensing, it was 13 pages long. But yeah, she was very, very proud of that paper that she was telling other students, even after they quit making that assignment, telling other students about my paper. So, I mean, it makes me feel good, but I mean, it's not going to get me anywhere. And then I won the academic excellence award, and she was telling the students that too. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't mean anything. I was like, yeah, that and $1 will get you a cup of coffee. And she goes, oh, it tells me you're a smart cookie. I'm like, yeah, right, whatever. But that's all I had interest in was in nursing. Like, why am I going to go? I cannot believe that my instructor had a doctorate in nursing. Why are you going to, like, when you're going for your doctorate, don't you have to like write a book or something? Like a research project or something like that? I mean, I just want to be a nurse. I want to take care of sick people. Why am I going to get a doctorate in nursing? I don't get it. And then I'm pretty sure she's not going to get paid more than just a regular nurse. Cuz like, well, she only worked in the hospital like I think she said like 2 weekends a month, like just to stay current with new stuff because she was teaching new nurses stuff. But why? I still don't get it. To this day, I don't understand it. I just wanted to be an RN. I just wanted to be an RN. That's all I ever wanted to do. And I did. And then I got sick and had to stop. But yeah, I love school. And everybody that I tell that to thinks I'm weird. But I like to take tests. I like workbooks. I do the closest thing I do to studying now is the Bible. So I like Bible studies that have workbooks with them. So that's the closest I get to doing school type stuff now. I wonder if they would start doing that with like history type books, like have them come with workbooks. I would love that. That would be my jam, man. I could learn all kinds of history if they would do that. Oh, what are they in line for now? I'm watching Magic Event. Well, I'm not watching. I just have it on the TV to give them watch hour time. They're at Hollywood Studios today. Got buzz from my yarn all over me. Okay, guys, I will see you in the morning, and we will try to get through day 7 and 8 and get closer to caught up to live. So thank you guys for hanging out with me today. It has been fun as always. I love you guys. Even when you get off topic. I don't mind you getting off topic. Topic. That's not what I mind. I just, YouTube has little bots that go around and check on channels. And in truth, my channel is so small that they probably wouldn't mess with me. But still, even you, what do you mean even you? Marty, I love you, and I love it when you're here, and I know you only pretend to hate me. You're welcome, Nichelle. I don't mind off topic. I just don't want anything said that a bot might come in and think I'm doing something I shouldn't be doing and shut down my channel. I've seen that happen live. That's all I'm saying. I've seen it happen live. I don't want it to happen to me. But also, like I said, I'm so little they probably wouldn't even mess with my channel. I don't know. I'm just erring on the side of caution. That's all. So. Okay, guys. Remember, yes, I hope Nichelle gets good news too. So she can tell us tomorrow what she finds out. And I have not seen Wiggles today. Was Wiggles here this morning? Maybe she had a day off and she was doing something fun. Hopefully. So remember, guys, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye. I will see you in the morning. Love you guys.